Testing 1, 2.
Check 1, 2. Testing for captions 1, 2.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We are not about to start this meeting because it looks like building management is doing a testing of the fire doors, regrettably, right now. Probably one of the worst times to be testing it in the building. So we will be delayed until this testing has completed. So I really apologize to everyone. This is not the way I'm looking to start the third day of this very important workshop and discussion. So my apologies, and we will start here as this is resolved. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience in the start of today's meeting and hearing, and special shout out to Diane Riddle for wrangling the building and also this hearing. So good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Friday, January 30th. It is 9:10 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Today is the third day of this public hearing and final day to receive comments on two recent released documents related to the potential Sacramento Delta update to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Watershed, or Bay Delta Plan. On December 12th, 2025, staff released a revised draft of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, along with a new Chapter 13 of the supporting draft staff report. That release initiated a public comment period, and we're here today to listen to your input. I'm joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, so we have in-person and web components. If you're joining us virtually, you should be viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's hearing, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There were instructions at the hearing notice on how to sign up. If you're having any challenges, though, getting onto that virtual platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on that platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak in today's hearing. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all here. Thank you again for the patience this morning with the building. A few announcements for us as well. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza from one of the exits. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's hearing, you need to sign up. There is a laptop at the side of the room here in order to sign up, or if you're having any challenges, please do just speak to the clerk of the board. Also, lastly, please silence your phones just so that we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. A little bit about our procedure today. This hearing is being held in accordance with the notice dated December 12th, 2025, and fulfills the requirements for receipt of oral comments as described in the board's regulations and state and federal law. There will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board will not take any action today or during just today. Rather, the board action will occur later at a publicly noticed board meeting. Please keep your comments limited to the December 2025 revised draft of the Bay Delta Plan and the new content in Chapter 13 of the draft staff report. While I or my fellow board members may ask questions, staff and board members will not be responding to oral comments today. Board staff will prepare written responses to oral and written comments prior to the board taking final action on the report and updates to the Bay Delta Plan at a future meeting. Finally, folks may feel inclined to comment how the Bay Delta Plan updates with or interacts with specific water right applications or change petition projects that are part of a pending State Water Board water right hearing process. Those projects are subject to prohibition on ex parte or off-the-record communications, and the board may not discuss those projects outside of their respective proceedings. Therefore, any reference to new projects can be made generally. If you reference specific projects by naming them during your comments, I will politely ask you to refrain and remind you of these restrictions. Today's proceeding will begin with some opening remarks from myself and our fellow board members, followed by a short presentation from staff. Following the staff presentation, we'll hear from any elected officials and tribal leaders who may be present and who are not already part of our panel presentations. Then we will move to those groups who have requested to make panel presentations and individual comments. Staff will provide an overview of the panel presentations and times for individual comments in their presentation. We plan to take a short break, morning, lunch, and afternoon. As described in the notice, we are limiting speaking times to ensure a productive, efficient, and fair hearing. Oral comments by individuals will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Panels will be limited to 20 minutes unless otherwise arranged. And speakers should also make their comments at any of the previous and today's hearings. As a reminder, we are accepting written comments as well. We encourage you to keep your oral comments as concise as possible and submit more extensive written comments. I do just want to start today by thanking everyone that's participated over the last 2 days of this hearing. It's given me a lot to think about and certainly has left me to rest with a lot of what's been said. And this is a hearing. We're here to listen, but also I feel important here to maybe synthesize what we've heard the last couple of days, provide some thoughts as we enter in. First and foremost, again, a lot of thanks. There's been just so much passion, technical expertise, personal expertise that's been shared with us over these last 2 days. And I'm really just impressed, incredibly impressed by the quality of engagement that we've been able to see on, we've said over and over, such a critical project for this board, for this state, and probably the hardest in California water. So just thank you for the tone, the passion, and the continued engagement from everyone. It is what we will need if we're to be successful, if this board adopts the current proposal in implementation. And I also want to say that it's very obvious that folks are still very far apart. Last year when we held our workshop, we heard very similar feedback from folks. There was direct direction from myself, and I know other board members, to see engagement, both from the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes parties, to tribes, but to everyone, to try to better start to bridge what are obvious differences of opinion here. Unfortunately, I think a lot of it is bridged from the fact that there's a feeling that the voluntary agreements and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal were an exclusionary process. I think they were a long process for sure, and there were more broader voices that were part of early discussions. But ultimately, what's important is that the process before this board has been open, has been transparent, has been welcoming. And if you look at previous proceedings before this board, it is okay that a smaller group perhaps brought something to the board for its consideration. But it's the board's process here that I have control over, and that I'm proud of the amount of engagement that we've had, the amount of meetings and workshops and discussions. And although it hasn't yielded some grand consensus, and here, we're at a microcosm, certainly, of our greater society, and sometimes in a difficulty in bridging what are very strong feelings and very ugly histories that we all are collectively trying to process and be part of. So I can understand the differences still out there. I wish to continue to hear everyone's honest opinions here, but I think I renew my call to see some bridging happen outside of the context of this hearing. And I think that there have been some attempts as we move here to final consideration. It is incredibly important that we shift, and it's not that everyone has to have a consensus or come to agreement, or that folks need to support the voluntary agreements or not. I think what we need, though, and us as a board, us as a state, and collectively as a community here, an ability to see each other outside and after a potential vote here at this board. So I want people to be open to adjusting, to giving meaningful change to maybe some aspects of what they have, so as to be able to bridge and potentially have a moment where this board doesn't just hear the same as we come to a vote. But I know that I'm here to put in the work and time to see that happen, and still very interested in hearing folks. I think I'll just leave it at that for now. Look to my fellow board colleagues if there's anything they'd like to say further. I think the other just quick point I'd make is, this is a complex system. And, sometimes we're provided binaries, it's an either or. And the board's proposal here isn't an either or, it's an and. It's not, will we adopt standards that are enforceable, implementable, or will we adopt a Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal that has come to us in voluntary fashion, but that is enduring if this board adopts it. It's both. And I think that it's important that we figure out how we move forward with both, and hopefully people see each other in the board's proposal and approach. Now I will really stop. And from there, look over to our board staff to kick us off with our abbreviated staff presentation this morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. My name is Laura Tortekleb. I'm a program manager working on the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation efforts. With me today are Diane Riddle, the Assistant Deputy Director with the division overseeing the board's Bay Delta efforts, as well as Sam Bashevkin and Matt Holland, program managers with the division. We also have Samantha Olson and Penn Scoville with the Office of Chief Counsel and additional members of our team attending virtually and in the room today. We will not be repeating the full staff presentation that we provided on Wednesday, but instead I will be providing a very abbreviated presentation in order to provide as much time as possible for public comments. For those interested in a more detailed staff presentation, we encourage you to watch the recording from the first day of the hearing that's posted on the board's YouTube channel. Next slide. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this hearing. Then I'll provide a high-level overview of the documents that board staff released last December. Those documents include a revised draft of potential updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed, simply referred to as the Bay Delta Plan, and a new Chapter 13 of the supporting draft staff report. Lastly, I'll end the staff presentation with next steps. Next slide. The purpose of this hearing is to receive comments on the two documents that staff released on December 12th, 2025. A revised draft of the Bay Delta Plan with updates focused on the Sacramento River and Delta components, referred to as Sacramento Delta Update to the Bay Delta Plan, and a new Chapter 13 of the draft staff report supporting Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Summaries of both the revised draft updates to the plan and Chapter 13 can be found in the notice posted on the board's website. Next slide. This slide identifies today's agenda. After the staff presentation, we will hear from individual comments until approximately 11 a.m. Then we'll hear from 3 consecutive panels organized by Save California Salmon. The first panel will be comprised of youth speakers. The second panel will discuss north of Delta issues. And the third will cover tribal cultural resources. Then we will take a lunch break. After lunch, we will hear from the remainder of individual commenters and hear closing remarks from the board. During today's hearing, board members may ask questions or provide input, but no formal action will be taken. Next slide. This slide provides a timeline of the most recent actions to update the Bay Delta Plan relevant to today's hearing. In September 2023, the State Water Board released for public review and comment a draft staff report documenting the potential environmental and economic effects of different possible alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan, including regulatory provisions and voluntary agreements, or VAs, proposed by water users and state and federal agencies, later referred to as Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, or HRL. The State Water Board also held a multi-day public hearing to receive comments on the report. Those public comments helped inform the draft Bay Delta Plan that was released for public review and comment in October 2024 that included possible options for VAs and regulatory provisions. Following public comments on the October 2024 draft Bay Delta Plan, board staff released a revised draft plan for public review and comment in July 2025. The July 2025 revised draft plan included proposed changes to the October 2024 draft based on public comments, including provisions for a regulatory pathway and a VA pathway to implement the HRL commitments. The comment period for the July 2025 revised draft plan was modified to coordinate the public comment process with the release of Chapter 13. On December 12th, 2025, a revised draft plan was released along with Chapter 13 of the draft staff report for public comment. The December revised draft plan includes minor revisions to the July revised draft plan. Chapter 13 includes analyses of the revised proposed plan amendments described in the revised draft Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. As I mentioned on the previous slide, the comment period for the July 2025 revised draft plan was modified to make minor revisions to the draft plan and to coordinate the public review and comment process with the release of Chapter 13 as a limited recirculation of the draft staff report, providing more time for comment on the draft plan. The board is also accepting comments on Chapter 13, but is not accepting further comments on the remainder of the draft staff report that was released in 2023. The responses to comments on the 2023 draft staff report and Chapter 13 will be provided together with the release of the final staff report to ensure responses are comprehensive. Next slide. Now I will provide a very brief overview of the revised draft Bay Delta Plan and Chapter 13. As I previously mentioned, the revised draft plan includes a regulatory pathway and a VA pathway to implement the HRL flow and habitat commitments. Both pathways would have regulatory effect upon plan adoption. The VA pathway incorporates the HRL commitments and would apply to HRL water rights identified in Appendix B1 of the revised draft plan. The regulatory pathway would apply to other water rights, as well as the HRL water rights in the event that the VA pathway is discontinued. Other updates to the revised draft Bay Delta plan include the incorporation and designation of tribal beneficial uses, refinements to water quality objectives and the program of implementation, as well as updated flow and habitat accounting for the VA pathway. Next slide. Chapter 13, titled Revised Proposed Plan Amendments, includes an updated project description and associated environmental, economic, and benefits analyses of the revised draft plan. Chapter 13 synthesizes and builds upon previous analyses presented in the 2023 draft staff report. Together, Chapter 13 and the revised draft Bay Delta plan identified the specific actions from the alternatives previously evaluated in the draft staff report and described in previous drafts of the plan that are moving forward for board consideration. Previous comments received on the 2023 draft staff report were considered in the development of Chapter 13. Next slide. The hearing that started Wednesday on the revised draft Bay Delta plan and Chapter 13 will conclude today. All written comments on the December revised draft updates to the plan and Chapter 13 are then due by Monday, February 2nd, 2026. As detailed in the notice, the board is not accepting further comments on the remainder of the draft staff report that was previously released for public comment. Commenters are encouraged to organize letters using clear headings to distinguish between comments on the revised draft plan and Chapter 13. Also, we are asking that commenters identify and distinguish specific CEQA-related comments from other comments to the extent possible. Please email comment letters and any questions to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. Next slide. After the close of the comment period, State Water Board staff will review the oral comments received during the hearing and the written comment letters. Based on both the comments on the 2023 draft staff report and these new comments on Chapter 13 and the revised draft Bay Delta plan, staff will develop the final draft of the Bay Delta plan and final draft staff report. The responses to comments and final draft versions of the plan and staff report will then be released prior to the board meeting to consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan and final staff report. Next slide. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, for the proposed VAs, and for the Bay Delta watershed. Comments on the draft plan updates and questions related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan should be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the main Bay Delta program page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your name and email address. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Twirtlecleb. All right, we will now go to individual commenters. If there's folks here in the room that are here to provide individual comment, I have a number of folks signed up in person, but I believe a lot of them aren't here yet. So if you are in the room and would like to go ahead and provide comment, do just kind of pop up. You can go ahead and come to the mic. Just go ahead and kind of try to somewhat self-organize. And yeah, Mr. Paulson, by all means, your first stop.
Wow, look at that. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Water Board. My name is Brian Polson. I'm General Counsel for El Dorado Irrigation District, and we are a participant in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program through the American River Tributary. Though I'm here in person for the first time during the course of this hearing today, I have attended the duration over the last couple of days. And I've observed that many of the comments over the last few days, some delivered with passion, have valid points on all sides that deserve serious consideration. But the discussion, and some of the comments in particular, have reminded me of a quote from Tim Quinn, the former executive director of the Association of California Water Agencies. Tim often said, "War is easy, collaboration is hell." He explains what he meant by this in the paper that he published in 2020 in Stanford's Water in the West journal. That paper was called 40 Years of California Water Policy: What Worked, What Didn't, and the Lessons for the Future. He explains what he meant in that in policy debates, such as the one that we're having, it's easy for adversaries to simply dismiss the points and arguments of their opponents. In doing so, they rarely accomplish much, but their jobs are safe because the hardliners within their silos line up behind them in support. Collaborative coalitions, on the other hand, Tim argues, require policy entrepreneurs to leave their silos, get others to do the same, and then seek compromises that are often not well received by the hardliners within their own silos. I'm here today not necessarily to extol the benefits of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, because others have done that and others will be able to do that much better than I. But I am here to say that in my view, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is a good faith attempt at many of California's policy entrepreneurs to leave their silos and seek compromises in pursuit of a durable solution. And I think that's worth something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to tag team this with my colleague, Michelle Bononis. I am Jim Pfeiffer. I'm the Executive Director of the Regional Water Authority and the Sacramento Groundwater Authority. The Regional Water Authority is a joint powers authority representing the interest of 20 member agencies, collectively serving 2.2 water to 2.2 residents in the 2.2 million residents in the region. Sorry about that. The Sacramento Groundwater Authority is a groundwater sustainability agency in northern Sacramento County. I speak in support of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program, and I want to express some concerns over the regulatory pathway. The regulatory pathway, well-meaning, but is not an integrated solution, and I just want to point out some problems, and Michelle is going to speak a little bit more to this morning. One challenge is with groundwater. So our region about 30 years ago got together and recognized that we had problems with groundwater management. We had chronic lowering of groundwater levels. The leaders of our region got together under the Water Forum Agreement and crafted a solution, which included building programs, but also constructing infrastructure to have a light impact on the environment, better manage water. And as a result of that process, our region has recharged about 1 million acre-feet in the groundwater basin over the last 30 years. And the benefits have been substantial. It has improved groundwater-dependent ecosystems. It is now resulting in an additional 15,000 acre-feet annually of base flow in the lower American River. That doesn't include the contributions of the American River to the outflow with the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program, which is above that. The other thing I want to express concern with, so the regulatory approach would potentially undo that. The impacts of the regulatory approach are illustrated actually in the board documents that were released for people for consideration and review. And I want to commend Mr. Oppenheimer and the staff for working hard on putting those results together. I really encourage everyone to look at that, including speakers here today and other interested parties, the impact on the basin. The other thing I want to note is the regulatory pathway is pretty hard on cold water and storing cold water and making it available. The data in the board documents also illustrates the challenges there too, and increases in the lower American River temperature. I think some of the conclusions need to be more clarified in the document. That's pretty tough on fish, on salmonids. There is a better way to approach this, and that's the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program, which is more integrated. Nearly a decade ago, this board invited alternatives, and that has been worked on by board staff, by DWR, other interested parties to develop that more. The last thing I want to say is thank you, board. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, for this difficult job of reconciling the public interest. I've observed it over the last couple days, and I know it has been tough. I have observed, Chair Esquivel, you especially, a champion of social justice and fairness and equity, sort of taking some heat on this. And but I just want to, again, thank you for the work that you're doing, this difficult job, again, of reconciling the public interest. And with that, I'd like to invite my colleague, Michelle Bononis, to make a few remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. And Ms. Bononis, as you come up, one quick question for you, Mr. Pfeiffer. When it comes to sort of where the American River is, I guess, as a percentage of unimpaired flow, kind of what the system sees, do you know kind of average, where are you guys? Like how much, like, is it close to 55? Is it pretty far off?
Generally, the American River is actually closest in unimpaired inflow of all the other tributaries. I couldn't tell you exactly what that is. Also, the American River, the consumptive use of it is roughly 7% of the river flow on average, and a lot of that gets returned into the Delta. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's helpful. Ms. Bononis.
Thank you for having us today, and thank you, Board Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair D'Adamo and all the board members. I really appreciate it. I actually was not intending on speaking today, but I have been watching these proceedings, and I actually wanted to get up and probably just say a few things based on things I've been hearing and just kind of respond to some of that. I think one of the things we've really been hearing is follow the science. And I've heard that from so many folks throughout this proceeding. And I just want to share a little bit of what the science says, because on the American River, as Jim pointed out, and I'm going to expand on further, the science for the regulatory approach and unimpaired flow is not, it's not great. And so I wanted to delve into the depths of the technical a little bit better to just kind of give you a bit of more of a comparison, at least for the American River portion, how unimpaired looks versus, how the Healthy Rivers program looks. And so I'm going to start with temperature. Jim mentioned temperatures, water temperatures in the lower American. So even with water supply adjustments, and sorry, I'm getting old and the glasses need to come off for up close, and I apologize. So tables H1B 53 and 54 specifically of the appendices related to the new modeling that was presented for Chapter 13 related to the staff report, 55% with water supply adjustments, and even some of the lower percentages of unimpaired inflow actually have pretty significant impacts. I know you can't see this, like this is crazy, but these red bars here are the exceedances of temperature on a monthly basis, which doesn't even take into account the daily time steps here, which can be pretty significant. But it is like 1 to 3 degrees in excess of current conditions. That is big. As you know, on the American River, temperature is the limiting factor for salmon and steelhead. And so when we're talking 1 to 3 degrees in exceedance for the regulatory approach, that's a huge hit to our fishery. We even have challenges now with operations on the river, I think trying in normal years to meet those temperature requirements. So exceeding those temperatures would be disastrous for the fishery. Mr. Pfeiffer also mentioned the groundwater storage by basin. I would also just add figure H1A2-241. This is American River, and I'm super sorry, it's hard to see. I did not come up with the presentation, but this green line here goes all the way down. This is about 1 million acre feet of groundwater basin end of year storage reduction as a result of the regulatory approach, versus the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, which is up here. 1 million acre foot storage would be, again, hugely disastrous to all the efforts Mr. Pfeiffer outlined, our conjunctive use program, rebuilding our watershed and our basin. We, as you all know, were kind of the poster child for Sigma. Folks were saying, look at the American River. This is like a good example of what you can do when you actually recharge your basin and come together and collaborate. So I just want to throw that out there because I do agree we should follow the science, and this is what the science is telling us. So I appreciate you hearing me today, and please feel free to reach out if there are additional questions, if you need additional information. From our personal perspective, we are always happy to provide that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the points that were made. I think I'd make some points back insofar as on the first day, we did have a bit of a discussion about the modeling and how extensive it is compared to, say, what we did in 1995. I think sometimes that can give us a feeling that it's exact. I think the reality is that it's a course model. It does its best. And I think that what the impacts that you're showing and seeing are a transparent way of showing if you ran the 55% of unimpaired flow regulatory approach on like a 7-day running average, because we have to model something, that's where you would be. The reality is that we also have cold water pool provisions because we know there would be those potential temperature impacts as part of the proposal to make it implementable. There's also a local cooperative solution pathway that I think is really important. Folks should really take a look at to ensure that, to your point, the complexity of managing the American River, these watersheds, the conjunctive use that goes on with groundwater means that we want you to be exploring all that complexity and making sure you're maximizing things. And I think the local cooperative solution is our attempt at saying, yeah, come propose something. But when it comes to the measuring stick of what's hydrologically available, what percentage are we trying to keep in the rivers, it's trying to kind of up that balance, keep a little more in. And so hopefully, I hear the criticism of the regulatory pathway. I think it's important that we think how we make it implementable. And I appreciate the highlight of, again, some of the analysis that's in the documents. I think it's important not to mistake that analysis for what actually implementation looks like.
I appreciate that. I would just counter that just briefly by saying that, a lot of these, all the modeling shown here is with the water supply adjustments, and I realize that doesn't include the collaborative solution approach. But this is what we have right now. And so as we're running comparatives, it's the only thing we really can compare to, right, based on what we know today.
I appreciate that. And I think the same can be said on the other side when it comes to the modeling we've seen on the relative lack of new water that's coming to the system from the proposal. I think that if you look at, sometimes when we look at that modeling and those numbers, it is at a very crude scale, likewise, kind of watershed wide. And there's a lot of water. I mean, as we know, this is 40% of the state's landmass, 50% of its water. A lot of those contributions that you're making can kind of get washed out in there. But I think when you look at a more local level, like say what's happening on the individual tributaries, those blocks of water are meaningful and they can produce results. Hard to sometimes capture in our kind of crude analysis. So I appreciate your points kind of pointed toward the regulatory approach with some of, that. I think we hear it from the other side as well when it comes to then the analysis of the assets of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal.
Models are good tools, but they're not always predictive.
Totally. And I think that's where, I think we're sometimes kind of confusing ourselves with the analysis within the reality, which again, you look at 95, you look at the analysis we did, the system didn't actually look like anything that we had, mapped or analyzed prior. And it's because it's too complex to really do that. And I think we have to remind ourselves of that. And I know Board Member McGuire was good to do that on our first day and appreciated that. Vice Chair.
This is a really good discussion. I appreciate your comments, and Chair, appreciate your response. I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to flag for staff that I think it'd be helpful when we close out, and I'm sure in response to comments, you'll have this information as well. But if you could just walk through the flexibility that's built in, for examples like this, there'll be others where there's, in running the model, there's an unintended impact, say on temperature, or something that we don't want to have happen, and what is built into the regulatory pathway to provide for flexibility. I know that the action that we took in 2018 doesn't have as many options along those lines, and so we've seen, like, for example, on the Tuolumne River, a need to come back in and reopen things in order to provide for that flexibility. And so I think that this would be a good opportunity for you to walk us through because we have had several years looking at types of flexible approaches that could provide for that relief I think that you're looking for. But I want to make sure that in fact those options are there and that there's not something that's limiting in any one of them, like you can only do this if this or that. Certain criteria exists. So just really want to be transparent about the ability to use those options as practical tools. So you can respond now if you want, or come back at closeout.
Sure, I'll go ahead and just briefly respond. As we went over in the staff presentation, the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan calls for long-term temperature management strategies as part of the regulatory pathway that include provisions for cold water habitat management. So the reservoir owner and operator is tasked with coming up with those plans using available information that they're aware of to craft the best set of management actions to achieve temperature management. So that can include an array of different things that we're not able to model as part of a temperature model perfectly. Could include, shade and modification of temperature control devices, as well as cold water habitat. The plan also includes provisions for those reservoir owners and operators to develop carryover storage provisions. There's a range of carryover storage provisions identified in the plan, but there's flexibility, a lot of flexibility with those cold water storage levels for the water users to come to the board, identify what they think the best set of actions is to meet the temperature goals in an integrated fashion with the inflow objectives. The inflow objectives also have a good amount of flexibility. In addition to the water supply adjustments, there are also flexibilities for shaping flows and moving within the range of percents of unimpaired flow. I think it's quite flexible, and I think there are a lot. We understand the concerns that Ms. Vanonis is raising related to temperature management, particularly on the American River, which is one of the most challenging tributaries from a temperature management perspective, particularly during the summer when these fish would not. This isn't their natural environment for over-summering and the fall time period. So we're creating artificial conditions below these reservoirs to maintain cold water, to maintain these fisheries. That is a challenging problem throughout the watershed, not just on the American, but the American is a particular concern because of the impassable dams. The other provisions in the plan, there are even more creative possibilities as part of those long-term temperature management strategies for passage and even more creative solutions that are longer term. I know that's very complicated on the American. I'm not necessarily suggesting that that's an option there, but we have intended to make the plan very flexible to address this issue, to both provide for increased inflows and outflows to help with benefits within the river and in the delta, while keeping an eye toward concerns related to temperature management. That will be a process in the regulatory pathway to work with the flexibilities within the plan to ensure that we have the right package of actions moving forward. I'll also point out that the plan includes provisions for regular annual and periodic review. So if we find that something in the plan isn't working the way that we expected it to, we have that built into the process to regularly look at the plan and modify the plan if we need to. If some particular aspect of the plan and the flexibilities that we built into that plan are not working.
Really appreciate that, Vice Chair. And I think what can be helpful, Ms. Riddle, is if there is a way to synthesize that somewhere, so it is just kind of clear in one place for folks to really, understand and figure out if there are any gaps amongst that. The only thing I'd quickly add is that I know there's already a lot of existing cold water management that goes on. And I think that that's where, the plan is in here, assuming that you're starting from scratch or this is a new plan. There's a lot, and it does provide an opportunity to synthesize it, though, into one place as it applies to the Bay Delta watershed and its management. And, I think can be a helpful exercise, knowing that, again, there are different regulatory pots out there, including FERC and other requirements that are already managing cold water. It's not as if we're starting from scratch.
Right. Yeah. And as you know, we have the modified flow management standard in our region, and
Totally.
which does do things like carryover storage targets and, temperature
Yeah.
management. So we definitely want to make sure that whatever happens is integrated, certainly. So,
Totally. Yeah. And again,
Yeah.
acknowledging all that good leadership and work, it's amazing. I'm from the Coachella Valley. I'm a desert kid. The ability to recreate on the American River is because of a lot of work that's gone on there. And again, this is an attempt to try to synthesize, acknowledge, not replace or make hard a lot of the work that's already ongoing. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I failed the eye test here. Sorry. So
That's okay.
yeah,
I'm this close to it and I failed too.
yeah. So if I could, just on a related topic, something, the water supply adjustments were new as a new proposal that first came out back in July, and we were really trying to mitigate or manage some of the unintended water supply impacts that would come with the unimpaired flow approach that I think I have certainly recognized and concerned about. One of the charts you shared was on groundwater impacts, and that's an area that I really haven't, I don't understand currently as much as I think I need to in this plan, where there's an acknowledgement that there may be redirected impacts from surface water diversions to groundwater, when that's not really an outlet. When we have Sigma, when we're trying to achieve sustainability goals in different historically overdrafted groundwater basins. So if you wouldn't mind sending that chart or reminding me where to find that in the documents. And I think that warrants a little bit better understanding of how that works within the assumptions that we've made within the plan. When it's really not necessarily a place we can go to address impacts, would that then translate to greater water supply impacts than we have otherwise estimated? So it's an area, it's a good flag. I appreciate that.
Sure.
And I think that's an area I'd like to better dig into.
And if it's helpful, it's right. It's the first figure under H1A 2.7.13. But I'm happy to send that as well. And I would just add, as just a quick aside to that, the other thing as far as we can deduce in the modeling related to this graph and this line is that the impacts that are shown are primarily related to loss of recharge and not necessarily a loss of, or loss as a result of additional potential pumping that would occur as a result of lost surface supplies. So consider this and then potentially magnified depending on what would actually happen with all of the conditions we talked about. Yeah. All right.
Much appreciation.
All right.
Thanks
Thank you.
for the exchange. It's appreciated. Who would like to speak next? By all means.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for your time and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Martin Goffberg, and I live in Santa Clara. I normally participate online and have in all the past ones, but I felt it was just important to be here today. And Chair Esquivel, I took your comments to heart, your opening comments. I respect them. I respect the work that you all do. I've followed state efforts to update the Bay Delta Plan for years. I've sat through presentations on the voluntary agreements and the scientific basis report's analysis of those agreements. I remain skeptical of the VAs, and the scientific basis report still confirms that skepticism. I would hope that the tilt be towards rejection of a lot of what's in the VAs or the VAs themselves and implement the requirements that are in the Bay Delta plan so as not to perpetuate what feels to many of us as a failed system that we have in place today, failed being the relative health of the rivers compared to when I grew up. I understand this is not a binary thing for you. I took that decision or that comment you made to heart. But I still have several aspects of the VAs that I'm concerned about, such as I'm skeptical of the modeling results as presented in one of the hearings, last one or one that I just heard recently. And there's one slide in particular that I can't recall the page, that claim better results from a flow slightly lower than the minimum flow under the Bay Delta plan, and that just didn't make sense to me. All things being equal in terms of non-limiting physical factors like in-stream habitat restoration, gravel replacement, and other cosmetics, higher flow winds. That right there, flow, is the real limiting factor. We need the higher probability provided by greater flow. Okay, the off-ramps in drier years result in little or no additional relative flow and are inadequate over all years and operating conditions is what I got out of the scientific basis report. Okay, third, the VA's lack of viable enforcement mechanisms, and there are too many opportunities for double counting of flow. Maybe I'm rehashing something that's been corrected, but that's what I remember from prior workshops. We need regulatory decision with timelines that can be enforced. Really important. You alluded to that in your opening remarks. Thank you. Lastly, much of what the cost of the proposed VA projects would be assumed by the state and federal taxpayers, which does kind of violate the principle of beneficiary pays. So there's a lot more I could say. 12 seconds. Did pretty well. So thank you all for your time again.
You did very well and appreciate your comments. And thank you for being here in person.
Thank you, Chair Escobar and board members. My name is Brian Sanders. I'm here representing the city of Sacramento. For over 20 years, water agencies in the American River region have successfully implemented a program of conjunctive use management, meaning we replenish our aquifer in wet times and use groundwater in dry times. This practice alleviates pressure on the lower American River by reducing in-stream diversions and has actually increased groundwater levels significantly. The groundwater replenishment has been critical to not only our water utility, but the region as a whole and beyond. Preliminary modeling results show that these actions are significantly contributing to increasing base flows in the American River. Because of these facts, we were surprised to see in Chapter 13's appendices that with unimpaired flows, end-of-year storage in the American River groundwater basins would be reduced by over 1 million acre-feet. This is only a function of recharge loss and does not include additional pumping beyond that, which would be inevitably needed to make up for lost surface water supplies. This is over 1 million acre-foot loss. This over 1 million acre-foot loss is even with the imposition of the board's water supply adjustments. 1 million acre-feet of groundwater depletion is not sustainable and would completely undo over 2 decades of sustainable groundwater recharge and conjunctive use in our own groundwater basins and squarely put the region at serious risk of violating SGMA. As many of you know, the city helped found the Water Forum, which has worked for decades to provide critical flow and habitat for the American River. The flow management standard has been instrumental in coordination with our work with reclamation, as has been our collaboration, constructing spawning and rearing habitat, collecting data, monitoring river conditions, and engaging in breakthrough science. This is why we were surprised to see that even with the water supply adjustments and temperature downstream of Folsom under the unimpaired flow approach, would increase temperatures in the lower American River that in some months could be as much as 4 degrees. Temperature Temperature is the #1 limiting factor on the American for salmon and steelhead survival, and even small increases in temperature negatively impact fish. The American Rivers region's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal was developed with learned, adaptive, and impact-oriented mindset. Water contributions in the American River will be provided with an emphasis on ensuring that enhanced flows in the driest year types, this on top of the current flow management standards. This dry and critical year water will benefit the American River and points downstream in times when the system needs it most. These flow contributions will be provided in balance with upstream reservoir operations and in consideration of continued groundwater sustainability. They will also be made in consideration of cold water for fish when they need it the most. And I'm out of time, so we just thank you for hearing my comments, and we urge you to adopt the Healthy Rivers Landscapes Program as the preferred approach to reasonably protecting beneficial uses of water. Thank you.
Much appreciation. Thank you for being here in person. Thanks for the comments. Mr. Dreckmeyer.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members, and staff. My name is Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the Policy Director for Yosemite Rivers Alliance, formerly Tuolumne River Trust. Good to be with you today. The owner of any dam shall allow sufficient water at all times to pass through a fishway, or in the absence of a fishway, allow sufficient water to pass over, around, or through the dam to keep in good condition any fish that may be planted or exist below the dam. Fish and Game Code 5937, established in 1957, based on language dating back to the 1872 Penal Code. The State Water Board has done a very poor job at enforcing 5937, and water users have learned that they can get away with what they want, and they think they control the playing field. It's time to take back the playing field to prevent a tragedy of commons of monumental proportion. That's your number one job. The Bay Delta Plan update started off with promise. There was the 2010 Flow Criteria Report that looked at how much water would be needed to fully protect fish and wildlife, ecosystems, and other beneficial uses. Found 75% of unimpaired flow for the Sacramento Basin, 60% for the San Joaquin. Biological goals and objectives were to be established to measure success. And adaptive management implemented a range of flows. If the water users could meet the biological goals with less water, then that's okay. But if they're not meeting them at the target, they have to increase flows. Strong incentive to do the non-flow measures. When they refer to the Bay Delta Plan regulatory approach being flows only, that's disingenuous. In 2012, the draft SED for phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan recommended 35% of unimpaired flow as a starting point. After months of public input and debate, staff was sent back to the drawing board, create a more robust study and report. That came back in 2016 with a recommendation of 40% up. Why? Based on the science. Should have been even higher. Under the leadership of Felicia Marcus, phase 1 was adopted in December 2018. A month later, newly elected Governor Newsom canned Felicia Marcus, sending a chill throughout the board, and everything's changed. 7 years later, phase 1 is yet to be implemented. Now the water board negotiates against itself. Parents who continuously compromise with their previous compromises end up raising brats. The board's position continues to weaken. Flow criteria report, 75% unimpaired flow. Originally, there was a 55% unimpaired flow for the Sacramento Basin. Now we're down to water supply adjustments as low as 35%, and that's just a backstop. And I'm not encouraged that the water board would have the backbone to even impose that. The voluntary agreements don't prioritize limiting factors. Limiting factors are water temperature, floodplain rearing habitat, and outmigration flows, all flow dependent. Water is the master variable. The Bay Delta Plan is on the brink of total ecological collapse. We can't afford more wishful thinking. It's time for you to take back the playing field. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. You would like to go next? Thank you. Please do introduce yourself.
My name is Charlene Main Woodcock. I live in the East Bay, but I was raised in Southern California. I've known the importance of water from childhood. I knew as a child that Southern California was basically desert and that water was exceedingly important and we needed to take care of it and conserve it. I've known the importance of protecting our Great Delta and preserving California's fisheries. And I've seen the terrible waste of our precious water by industrial agriculture and the dedication of huge quantities of land to growing water-needy products for export, such as almonds. Since their first concern is for their bottom line and profits, clearly we cannot trust big growers to reduce their water use unless the state requires them to do so. The voluntary agreements represent a betrayal of the residents of California who depend on the Water Board to protect all our interests in a healthy delta, in rivers that have enough of a flow of water to retain the coolness required for fish spawning and health, and enough of a flow through the delta to prevent the encroachment of saline water, to prevent toxic algae blooms, and to reduce the effects of pollutants. Tribal agreements and cultural traditions need to be respected. It is unacceptable for the board to continue to ignore your responsibility to fully review and update, according to current scientific standards, the rules of water use in California. We want you to reject the voluntary agreements as inadequate to the environmental needs of a healthy delta and to the possibility of recovering our fisheries. We need actual regulations with a flow based on science, as specified in the 2010 Delta Flow Criteria Report, calling for a 75% flow through to the San Francisco Bay. If we are to continue the health of the Delta ecosystems and fisheries, or if we are to maintain the health of our fisheries in our Delta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Whitcock. Appreciate your appearance here and contributions to our discussion. Thank you. All right, anyone else here in person? And again, we'll be going until we're ready either at 11 o'clock for our panelists, or our panelists may arrive a bit sooner, and so we'll transition then to them. But if we're starting to wind down on folks that are looking, if you don't mind, if you raise your hand, if you're looking to speak, you don't just have, if you're going to look to speak. Yeah, okay. Then we'll probably need to start to go to folks on the Zoom platform. So those on the Zoom platform, if you're prepared to speak potentially here in the next hour or so, go ahead and raise your hand, and then we can start to get to folks there as well. Now, you may go. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you to the board. Thank you for all the work that you do, and for everyone who's been here speaking the last couple days. My name is Lana Weird. I'm a professional water resources engineer in the state of California. I'm a resident of Humboldt County. I'm also an educator along the Klamath and Trinity Rivers. My family moved to San Francisco in 1873, 1 year after the agreement that was mentioned by Mr. Dreckmeyer. That was before we had dammed the Tuolumne River. That was before we had built many of the state water project, the federal project, and that's when San Francisco Bay was thriving and the Delta was thriving. There were still thriving fisheries at that time, thriving ecosystems. And I think of what has happened over the last 5 generations as my family has been on these lands, and how we haven't stewarded this state properly. And we watch toxic algal blooms happening now. We're watching destruction of our salmon. And it's sad. I have a lot of emotion when I speak to this because I feel it in my blood, I feel it in my bones, I feel it as I walk on the land. And I want to trust that the children in this room, the children of the people who've spoken, are going to inherit healthy ecosystems. And the board has failed to implement unimpaired flow that would allow that to happen. And I want to echo what Mr. Dreckmeyer has said, that it's time to take back the playing field. And it is time that we keep cold flow in our rivers. For us, for the future, I'm not here speaking because anyone is paying me. I'm not here as an engineer. I'm not here representing anyone. I'm here speaking as a concerned citizen from my heart. And for those who have signed on to MOUs for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, I want to say thank you for doing that. That's good work to do. It's important to do habitat work. It's important to plant willows. It's important to make spawning habitat in the streams. It's important to undo some of the degradations that's been done in the past. That is not a replacement for leaving cold water in the rivers. And so for everyone who is working for watershed restoration, please keep doing that, and please keep water in the rivers. And as I've heard some of the municipalities speak over the last couple days, this may be a hard pill to swallow sometimes, but I've heard a lot of greed. I've heard a lot of desire for continued expansion and continued extraction, and it is time to take a really hard look at that and start living within the means of the local watersheds and stop the continued theft and extraction from distant waters. And you'll hear more from the tribal members today, and I'm really just hoping that we see a better future and we see less systemic racism and we see more environmental justice. So thank you to the board for hearing me today, for hearing everyone. Got a lot of work ahead of us, so thank you.
Definitely do. And thank you for being here and providing your voice and your perspectives. It's important to our process and our common understanding. So it's really appreciated. Thank you.
Hello, board, Chairman Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Dr. Stephen White. I'm a professor emeritus from the Department of Biological Sciences at San Jose State, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the issues I have with the Bay Delta Plan. First of all, if we get the next slide, please. First of all, I'd like you to consider here a hypothetical situation, if you will. Let's say you have two massive water diversion projects that would pull water out of the Sacramento to the level of 6,000 and 2,000 cubic feet of water per second, respectively. That's a massive diversion from the Sacramento River and a huge loss into the Delta. Wouldn't it be prudent to present models of that effect in the Bay Delta Plan, since they would, that diversion would reduce flows into the Delta and result in inaccurate, if not actually irrelevant, models? So that's the first kind of hypothetical question I wanted to pose to the board. If the board wants to respond, great. If not, I'll continue. Next slide. Thank you. So it's been stated, I have a lot of slides. I'm going to blow through some of them because it's been stated so many times that the Delta's in trouble. It's now become almost hackneyed to go over them. But I mean, you know, the populations of fish crashing, the harmful algal blooms, the salinity intrusion, the reduced outflow of agricultural industrial pollutants, that goes on and on. So I'll skip all that, go to the next slide. And in fact, these next four slides are more or less just telling you what you've just heard, that the VAs really will not provide for adequate flows. There's tables that show ecological threshold flows that are required to sustain a variety of critically important fish, and yet in the tables in the plan, the flows suggested are 1/3 to 1/10 what's required for ecological sustenance. So we'll go to the next slide. There are so many examples of flows being reduced below the 45% level. The idea is that environmentalists thought, okay, as a compromise, if we go with 55% unimpaired flow with a bracket, if you will, adjustable range of 45 to 65%, that would probably work. It isn't ideal, but it would probably work. And then we see that there's so many examples of flows being reduced well below 45%, 35%. Next slide. Even down to zero, depending upon the conditions. I mean, 0% flow. Next slide. There are just so many loopholes. I could go on and on, but it's a sham. The adjustable bracket range has now been a bait and switch. It's a scam. Next slide. So what I'd like to move to are things that really haven't been pressed on so much. And the one thing I'd like to reiterate from the speaker just before, that habitat does not substitute for flows. There's just no scientific evidence for that at all. So the other thing that the VAs project or propose is habitat building. And while everyone likes habitat building, one thing that I find kind of curious is, well, they provide a lot of talk about acreage and where they're going to floodplains and so they're not really presenting a vegetation or revegetation strategy, which as an ecologist, I would really want to see. It isn't just the water. You absolutely need the water in a floodplain, but you also need the proper type, the proper diversity, the proper abundance of vegetation to support the food web that the fish and the other animals need. So that should be included in the VA plan, if nothing else. Next slide. The other thing that I find curious is this this production. Where was it here? The Bay Delta Plan wants to achieve a doubling of the natural population of Chinook salmon relative to the average production of 1967 to 1991. Well, 1967 to 1991 is well after the historical levels. Historically, there were millions of salmon in the river. And in 1967 to 1991 is a period of massive decline of salmon. If you're going to pick a level, pick it at the millions or half that, 500,000 or 1/10 of that, 1/10 of a million. You don't pick it at the level of declines. And if you're going to stick to that, at least go for the 10-year level from 1967 to 77, when there's actually some salmon left in the river. Next slide. So this comes to the problem that no one's talking about, the elephant in the room. Water demands and water allocations. The water allocations in our state are irrational. I mean, as shown here in this figure, our water allocations are 5 times the state's annual runoff. That's a physical impossibility to deliver. The water demands are equal. They're unsustainable. Next slide. So if you look here, why do we have these water demands? Because agriculture has massively expanded over the 100 years. The amount of planted land from 1920 to 2020 has expanded tremendously, as have the water demands.
I appreciate your presentation and your expertise, but just for parity and for fairness for others, if you don't mind trying to wrap a bit as well. Thank you.
Okay.
You reached time, unfortunately.
Next slide. So this just shows you that during a period of intense drought, water-hungry crops, the planted land for water-hungry crops increased by 50% during an intense period of drought. Next slide. And where is all this water going? It's going into the Central Valley. This is a precipitation map from your own studies. And if you look at the Central Valley, its precipitation profile is exactly the same as Death Valley. They don't get any rain, guys. So they have to take it from the rivers that they've got, which they suck out all of it, and then the rest of it comes from north. Next slide. The water-hungry crops I'm talking about, I'm picking nuts just because there's a bunch of data on them, but there's all kinds. They're not in one little section of the Central Valley. They're all through the Central Valley, and in general, it's 40% or higher. Next slide. If you look at Kern County, 67% of the county is planted in nuts, and of that's 370,000 acres. Next. And if you know what nuts take in terms of water per acre, it's about 3.5 acre feet per acre of nuts. Next. So if you do a little back of the envelope math, you got 370,000 acres at 3.5 acre feet of water. They need 1.3 million acre feet of water just for nuts in one county. Now, if you took that amount of water and dumped it on San Francisco, you'd bury San Francisco in 43 feet of water, the entire city. If you don't like San Francisco, say, well, let's take Sacramento. You'd bury all of Sacramento under 20 feet of water. This amount of water is unsustainable. Big ag needs to be reined in terms of its water use. So in conclusion then, what we need to do is the voluntary agreements basically facilitate this massive water demand. They can't be accepted. I mean, that massive water demand can't be admitted anymore. We just don't have the water for it if we want an ecosystem. Two, I suggest we go back to the 55% unimpaired flow with 45 to 65% adaptive range and stick to that range, not a whole bunch of exceptions, maybe in emergency situations, but stick to that range. And then we're going to have to let Big Ag know that the trough is empty. They can't continue using water at the demand levels that they have. And then finally, I'd like to point out that we really need to shift away from extractive, exploitive degradation of the ecosystem for water and go towards reusable water, renewable water sources, renewable infrastructure, and that's where we
Thank
should
you,
go.
Dr. White.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
your
much.
presentation. Appreciate you contributing to today's discussion. Thank you. I'd like to call one more commenter, I believe, or two. I think we'll transition to the youth panel here at 10:30.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Escobar, and good morning, board members. My name is Stephen Pang, and I'm a state relations advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies. ACWA represents more than 460 public water providers that collectively deliver approximately 90% of the water in California for domestic, industrial, and agricultural uses. First, I really appreciate the opportunity to provide comments here today. Thank you for making yourselves available and hosting this public hearing. I also wanted to thank board staff. This has been an enormous lift to get us here, so thanks for, again, both the hearing and everything that they've done up until this point. I also wanted to recognize Governor Newsom and the administration in advancing the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. ACWA has been a strong supporter of the HRL program. We truly believe that it is the most holistic and comprehensive pathway to managing the Bay Delta watershed. It would provide water supply reliability for 27 million people. It would restore native species and protect habitats. In turn, all that would support the state's communities and economy as well. That being said, ACWA still has some outstanding concerns with the revised draft updates. First, we'd request that the State Water Board ensure that the VA pathway in the final draft updates is as consistent as possible with the core elements advanced by the HRL parties. For example, it's been the intention of the HRL parties, based on engagement with the State Water Board and Cal EPA, to utilize several agreements. So the global agreement, the enforcement agreements, the implementation agreements. However, currently the structure of the agreements and enforcement mechanisms is unclear. ACWA recommends that the final draft updates clarify how these agreements will be incorporated into the Bay Delta Plan. Building off of that, the flow accounting provisions for some tributaries in the revised draft updates have been significantly modified from what was previously developed by the HRL parties in consultation with State Water Board staff. As you alluded to yesterday, Chair Escobar, during individual comments, we understand that the plan can't be a copy and paste of what was previously submitted, but ACWA does think that and recommends that the final draft updates be revised to more accurately capture what was previously vetted. Moving on from that broader comment, ACWA recommends that the State Water Board clarify the process by which new parties could be added to the HRL program. And then finally, we just ask that the State Water Board do everything that you can, and I know that you are, to advance and adopt, the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan in a timely manner. Finalizing the update will deliver the ecological assets required to restore and protect native species and habitats, while at the same time, it provide the regulatory foundation to sustain economic productivity, maintain water affordability, and protect public health. So we'll be submitting a letter on Monday that goes into more detail on the issues that I talked about here, as well as a few other concerns. But once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments here today, and I really appreciate your commitment to this process. Thank you.
Likewise, and looking forward to those written comments, and thanks for being here and providing our oral comment. We'll go ahead and I think have time for one more. Oh, sorry. We'll have time for one more commenter, and then we will go ahead and take just a 5-minute break to be able to transition to our tribal youth panel. So thank you.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Lindy Ramsden, Minister Emerita of the First Unitarian Church of San Jose and the former director of the Unitarian Universalist Legislative Ministry of California. During that time, we organized the faith community in support of AB 65, the Human Right to Water Bill. And the faith community does care about water in California, as well as many of the other interests. I drove up from San Jose this morning to join my voice with those who believe that voluntary agreements are not sufficient and will not be sufficient to protect the Delta, the rivers, and the interests of the tribes. Incentivizing collaborative efforts to restore habitat are worthy, but improvements to habitat do not replace sufficient water flow. Both the scientists and California tribes are telling us that rivers and the Delta have just been asked to give too much. Water that flows through the rivers to the bay and onto the ocean are neither unproductive nor wasted. Rivers are more than a resource. They are integral to life itself. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and providing comment. Did you want to speak as well? Yes, yes, please come up. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you
No,
for
thank you. Good morning.
allowing me to talk.
Of course, easily. Thank you.
We are, we're Yurok tribal members. We're actually from the Klamath River, but the Trinity River flows into our river. So when the Trinity River is in peril, it affects us. I hear you guys talk a lot about models and predictions about water, you know, when the water gets warm. And this could happen, or maybe this will happen. We've seen firsthand what has happened. My kids haven't seen it because, you know, the fish kill happened when they were little. We haven't fished much. We haven't fished much. I haven't fished much since I had my kids. It's hard. It's physically demanding. It's hard, but we do rely on salmon. Our elders ate salmon. My dad lived into his 90s. His name was Awak Willard Carlson Sr. And he fed us a lot of salmon, and it kept us healthy. We need salmon to survive. And we also have, you know, agreements with our culture to take care of the river, to take care of things that take care of us. Salmon take care of us. My daughter has autism, and both my children are neurodivergent, but salmon is something that they will eat, and it's something that they like to eat. You know, I try and catch it for them so that they can be healthy. The voluntary agreement does not take, you know, tribes aren't a part of what's going on, and we should be considered in that, and we should be able to keep some of our water. We planted a bunch of plants and vegetation when the dams came down. Those need water to grow. Without the water, that's kind of going to be in vain as well. And, you know, we're really hoping that our salmon population comes back. We haven't been fishing it much in hopes that will return. More water coming out, you know, could kill that. And like I said, with your models, you know, saying that, you know, it might, you know, the water might get warm, it might not. If your model's wrong and it does get warm, it can cause something catastrophic that can't be undone. Like, oh, the model was wrong, but, you know, it killed all these fish, killed all these plants. Thank you. And please consider, you know, us in your decision, because, you know, we don't have a voice in your voluntary agreement except for in public comment. And that's not right either.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here with your family and providing your voice and important testimony here for us. And do know that it isn't, it is the clear intention of this board and others to ensure that voices, tribal voices aren't just voices at a table, but are meaningful partners in this work and this decision-making. Thank you so much for your perspectives here and for your voice. It means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else in person here? Otherwise, we do. Are you wanting to speak, sir? Or
Sure. Thank you for giving me your time today.
of course, thank you for being here.
My name is Josh Mize, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Indigenous Justice and tribal communities that we serve. We are here to oppose the Bay Delta Plan and Governor Newsom's voluntary agreements because together they represent the same heartful approach, decision made about native lands, waters, and futures without meaningful native consultation. We oppose Governor Newsom's voluntary agreements because they continue to allow river degradation that fuels toxic algae blooms, collapsed salmon population, and harms downstream communities. These impacts fall disproportionately on Native nations, for whom salmon is not only a food source, but a foundation of culture, health, and sovereignty. As salmon disappears, the rivers become unsafe. Treaty rights are lost for fishing and traditional practices. This undermines community well-being. Any water policy that sacrifices rivers and salmon is a continuation of environmental justice and must be rejected. The Bay Area or the Bay Delta is not just infrastructure or a resource system. It is a living cultural and spiritual landscape. For Native people, water is medicine, ceremony, food, and responsibility. Yet the Bay Delta Plan continues to prioritize exports and profits over ecosystem, health, and tribal survival. Voluntary agreements are being presented as collaboration, but for Native nations, they are not truly voluntary. When the state controls the water, the funding, and the enforcement, tribes are pressured to accept agreements that do not fully protect our rights, our cultures, our future generations. This process undermines tribal sovereignty. Native nations are not stakeholders, but tribal governments and people that hold meaningful ties to land and water. I only have a minute left, so I'm going to cut the rest off, but I'd like to say thank you for your time. There was a comment earlier from the scientists in the room about recycling water and what's going on with these agriculture. Not only are they using a lot of water, but they're also poisoning it with the sprays and chemical sprays that they put on the water. So that's not even feasible option anymore, unfortunately. So yes, thank you for your time. When these plans fail, Native communities suffer first and the longest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here in person, providing your voice and testimony. Let's go ahead and give ourselves just a quick 5-minute break so we can transition to our tribal youth panel. Let's start here then at 10:40, everyone. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Thank you for the break. Really glad and honored to be able to welcome our next panel here of tribal youth leaders and look to see who would like to kick us off amongst you all. Thanks for traveling down to Sacramento, and thanks for being here with us. This means a lot to have your voices here. I know it can be intimidating. For as anxious as you might feel, I'm really anxious up here all the time. So don't worry about it. You guys are looking fantastic and really appreciate you being here. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is River Burkhart. I'm a fourth year at UC Davis. I'm also Sisseton Wapatana Yote, Cherokee, and Choctaw. I'm here to talk about the youth concerns regarding the Bay Delta Plan. The Delta supplies nearly 27 million people with drinking water, and it also supports salmon runs and our traditional practices, which are incredibly important. From a youth's perspective, the proposed plan ultimately fails because it relies on voluntary agreements which don't have true enforceable actions. These agreements are non-binding and they fail to hold agencies accountable when the river health and our cultures are impacted. As an Indigenous person, I am concerned about how these agreements ultimately sidestep tribal consultation and undermine our sovereignty. The plan also allows for flows as low as 35%, which will really, really impact the surrounding communities within the Bay and push burdens onto tribes, local communities, and the future generations, which are at this table right here. The State Water Board has a duty to protect not only the residents of California, but also our tribes. So we ask that co-governance is included and that you use science-based protections to restore not only salmon runs, but also provide safe drinking water and recreational activities to both residents and tribal members in California. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who would like to speak next?
Ayuki, my name is Kimberly McLaughlin. I'm a Karuk tribal member, and the Bay Delta Plan is a water plan made by the state of California. Its goal is to manage water for cities, farms, and the environment. While it says it wants to protect rivers and fish, the way it works right now causes serious harm, especially to the Trinity River. The Trinity River is an important river in Northern California. It has supported salmon for thousands of years and is deeply connected to native tribes like Hupa, Yurok, and Karuk. For these tribes, the river and the salmon are not just food. They are part of culture, traditions, and everyday life. Today, a large amount of water from the Trinity River is taken out and sent far away through dams and tunnels. This means much less water stays in the river where it belongs. Taking water out of the Trinity River hurts fish, especially salmon. Salmon need cold, clean, and fast-moving water to survive. When too much water is removed, the river becomes warmer and slower. Warm water holds less oxygen, which makes it harder for fish to breathe. Low water levels make it harder for salmon to travel, lay eggs, and survive as babies. This is one of the main reasons salmon populations have dropped so much over time. Low river flows can also cause algae blooms, which can be toxic. These blooms make the water unsafe for fish, animals, and even people. Scientists have shown that when rivers have more water flowing naturally, fish survive better. When water is taken away, fish numbers go down. This shows that current way the Bay Delta Plan handles water is not helping the river or the fish. The plan also seriously affects me and my people. When salmon disappear, tribes lose an important food source and a part of their culture. These traditions have existed for generations, long before dams and water diversions were built. Taking water from the river harms tribal rights and makes it harder for tribes to keep their traditions alive. This is not just an environmental issue, it's also about fairness and respect. This issue also affects me and my community. Healthy rivers support fishing jobs, local wildlife, recreation, and clean water. When rivers are damaged, everyone downstream is affected. Over time, taking too much water makes rivers weaker and less able to handle drought and climate change. When we are taught to think 7 generations ahead, this plan does not do that. It puts future at risk for generations to come. In conclusion, the Bay Delta Plan, as it is now, takes too much water from rivers like the Trinity River and does not protect what truly matters. It harms fish in my community and the environment while failing to solve California's water problems. My people don't agree with the voluntary agreements and would like to follow the original plan. Protecting rivers means keeping water in them, respecting tribal voices and sovereignty, and making decisions that protect the future, not just short-term water use. Yotwa.
Thank you so much.
Ayu Queen Nekna Luciana Albers. Hello, my name is Luciana. I'm a Yurok tribal member and I live along the Klamath River. I come from the village Mork and Pekta. The voluntary agreements aren't scientifically seen. That means it could be dangerous by multiple reasons. One of them is the river could be so low if you agree with them. I come from a long line of traditional fishermen. We would fish for salmon, lamprey, sturgeon, and steelhead. These are foods I grew up eating. I understand that all of the life in the ecosystem depends on cold, clean water, like animals, but also humans. The health of the river impacts our ceremonial and cultural practices. If the river isn't protected, it will directly affect my life by taking away my opportunities to connect with the river. I heal with the river and I grow with the river.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nekna Wilhelmina. I am a Yurok tribal member. I live along the Klamath River, and I come from the villages of Wooncutter and Cutamin. I am here with Save California Salmon to stop the voluntary agreements. The Bay Delta Plan and the voluntary agreements could negatively impact me and my family. If you agree to the Bay Delta Plan, it will lower water levels, endangering fish. And fish is a big part of our nutritional health, so it could physically affect me. It also could affect our cultural ceremonies because we need the river to participate in our ceremonies. And we won't be able to go near the river because it will be toxic. Please reject the voluntary agreements. Yotwa.
Thank you.
Ayukui, my name is Nikki. I am a Yurok tribal member and I live along the Klamath River. The Trinity is a really big tributary to the Klamath River. The Bay Delta Plan will affect me and my family because the river will drop and the water will get warm. This will have a dramatic effect on the salmon's population. I am a fisherman and my family relies on salmon to survive. It is one of the main food sources in my area. The VA is stalling and taking water. It is not fair that we were here first, but you come and steal our water without listening to us. It is our responsibility to protect the land and the rivers. As Native people, we say no to the voluntary agreements. The choice you make today will affect me and my family.
Thank you.
My name is Lafayette Donahue, and I am a part of the Yurok tribe. The VA will affect my people and my family in many ways. The VA will affect my family because it will kill our salmon, and with no salmon, we can't live because we need salmon to eat. Also, the salmon are already endangered, so the VA will just kill more. And it will affect our fishermen. They wouldn't have adequate water to fish in, and we need good water to swim in the summer. This is why I think the VA is a bad idea.
Ayukui Nanatoiti Anjali Donahue. I'm from Apaw and Cutamin, but I live in Penominuk. I'm a Karuk tribal member and I live along the Klamath River. And as a ceremonial dancer, a part of my culture is the boat dance. Without adequate water, we will not be able to participate in this dance. I come from a family of fishers who fish at the mouth of Klamath, and I want to be able not just to fish with my family now, but for years to come. As Native people, it is our job to protect the people, fish, and of course our river. This will dramatically impact my life and many others. We oppose voluntary agreements. Yotwa.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for taking time to hear us today. My name is AJ Briones, and I've been living in the Delta for my whole life. And I'm speaking here today to share my experience on the Bay Delta Plan because the rivers and waters of California are our future. The Bay Delta Plan affects my community, my family, and my home. Growing up, I was taught that water is just not a resource, but it's a life source that should command our utmost care. Because we are living in the Delta, me and my family see this change firsthand. HABs, or harmful algae blooms, turn our waters green, and our families are not advised to swim in it. This affects cultural practices, fishing, and swimming. The water is a central part of many of our lives. It affects fishing, wildlife, and even simple acts of just enjoying the Delta life. And I am impacted by this daily. Fishing is an important part of our culture. Salmon is our identity, and without salmon, we lose a part of our identity. And there's so many endangered fish now, like the Chinook salmon and steelhead trout that are now on the endangered list. And commercial salmon fishing has been closed for 3 years, and that's very important to our culture because without fish, we lose a part of our identity. Rivers are too warm and they're too low to allow salmon to survive and migrate successfully. And also, the water is being diverted to different communities, and it's hurting our people greatly. And also, we need to hear more Native voices because I believe that sometimes Native voices aren't very heard, and we are kind of put on like the back burner. If we don't prioritize the ecosystem, we will lose our fish, our birds, and the balance of the Delta ecosystem. This is a living place where thousands of people live, work, and also raise families. This is why I believe that the Bay Delta Plan must prioritize stronger protections or enforce stable flow to keep fresh water moving to help prevent toxic algae blooms and also while protecting fish and wildlife. Your decision will determine if I will be able to raise my family in the Delta and be able to raise my children in our cultural practices, such as fishing. My brother is 8 years old, and he cannot enjoy the same places that I was able to enjoy when I was his age. Our waters are changing drastically so fast, and it is so important that we have to change it because we are losing a part of our culture. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you so much. If there aren't additional voices here, I just want to thank you all for coming here, being part of this process. We're the 5 of us make all of our decision making here in the public, and so having voices, diverse voices that represent this state are really critical. But youth voices are some of the ones that we hear less from, and so your voices here mean a lot. I often say sometimes we're at a generational moment. I definitely feel that. And looking at you all here, know that what we're all involved in collectively is like a baton race. We inherited what we have from others that have done work prior to us. We know that we will be passing things off to others. And so when I see you here, when I see your passion, when I see your engagement, it gives me continued hope for the work that we're doing here. So thank you. Your voices are heard, and really appreciate you all being here with us. Good. Yeah, please come up further. Yeah. Yeah, if you want, you can come to the podium or swap out a bit. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Chicazola. Oh, just push the button and it'll be a little green light that pops on.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, guys.
Ayukui, we are members of the Yurok tribe and we say no to the voluntary agreements. Please think about our futures as Native youth.
Waklau. Waklau.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, just incredible amount of appreciation to the youth voices that are here. It is really important to us as a board. And again, I know how intimidating it can be to come into these public spaces and speak. And so it's incredibly impressive that you all have done so. So really appreciate that. Ms. Chicazola, if I know there are, I think, other speakers as well, if folks want to start to provide comment or. I know it can be intimidating, so no worry if you don't want to come up. If you do, we welcome your voice. And also, if you feel safer writing something, we'll also accept that too. So do know that you have multiple opportunities. Good to see you this morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Is it on? My name is Javon, and the reason why I do not agree with the new Delta is because it kills it kills my salmon, and it affects my fishing.
Thank you, Javon. I really appreciate your words here. We'll give space in case there's others that want to say anything. It's okay. Yeah.
Malcolm Chicazola doesn't seem to want to speak right now.
It's okay. No,
But I would
can
like to
understand
mention
it.
he's been coming to these hearings for 7 years and testifying against the Bay Delta plan. He wasn't so shy back then, but 7 years, that's a long time of a kid's life to be testifying.
It really is. And it's good to see you here again, Malcolm. And it's okay if you're not comfortable speaking right now. We really just appreciate your presence and your words in previous times. So thank you, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. Okay. If folks are finished at the youth panel, thank you guys for, again, coming here, traveling, providing your voices. It means a lot. And look forward to what I know will be follow-up. You know, this board hasn't made a choice yet. It'll be making a choice later this year. And we want to make sure we're continuing to engage with everyone. So thank you. Nicole. Thank you. Ms. Morgan.
I also wanted to thank the youth for coming to speak. As a mother, I know just how proud all of your families are of you, and really wanted to say thank you so much for speaking today.
Thank you so much, board member. Are there any other board members that would like to make comment before we move to the rest of our tribal panel? Yeah, much appreciation. Okay, Ms. Chicazola, I believe there are now, after the youth panel, I believe we were to move to panel with yourself, Chief Sisk, Morningstar Gailey, and Tom Stokely. Okay. Not in the least, Gary. So good to see you, Mr. Mulcahy.
There's a good chance Morningstar Gali will be coming in any minute. She wasn't expected to need to be here until 11:15.
Okay, no
So
problem.
she can go on to the next panel if she misses this one.
Yeah, we'll be very flexible. I know you'd like to get to through folks before lunch, and glad to, and whatever order makes sense as people are able to come in, just let me know, and we'll just be very accommodating. So I really appreciate it, Ms. Chicazola.
Right, and we will be starting with Winnemem Wintu.
Good morning, board members. Laurel Escobar. I don't know if I should thank you for allowing me to talk today or chastise you, because it's been in too many times. It really has. And not only has it been too many times, we have had to talk about the same thing over and over and over and over again. I didn't write anything down today because I didn't want to talk to you cerebrally. I wanted to talk to you from here. I want a grandfather to take his words and put it through my mouth. So if I get wandering off somewhere, just, say, hey, Gary, come on back. Come on back, come on back. Okay, good enough. And we'll go from there. Members of the board here have been to our villages. You've been on river tours with us. You've heard our stories. You've been involved at our fires. You've listened to our culture. You've listened to our histories. You've listened to our religious beliefs. And you know what is important to us. And you know that these voluntary agreements are based in racist policies. You have allowed the people, the pre-1914 water rights people and the post-1914 water rights people, the ones that massacred our families and our grand ancestors, that took our land, that took our water, that pushed us away and helped California in its attempt at racial genocide back in the 1800s and 1900s. These are the ones that you have talked to about healthy rivers and landscapes. Oh, give me a break. They're the ones that have discriminated against us forever. We weren't included. Tribes weren't included in those negotiations, those contract frameworks, those VA agreement frameworks. Environmental justice communities were not involved in those contract agreements, those VA agreements. Disadvantaged communities weren't involved in them. Who are the disadvantaged communities? Do you remember the old red line process? Okay, you Asians, you need to go over here. You African Americans, you need to go over here. And that's where the industrial parts of cities were built on their place because they did not want to affect the other populations. And that's what you would be continuing with your acceptance of the voluntary agreements. I mean, you've got a Title VI civil rights complaint suit filed against you based on that specific thing, discrimination and disparate impacts. And the foundation of that civil rights complaint is the VAs. The failure to allow the people that would be affected by those policies and those procedures a seat at the table to talk about it. I mean, you've got a racial equity resolution. Racial equity for who? Because if you accept the VAs, you've taken your racial equity and you've thrown it out the window. Because those VAs are based on racist policies, exclusionary policies that did not include tribes, disadvantaged communities, environmental justice groups, and even fishing communities. It's water agencies and ag agencies. Yeah, Laurel, you're shaking your head there, but I'm disappointed in you. You know why? Because I heard you in a meeting day before yesterday saying, well, I'm willing to give the VAs a chance, and if they don't work, we'll throw them out. Yeah, that's like saying, we're willing to give you an opportunity or a chance to survive cancer treatment, but the cancer treatment itself is going to kill you. So we'll throw you out. Think about that logic. Think about an 8-year experiment that does not have public interest in mind because the public wasn't invited into the process. I've talked to you about this before. Tribes have talked to you about this before. We've talked to you over and over and over again. And when I stop talking, you're going to say, thank you for your input. We'll consider it. And that's what it's always been. But with the VA still proposed in the Bay Delta plan, you haven't taken our interest into consideration. Because tribe after tribe after tribe, environmental justice group after environmental justice group after environmental justice group, disadvantaged community after disadvantaged community after disadvantaged community has told you that these are not the way to go. You are the way to go. Your policy, your unimpaired flows, your water policies, your water thing, your responsibility is what goes. Your responsibility is what we depend on. Your decisions is what we depend on, not some backdoor deal or back street agreement. And, you know, as I was telling Board Member Dialma out in the hallway, you are our last line of defense for many things, especially when it comes to water. If you follow your responsibilities, if you follow your oath that you took to the Constitution of California and the Constitution of the United States to enforce and uphold the Constitution, that Constitution is set there to protect all people. And in California, all beneficial uses, not the beneficial uses of ag, not the beneficial uses of water diversions or deliveries or those kind of things. You're here to protect us all. And we're going to hold you to that. You know, I heard Max talk yesterday. He got a little upset. I don't blame him because we've been here. We've been here. And Max was on the water board before himself. So he, you know, we've been
He
here.
was not a member of the
I mean, not a member, but works with a, I'll appoint him. Would you like him appointed? But, you know, it's amazing how much information on the ground and through verbal communication, through site communication, through presentations, and even out on the land, that information that you all have been given, and you still have these things on the table. And now you've got to deal with BOR's ROD on Article or Action 5. An additional 130,000 to 180,000 acre feet to divert down past the delta. That blows your VAs right out of the water. It's gone. They're gone. Because any benefit that you thought that you were going to get from the VAs has just been usurped by the federal government. That's why you are our last line of defense. You need to protect us against the federal government. You need to stand up and say, this is this and this is that, and make policies that will protect Californians and protect our water and protect our fish and protect our resources and protect our spiritual places. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. It is really good to see you again. And I'm not just going to say thank you, but thank you. And I do want to be a little responsive to some of your points. At the top of today's meeting, you know, I made clear again that the voluntary agreements, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal wasn't the board's process. And our process has been always inclusive, open, and to your point, trying to reach across and bridge what is difference there. I think important to note, the board is adopting standards. It isn't an either or amongst it. And importantly, whether it's implementation of a flow standard or even these voluntary blocks of water, we don't actively administer water rights and protect those as outflow. And the work that we would do these next years is in common of that. To your point, the board doesn't have good handle. It hasn't these last, say, 20 years since the last update of the Bay Delta Plan and this pivot to this kind of modern regulatory regime, if you will, with the Endangered Species Act is what's controlling. We don't have control over the Endangered Species Act. That's not something that the board implements. It's certainly important to the protections that the watershed has. So that's why I feel adopting a Bay Delta Plan here that has both, but importantly moves us to that work of developing the tool in the water rights space to protect those flows, but importantly to protect, say, tribal water rights or other implementation that is really critical in the water space, is why we're kind of where we are. But I know that's not enough. I know that there is this deep and understandable feeling that if we adopt the VAs, we are continuing that bad process. But I have to try as best here to distinguish what this board's process is and the work that we are doing. And in fact, adoption of the plan shifts much of that discussion to the board and this space. So there is a venue where there is equity and the important foundations of what this board is in open, public, transparent, for all Californians, management of their water resources. I want to continue to bridge and do my best. And just thank you, Gary. It means a lot.
Thank you. Hi, Tom.
Your
I
frustration
took up too much
is
time.
your frustration is understood. So just thank you. And none of this comes out of your time, these remarks I just gave you. So don't worry. And we're here to just have a real conversation. So don't pay too much attention to the.
You got it. Referees, you want to check the time clock when you start speaking?
Yeah, we'll make sure and add a little more on there. And just, we're here for the conversation, and thank you. It means a lot, Gary. The honesty, the openness, all the frustration, it's understood. Ms. Chicazola. Oh, Mr. Stokely.
Actually, I think Tom Stokely was going to talk next.
Great. Mr. Stokely, good to see you virtually here.
Thank you. Good to see you too. Appreciate the time to speak before you. I'm Tom Stokely, representing Save California Salmon. I always start my presentations with this slide to remind you that federal law requires protection of the Trinity River, starting with the 1955 Trinity River Division Act. And it also requires restoration of the Trinity River. And all the laws and regulations that require protection and restoration of the Trinity River are included in our January 2025 comment letter, which we will attach to our latest written comments. And I want to thank you and the staff for including the Trinity River in your revised project area. We appreciate your efforts to avoid redirected impacts to the Trinity River. However, your assurances that the Trinity River won't be harmed are not comforting, and quite frankly, we don't believe you. The previous modeling from 2024 showed a decrease in Trinity Lake storage, and miraculously, the new modeling does not. Suddenly, there are no impacts. And next slide, please. Did you know that North Coast Basin Plan temperature objectives for the Trinity River are not enforced? And this plan, while it considers use of Trinity water to implement the VAs and the regulatory approach, does not provide any protection for Trinity or lower Klamath salmon from temperature-dependent mortality. Nowhere in your documents did I see any reference, explanation, or analysis of these temperature objectives. And these temperature objectives are really the benchmark that you need to measure your impacts against. And as near as I could see, you didn't do that. Next slide, please. In addition to the unenforced temperature objectives on the Trinity River, even if they were enforced, it would kill 100% of the coho at the Trinity River hatchery. This graph, which I believe I've shown you before, shows that in 2021, while meeting the 56-degree Fahrenheit temperature objective, 75% of the Trinity coho eggs perished due to meeting the temperature objective. The temperatures finally went down and the mortality went down because the power plant was bypassed. I don't see any mitigation measure in your document that would require power plant bypasses to make sure that Trinity River temperatures are adequate to protect coho and Chinook. Next slide, please. You can skip this slide. Next slide. Okay. Did you know that this plan cumulatively with climate change, the American River Water Forum, which was mentioned earlier, which also took more Trinity water to balance their needs in the American River Basin, robust CVP deliveries and no temperature protection requirements for the Trinity River will ultimately exhaust the cold water pool at Trinity Lake during multi-year drought, leading to massive mortality of salmon in the Trinity and Klamath rivers, threatening restoration of both rivers post-dam removal. And also requiring the Bureau of Reclamation to annually report on redirected impacts to the Trinity River Basin is pretty much a useless mitigation measure. We're not assured the VAs will restore California's water quality salmon runs and tribal and commercial and recreational fisheries that depend on them. Some other comments: the modeling for your Trinity River analysis is junk and precludes any meaningful analysis. This figure shows reported and annual total baseline voluntary agreement Clear Creek diversions. This is the water that's diverted from the Trinity River to the Sacramento River. Your baseline, which is the yellow dotted line, is supposed to be the existing condition, but in fact, we took data from California Data Exchange Center and found that in fact it's the black line up above. So you've grossly underestimated the export of Trinity River water in your analysis. Next slide, please. There wasn't a slide there? Huh, go back one. I don't know what happened.
The slides will come back up here in a moment. One moment.
We're supposed to have two figures there. Well, I'll tell you what the next slide's going to show is that it also shows that your baseline, actually, yeah, go back a couple of slides. I skipped it. Your modeling also shows very high, so go down. One more there. Okay, this is the Trinity River flow at Lewiston. Your baseline is the yellow line, dotted line, and that shows, according to your modeling, how much CFS is going down the Trinity River. But in fact, if you looked at the black line at the bottom as well as the dotted black line, the black line is 1964 to 2021. The dotted black line is the observed since the Trinity Record of Decision 2002 to 2004. Again, your modeling shows much greater in-stream flows in the Trinity River than actually is in reality. So we can't rely on your modeling to demonstrate there's no impact to the Trinity River. You can end the slideshow. How much more time do we have? I'll just give you a couple of more zingers here. In summary, we'd like to ask that you don't approve the voluntary agreements, but if you do approve them, you need to adopt enforceable Trinity River cold water carryover storage requirements. Right now, there are none. They can drain the cold water pool to nothing, which will not only kill Trinity River fish, but also Klamath River fish, because the Trinity is the cold water tap, the Klamath is the hot water tap. You need to update and enforce Trinity River temperature objectives below Lewiston Dam. You need to also raise reservoir priority rankings to include the Trinity Reservoir as a high priority. And you need to include Trinity River and Lower Klamath River cultural, tribal subsistence and subsistence in your plan objectives. And I just want to say that I've been working on California water issues for over 40 years. I've seen the Bay Delta Accord, CalFed, Water Right Order 90-5, the CVPIA, the 2000 Trinity Record of Decision, the 2017 Klamath Rod, fish doubling plans, Klamath Dam removal, the BDCP, and now the misnamed Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. All of the other plans at least had some promise of restoring salmon runs, even though they failed. The VAs and RIs don't even do that. And as you can see by the testimony, the VAs are a big nothing burger. And worse than that, you have an unreliable federal partner, you have faulty modeling, you have climate change, and a politically driven process that will surely lead to the extinction of salmon and steelhead, or at least permanent fishing closures in the Trinity and Klamath rivers, as well as the Central Valley. I hope that you will do otherwise and approve something that really protects our aquatic resources and salmon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stokely. Just looking to Ms. Riddle or staff in case there's anything to necessarily respond to on the Trinity side. No need if there isn't that comes to mind, but I know we'll respond more fully when it comes to our written comments, Mr. Stokely, and your concerns around the modeling or redirected impacts to the system.
Yes, we appreciate the comments on the modeling. We will take a look at the information Mr. Stokely is presenting and a close look at his comment letter. I think in terms of impacts, our assumptions are that there wouldn't be redirected impacts because of the conditions that Mr. Stokely spoke about. I understand his concern that putting teeth to those measures, how do we really make that an enforceable commitment that there would not be redirected impacts to the Trinity River is something we need to give some more thought to. And we've had some discussions with Mr. Stokely in the past, and I've welcomed this input as well. If there are some specific measures that we can add some more detail to those commitments in the plan, we're happy to talk about those. I understand all the concerns with protection of the resources on the Trinity River system too. We hear those loud and clear. As we've spoken about in the past, this planning process is really focused on the Sacramento Delta watershed. We understand the interconnection between the two watersheds. We haven't undertaken the planning process that we would need to develop in-stream flow requirements and temperature management measures on the Trinity River system. That is something the board can do as part of a subsequent process, and I think the board welcomes comments and recommendations on how to go about doing that. So with respect to, I think the focus area should be, that we'd really like to dive into more deeply is how do we add some teeth and enforceable measures to the commitments in the plan to avoid redirected impacts? And then I think there's another conversation to be had with the board on whether and to what extent additional action should be taken related to, planning activities and implementation activities to address issues on the Trinity River specifically. So those are all things we're happy to discuss and welcome the expertise that Mr. Stokely has and others in the watershed. We are very interested in having those conversations, getting our modeling as correct as it can be, and including the best measures we can for the board's consideration.
Thank you for that, Ms. Riddle. And thank you again, Mr. Stokely, for your comments. And do know, I think we're doing our best in this plan to address some of the concern, and to Ms. Riddle's point, a more comprehensive look at the river and what it needs and what we can do would be needed to be part of another process, but committed to making sure that there aren't those redirected impacts, at least from this project, and doing what we can to address the concerns therein. So I appreciate it, Mr. Stokely. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that a separate Trinity River temperature proceeding was promised in Water Quality Order 8918 in 1989, and subsequently in Water Right Order 90-5 in 1990, and we're still waiting. If you had that in place, I probably wouldn't be talking to you today the way I am. So thank you.
Hear, hear. No, much appreciated. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to use this particular opportunity to just flag something that I flagged the first day for staff and my fellow board members as we try to take the comments and continue to adapt the proposal to get to a final. And one thing I believe I heard from staff and OCC, but I just want to make sure we've really looked at closely and tightened up, is to make sure that it's clear that nothing in this plan would prevent us from taking action on through a separate proceeding, as we just discussed, related to temperature, related to particular localized in-stream flows for the 8 years of the proposed VA, if it requires more water from VA parties. And I think that's extremely important. I remain concerned about that. And I just want to make sure, my understanding is nothing in here prevents that. In fact, I think we've talked a lot about the need to address temperature in additional proceedings, as well as looked at priority areas for in-stream flow. But I would like to just flag that as an area of continued look, in addition to what the chair said about, I think we have a prioritization process of the issues that we are taking on and the processes we're taking on. And I appreciate this, as we talk about next board meeting, our strategic priorities in the more immediate term. I hear the need to continue to address temperature on the Trinity.
Thank you so much, board member. And thank you again, Mr. Stokely. Ms. Chicazola. And again, don't worry about whatever the time says. You have the time you need. So thank you.
Hello. I'm going to wait for my presentation. Okay. And then I think that Morningstar will go on the next panel since she's been held up.
No problem. No problem in the least. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with the slideshow, but a couple of them are empty, which is not going to be helpful. So I'll have to. Okay, cool. So our slideshow is called A Call for Science and Community Input-Based Decision-Making from this board. And it is the same call we've been making since 2018. I think some of you were there, but at that point, I feel like the board did vote the right way. But here we are, no implementation to this day. So next slide. So the Bay Delta Plan now, and I'll be quick on this one because I think a lot of people have mentioned it. It's unenforceable, really. I mean, yes, there's some enforcement mechanism, but without clear in-stream flows and clear water quality standards, what is there to enforce? Like if we don't know what the VA is, what is there to providing what is there to enforce? I looked through a lot of the modeling, and the modeling actually shows the VA versus the shifting baseline, as was mentioned earlier, and does not compare the two different alternatives that is presented to this board, which leaves us with the question, what are the actual in-stream flows that the VA provides? We looked at the 2017 scientific basis report. It confirmed 75% of unimpaired runoff is needed to go into the San Francisco Bay and the Bay Delta. 55% was actually a compromise, and that now we're down to 35%. It's just not protective. And furthermore, looking at the baseline versus the VAs, we still see actual drops with the VAs in some of the watersheds. So actually the VAs are providing less water at certain times of year in certain watersheds rather than being additive. I also wanted to mention that we are not unsupportive of voluntary agreements necessarily. This process, since it started, we've lost 95% of spring run salmon since 2018 because there were not flows in place. And because of the fact that this board continually will let temporary urgency plans go forward and does not make it so we're actually protecting water quality and beneficial uses. So we can go to the next slide. I'm going to try to rush through it, but this that one graph did show that in the time that the salmon runs have gone down between 65 to 95%, depending on species, almond acreage and water use has gone up. And that is the direct consequence of the stalling that the VAs have caused. This is just since 2018 when phase 1 was passed that we've been using this data. So what is needed in a water quality control plan? Because I feel like maybe there should be a reminder. We should have updated and protective flow and water temperature objectives, full accounting of cumulative impacts and required water obligations, including tribal impacts and tribal water within there. And by cumulative impacts, I mean, okay, so now we're going to be allowing like future water users and future water rights to enter the VA. We know who's putting in for new water rights. We know what water rights proceedings are in front of us. We should be looking at the cumulative impacts because those are taking away from any VA benefits. Tribal beneficial uses should not just be established, but protected. It's just an exercise on paper if you don't actually protect them. There should be mitigation measures and with enforceable outcomes. And truthfully, any voluntary agreements that do not meet in-stream flow objectives and protect beneficial uses should be rejected. We've seen on the Scott River that we've been able to have, local cooperative solutions at times actually meet in-stream flow objectives. So it's not like it's not possible. And then we need explicit protection of the Trinity River, and we need to make sure that our beneficial uses on the Trinity and Klamath Rivers are protected. We can't continue to kick the ball down the road. So next slide. We've been commenting on this, like I said, for 8 years. We've now presented 4 times to this board. We've done written comments, and I don't feel like the plan has gotten any better, with the exception of adding cultural beneficial uses. But like I said, no protections. So what does it mean in the end? I think we need to go back to the 2017 scientific basis report and then go back to the VAs and just make sure that all the VAs actually meet in-stream flow requirements. And I'm going to go on because I have very limited time instead of reading everything.
Don't feel rushed at all, Ms. Chicazola. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So yeah, voluntary agreements, like I said, should meet in-stream flow and biological needs. You do have the opportunity to have voluntary agreements and in-stream flow criteria. It has happened, but what we've seen in other voluntary agreements, including like in this watershed, like in the upper watershed places like Battle Creek and Mill Creek, we've seen voluntary agreements be tried out. We've tried the experiment and they've failed to the point where there's single-digit numbers of salmon left in some of those watersheds and way less than hundreds. And I'm talking the last watersheds that provide for spring Chinook in the state of California. So this is a near extinction experience. And it's because we've tried this experiment. It does not work. Next slide. So now I want to go into some of the laws we should be looking at: water quality standards, TMDLs, 303D listings, including 4 temperatures in the Sacramento and the Delta, racial equity resolution and action plan. I feel like that includes that our input should be being worked into these plans. And I do want to mention the racial equity resolution still has that illegal and not true wording that tribes in California have lost water rights, even though we've been asking for that to be changed and providing case law that goes directly against it for 4 years now, I think. So, but still, the Racial Equity Action Plan does allow for our input to actually be worked into these. And then the California Endangered Species Act. And I think this is probably on my next slide, but I'll go into it now. It was mentioned that right now the Delta is regulated under the Endangered Species Act and federal laws. Those laws aren't here anymore. The Endangered Species Act has been gutted to the point where it almost doesn't even matter by the Trump administration. Not only that, but we now have Action 5, which puts way more water into the hands of not cities even, but just agriculture. So we are actually threatening our cities too by allowing the Trump administration to be a party to the VAs, the very people who said that they're not going to do early implementation and they're not going to engage and that they're going to take more water, and they didn't even allow for NEPA or public comment for Action 5. So really, this is the only place where we get to talk about the Endangered Species Act. We get to talk about the needs of the watershed, and we get to protect our fish and our water quality anymore, because NEPA is practically gone, or at least they're not following it. No more federal public comment, no more ESA. The Clean Water Act was just gutted. We're going to have offshore drilling now, which the salmon will also have to deal with. So you guys really are all we have to protect our fish and our water at this point, at least until Trump's gone. And it's going to take a long time to fix the damage he's done. So next slide. So yes, this is just some of the cumulative impacts. Action 5, the Trinity River is about to have a biological opinion. The climate change assessments, I have the Bay Delta plan, but Sites Reservoir, which I won't speak to. And then we also have the executive orders from the Trump administration. So it's a huge system, and it is all in danger. Anything that touches the federal government is in danger. But if this board had actual in-stream flow criteria, the federal government does have to follow that. So that's what we could have. And so then I'll just move on. So also we have a whole issue of the defunding of restoration, which was discussed, so I'll be really quick on this. But the Trump administration has pulled almost all the funding related to Klamath Dam removal, for instance, for restoration. It's pulled a lot of the funding for restoration on the federal level in the Delta, and it's pulled early implementation funding for this very VA. So to say that we're going to rely on habitat and then not require that habitat to actually be wet, which what is fish habitat if it's not wet, and not require that that habitat actually be funded? Like, what does that mean? I mean, it's just kind of empty promises if we don't have the federal government engaging. So with that, and I think this might be on my next slide, the Trump administration, the Bureau of Reclamation, should absolutely not be allowed to engage in the VAs and should have to go through the regulatory pathway. They have shown that they will not follow the VAs. They've shown they won't even care about the California Endangered Species Act or California cities. I mean, the state water operations are now threatened so that ag can come first because of the Trump administration. This is all kinds of stuff that I'll send you: harmful algal blooms, salinity, mercury concentrations, warmer temperatures. Pesticide impacts will be worse with less water. There'll be more salinity in the drinking water system. I think we know we're in a crisis, and in-stream flows, numeric in-stream flows and delta outflows is a way to pull ourselves out of this crisis. But I just thought it was really important to remind us what's at stake here as far as water quality, because we're not talking about that a lot. So next slide. So I think this is one of my final ones, and a lot of the photos aren't showing up, unfortunately, but they're photos of us doing our and engaging in our beneficial uses. These kids that spoke here today in the Delta, in the Trinity, on the river, we recreate in the Delta, we recreate in the tributaries, we fish in the tributaries, and people are very afraid of the toxic algae blooms, of getting sick. They're afraid that there's hardly any salmon left, that commercial fishing has been shut down for 3 years. Recreational fishing is no longer happening, which is decimating on Northern California economies. You know, we talk about economies and economic impacts, but it's not just agriculture, and especially not in the North State. You know, our rafting industries, our kayaking industries, our tourism industries, commercial fishing, it's what keeps our towns and our communities going. And, you know, subsistence fishing is what keeps food on the table. And these are all the beneficial uses are now at risk because we are not taking the regulatory pathway and we're not paying attention to the science in the Delta. And I think that's my last slide, correct? So in the end, you know, like I said, I've been coming here since 2018, including with like a lot of the different tribal members that are in the room right now and tribal representatives. You guys made the right decision in 2018, and it left room for voluntary agreements that met in-stream flows. And because of the pressure from the Newsom administration and water users, we've backed down. And it took 30 years to get here. And within that time, the water quality has degraded to the point where we no longer can enjoy the beneficial uses in the Delta, and we still don't have protections for the Trinity River. Westlands can engage in voluntary agreements, but we don't have protections for the Trinity. We need to do better. We're asking you to do better and to think of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chicazola, for your just continued leadership and voice. It means a lot, your organizing of the community and your consistency in your message and engagement with us. You know, it does pain me that you feel that we have not been responsive. We are continuing to try to be, and know that what I look forward to is further personal engagement on a number of points that you made. Just a lot of appreciation, because I know it's, the resources you put into this, your personal time, the impacts to your own family then, and I know the time that you put in all this, it means a lot, and just really appreciate your leadership in its scene.
Yeah, and just to clarify that I do feel like the board has made real steps to allow public engagement and to allow us to have our voices heard. And the Racial Equity Action Plan was a huge step forward. So I thank you for that. I'm just asking us to move past hearing us and to actually implement some of the things we're saying.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Looking to see other board members, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I just want to take this opportunity because I see a lot of folks in the room and I know there's a lot going on. So I just want to be able to keep listening today, but say a few words. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you for taking time and bringing your expertise and wisdom and voice to help us get the Delta on a better course. I think we've heard how much is at stake and, over already, and I think we'll, if the comment list is any indication, we will have heard from hundreds of people over the last 3 days, the vast majority of whom are really, really concerned with the voluntary agreement pathway and making sure that we have a enforceable regulatory program that can get us on the right track. And as we I think your participation and this engagement is an indication that despite years of frustration, you believe your voice matters and you believe in a public process. And I just want to say, as somebody that's been on the other side for most of my career and am now on this side of the dais, it really does. It really does. And I know it's frustrating that there's not, we're not doing everything that you all would like, and you feel like key changes aren't being made yet. But I also, I do want to reemphasize that we've had workshops, we've heard a lot, and we have made changes. I understand we haven't addressed all of the issues, and that's why there's another process, or there's continuing process to get more input. And I think there's a lot of really legitimate issues that you've brought through this process, and I know we'll continue to in the written comments. And it's our job to take those to heart and look at what needs adjustment. So we also need to be driving to update the plan. The status quo and continuing to delay updating the plan is only allowing parties to continue to take more and more flow. So I think we do need to, as the chair has said, make sure that we are moving swiftly from here to narrow down and adopt a framework that sets us up for success. That success, I fully agree, needs to have a very clear and implementable regulatory program. And I also think that the reality is that going to, full 55% unimpaired flow from where we are today would be a huge shock to the system of the majority of Californians that rely, at least in part, on water that goes through the Delta. And so what we have to do on this dais is balance not just the different needs, but make sure that we are able to move forward with whatever we adopt. And I've learned after I joined the board after 2018. So I've seen that we need to really think through that the framework that we're adopting allows for flexibility and a realistic pathway for folks to implement the kinds of changes that need to be made. I've also learned that it takes a really long time to get our clunky regulatory processes in place. So even if we adopted tomorrow a regulatory pathway, it would be years before we have been able to adopt the implementing methodology and curtailment regs that are needed to go along with that. So I do want to be clear with folks that my understanding of, how the chair has been reiterating is that we are moving forward with the regulatory pathway. And I really see the VA pathway as a chance to allow, in the more immediate term, some progress and benefits to move forward while we are also moving forward with those regulatory pathways that take time to get in place and to shift over to. It also gives the VA parties a chance to show if if they can be successful and be able to achieve the goals that they are they believe they'll be able to achieve. And I think that there's mixed, in the peer review on the VAs, there were mixed opinions on things, but there was agreement from everyone. And I think even probably agreement from the folks that have already testified that there's a benefit to species when we have coordinated flows that mimic the hydrograph, better mimic the hydrograph with habitat. And so long as the VAs really are an added flow, added habitat, I think they're in the immediate term, and allowing that to move forward is a net benefit for the fish. Now, I really do, it really resonates with me, the comments that folks have made both yesterday and today around, historic and continued feeling of exclusion and the reality of our water rights system, which really has been built on that, and whether and that we're complicit in continuing that system. And the reality is we are trying to implement the water rights system, and we are trying to make it work in a way that is more equitable, that is working within the tools that we have, and to make it work in ways that it hasn't before, so that we can have a more adaptive, effective, and ultimately equitable system. But we are limited by the laws that are in effect now. And I think the only way that we get things on course, be it this plan, be it the laws within our state, is by the work that you all are doing today and have done for years, despite frustrations, to make sure that people, decision makers like ourselves, really understand what's at stake, what the implications are. And I really appreciate everyone's work here. I very much take to heart the comments that you've had, and I look forward to talking more with our colleagues about, some direction that we want to give staff, to the extent that we're not taking any actions, certainly, but I think being able to have space for that discussion is really important today as part of that transparent decision making.
Definitely is. Thank you so much for all of that, board member. Much agreement. And this is a working board. When you see us here, this is the only time the five of us get to hear one another like this and get to, with all of you, try our best to come to some understanding and common consensus. Board Member Morgan.
And thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to thank you all for being here with us today. It really does mean a lot. I also just want to say, I hear and feel your words. I also just wanted to take a moment to apologize on behalf of the racial equity resolution team. I was a part of the team that drafted the language. And there was no no ill intent on the language. We really were trying to capture the historical wrongs to make sure that those were documented and the water board was acknowledging those historical wrongs. We did err in our language, and I apologize for that. That's something that should have been caught and should have been fixed prior to us sending it to this board for its adoption. We did not do that. And so that is on us, and I take responsibility for doing that as part of the team. I know my words do not right that wrong. I did want to acknowledge it as being part of that team. And I always try to learn from any wrongdoing and to always do better and take responsibility. So I did want to do that today and, apologize for, that unintentional error. It really, truly was meant to document the many wrongs that have been done to all communities of color and especially our tribes within California, so that we can learn from those lessons and we can continue to all do better. So my deepest apologies.
Thank you, board member. Thank you again, Mr. Chicazola, Mr. Mulcahy. I believe we have then another panel we may transition to. Okay. I believe next we have Nicole Whipple, Mariah De Jesus De Lin, Carla Rodriguez, and Victoria Martinez. And we'll take this next panel. I believe that is our then final panel, and we'll take a lunch and then come back from lunch and begin individual commenters. Hello, good morning to you all. Oh, make sure the mic is on. There's a little button, should be able to, it'll be green when it's live.
Okay,
So
is that
good
better?
to see you. Thank you for joining us here this morning.
All right, good morning to the members of the board, and thank you for allowing us to be here today. I appreciate your time. I'm here as a member of the Big Valley Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians, and I am in full support of the tribes to the north that are trying to protect their way of life. I come here today as a grandmother, a mother, an auntie, a friend, and so that I just want to speak a little bit on the longstanding, like generational trauma that the tribes have experienced, and which is one of the reasons why I think that we have questions about, these agreements that you're talking, the voluntary agreements that we're talking about today. If you look back at the historical trauma of the tribes, the land theft, and the reservation system, these reservation systems left us with very little land and on which to, subsist off of. And I think that, the salmon for the northern tribes is a really big, subsistence for them. And we're not only talking about recreational, but we're talking about their survival. As a member of the Big Valley Rancheria, it's like we have seen our own hitch put on the endangered species list. These were fish that had allowed us to continue to survive in times of famine. And we have seen what the degradation of the water has done to these particular fish. The erosion, the runoff of big ag, dilapidated septic systems around the lake, removal of our tules. So all of this stuff has has me coming here today to want to advocate and support those tribes that have just come before me and make sure that you hear our voices and you understand that there is all of this historical trauma and lack of trust of any governmental system, whether that's the federal system, whether that's the state system, or the local county systems. And I just want to be here to advocate and ask that there is some full transparency on the language that are going into these agreements. Excuse me. I'm just trying to get back here to my notes. I'm sorry.
No, sorry in the least.
Yeah, so also I'm just want to say that, with the panel that we have here today, we have members from the northern tribes, the central tribes, and the Southern California tribes here as part of this presentation to be able to advocate for for the tribes that are just north of us. Yeah, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mahim, Santamana Kekanema, Nicole Anna, Round Valley Ke Anna. My name is Nicole Whipple, and I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes. I am also a water protector and advocate with Save California Salmon. And if we can go ahead and start the next slide, we are here to talk about the rights of water. And, very thankful for all of our strong matriarchal women that are here representing our waterways. And so I, shared a few slides to talk about a little bit about how our tribal communities work. You've heard a lot of, about how our tribal communities are impacted, but to be sitting amongst women and working with women like Ms. Tishizola, Morningstar is one of our board members. We have Chief Kalain Six. I've gotten the opportunity to work with Karina Gold. We have Marva Jones. All of these women who are advocating and fighting for our waterways and our tribal beneficial uses. Cecile Wiley was, very adamant about working on TBUs, and thank you for accepting those. But there clearly is a lot more work to do for those TBUs to be recognized in all of our basin plans. But, this our work that we do as women advocates, that is just, again, going back to that language. We've heard over and over again about how the language and the terminology is different from the way that we actually live our lives in our matriarchal societies. My connection to the Bay Delta is a little bit of history about myself is that as a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, we are part of the Nome Cult, which is the California Trail of Tears history, basically. So my grandfather was made it. He's, I'm here because my grandfather was able to make it at 8 years old with his grandmother from the valley over into Round Valley. So my ancestral ties and the way that our matriarchal societies work is that we follow our mother, and our grandmothers. And my grandmother was Konkal, Maidu, Nomolaki, and Wintun. And so we are connected to, the areas of, the Wintun tribes and the Maidu tribes and the Nomolaki tribes, which all are connected to the Sacramento and the Bay Delta, Feather River, all of these river systems. And so it means a lot for me to be able to stand up and fight for the rights of the water for our indigenous First People. My father, my paternal side, is from Round Valley, which is a Yuki. I'm a Yuki descendant, and we are also fighting for our rights on the Eel River, free the eel. But that means my ancestral ties are from the Nevada border to the Pacific Ocean. But when we talk about rematriation, it's us, our women, who stand up to speak on what is needed and how to protect our waterways. And I thank you for speaking out on the racial equity plan, because I've sat on many boards and many panels, and we have many allies, especially with my tribe from Round Valley. Our allies are all of BIPOC organizations and the caucuses. But, when I do go to these places, being the Indigenous First People, I'm always the minority in the BIPOC. And so I appreciate you pointing that out, because it is time for our Indigenous people to be uplifted in that BIPOC forum, because that is the way that we're moving. We respect and that we are all underserved and in need of this rematriation and healing within our matriarchal societies. Next slide. So one of the things, I wear many hats, as I've already explained, but one of them is I'm also a cultural burner. I'm also, right now, I work for the Big Valley Rancheria, and I'm blessed to have met Carla and her sons. Her sons are um, my part of our fire crew, cultural fire crew. And we started our fire crews together as I went boots on the ground, because it is my belief that I can't write and do policy and advocating unless I'm on the ground first. And so I went into training, and then now I work with the Big Valley Rancheria EPA department under Sarah Ryan, who I'm sure you are fully all aware of all of her great work that she has been doing in Clear Lake and in all over the state. But, she is one of my mentors that I also look up to in understanding all of these processes. And if at any second I can ask her a question and she just has all the answers, which is beautiful. But, one of the things that we had got to speak on and talk about when I talk about water quality, well, as a cultural burner, it was, I find it very important to explain. Carla spoke a little bit about Big Valley and the land theft and the land grabs. Well, that's what's happening right now. Yesterday, we heard the Solano County elected officials speak about how Clear Lake is included. Well, Clear Lake is, our tribal represent. So I am from Round Valley, Mendocino County. Explained to all the other places, I reside in Lake County and work for the Big Valley tribe under a CAL FIRE grant, which is a multi-tribal organizational grant. But in that work that I do, I've had to learn how, when we talk about fighting for the hitch and the hitch passages, when we talk about the lifeline, we heard yesterday again the elected officials from Yolo and Solano talking about how Cache Creek is the lifeway. But they failed to recognize that that's the lifeway of the indigenous tribal people from Elam, from Khoi, from Big Valley to Middletown. Those are our historical traditional families, and they have been completely neglected and left out from these conversations, and the waterways are just completely depleted. And that is our lifeway on the lake. And so when, we talk about how, again, just, making my connection to why it's important for not a Bay Delta tribe, but our families are all connected. There were conversations yesterday about fire, about the need for having more water for fire, but what's happening with the ag seems to be the priority. And, I've spoke to you before about how I feel about like putting two and two together as to why we are so sick, why we have all these cancers, and why is our water so bad. It's because we have all this ag runoff in our water systems. We have diversions that are creating fire fuels. So when we have the people from Napa talking about how they're so fearful of having these fires and fire mitigation, you have to understand that when you deplete a riparian system, which is supposed to have riparian fire adapted plants in it so that you can divert it to go water ag, you're going to have problems. You're going to have fuel. You're going to have invasive species. And it's unfortunate that, again, we need to go back to talk about cultural surveys and tribal beneficial uses, because the health of the native plants is equally as important as the species that are listed on the endangered species list, but those things are not recognized yet. I'm going to go ahead and pass it on so I don't take up too much time. But, I brought many relatives here from the north and the south because I think it's very important that you hear from our Southern California family members on how they don't agree with the fact that it's okay to take from our Northern California families to deplete our water so that ag can survive in California.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wivel. It's really good to see you. Thank you just for your incredible words.
Thank you. Do you want to talk on water quality, or do you want to go into the next slide? Can we go to the next slide?
Hi, everyone. Normally, I don't need a mic. Normally, I have like a PA system in my throat. My name is Maria Dolan. I am an enrolled member of the India Apache Nations. I am Apache of the Chiricahua Band. I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you, Nicole, for bringing me here. We come here today as Native women from tribal communities across California and beyond. We're not here as representatives of any one tribe in particular. We're here as community members, mothers, as Carla said, aunties, grandmas, cultural carriers, women leaders in our tribal communities, and just people who live with the consequences of the water decisions being made without regard for the original people of this land. We're here because many of our relatives can't be here, and we speak from their heart, from the heart, from our ancestors, those living in the present and for those from the generations that are yet to come. Today, many cannot be here because they're working, they're caregiving, surviving, living in rural places without transportation, and living across the U.S. into the Mexican border, where, crossing is just simply not safe. However, our people depend on the very decisions regarding our water that are made here by the individuals in these very rooms without the proper consent or consultation and inclusion of our people. And we carry their voices with us today. We speak with humility and responsibility and love for our communities, and we speak with one clear message, that the voluntary agreements must be removed, or at least, from the Bay Delta area.
Hello, everybody. Is my thing on? Can you hear me? My name is Victoria Martinez. I'm from the Southern California region, Gabrielino Tongva tribe, and I'm also Pit River. And I just come from the tribal community in Southern California. And I also carry the Pit River roots from the north. Like many people today, my family's story spans regions from the concrete of Southern California to the rivers of Northern California. People assume this because we live in the city, our water issues don't affect us, but Southern California drinks Delta water. Our native families drink the Delta water. When the Delta is unhealthy, our people feel it hundreds of miles away. And for those of us who have ties to Northern California, like my Pit River families, we feel that impact is twice. We see the harm to the Trinity and the Klamath systems, and we see the harm to the water we drink in the South. The voluntary agreements were negotiated without our people. They prioritize subsidized corporate agriculture over rivers, fish, and our communities. They do not protect water quality for urban families who already face environmental injustice, and they do not protect the rivers of our northern relatives who depend on. We cannot support a plan that excludes our voices and puts our health at risk.
So I come from the Chiricahua band of Apache people, like I mentioned. And our roots stretch across from what is now the U.S.-Mexico border. The border is political. It's not cultural, not spiritual, not ecological. Our families, our ceremonies, our languages, and our responsibilities exist on both sides. Water moves the same way our people move. It travels from the north, from Northern California down through the Central Valley into the Southern California and continues into Mexico. And water from Mexico moves north as well. These waterways carry life, memory, and responsibility across the landscapes that have always been connected. These voluntary agreements ignore the reality. They ignore the families who live on both sides of the borders. They ignore the interconnectedness of our ecosystems. They ignore the fact that the water decisions made here for the community is far beyond this building. Voluntary promises cannot protect cross-border communities. We need enforceable protections that honor the movement of the water and the movement of our people for our relatives in the U.S. and in Mexico. So I'll pass it back over to you, Nicole. Or
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry that we were kind of off of from our slides. We kind of, came.
No, sorry in the least.
Okay.
The
So
importance is your voice and your shared experience and wisdom here. So thank you.
thank you. So, just tying back to, I spoke a little bit about the Native American cultural resources that are, not necessarily included in all of these places and spaces and all the ancestral ties of all the tribal people who are in the water, in the basin and the watershed. We can go on to the next slide. Um, but I did talk a little bit about the restoration. We talked a lot about restoration projects, and in those restoration projects, again, being a cultural burn, I'm a project coordinator for Big Valley under a CAL FIRE grant. And when we talk about those restoration projects, there was again talk about fire mitigation and restoration, and we have to really think about those surveys as to, every one of us, we are Indigenous First People, but we all come from different ways. And every place, what's the most beautiful thing about California is that, you know, is that the diverse, not only diversity, but the ecosystem, and we can't just choose one style or form of agreement. And so I'm glad to hear that, you're talking about both regulatory as well as, getting those flows. But I don't believe that just, automatically doing these projects that don't include Indigenous people's voices and surveys in the restoration projects, because each area is very, very unique and very, very diverse. And so we have to have these surveys from Indigenous people leading and guiding as to what it is, again, that is native to the area, what is going to make these fire buffers. And also, again, when we talk about, I live in Lake County, and the entire place is supposed to be a riparian area. Eel River, the entire area is a riparian area. So when we talk about fire, we're talking about we have to stop killing our riparian areas if we want to mitigate fire. And the restoration projects have to be specific to the regions and the ecosystems in that area, because they are all very different. Every one of us smudges and sages and, has sages, but they're all extremely different. And we have, we know that, we learn that. That's our Indigenous knowledge that needs to be included when working with these restoration projects. Next slide. We talked about Indigenous food sovereignty. Again, I have much heartfelt love for Carla and her sons. My gifted name is that I was given. It is customary for us to receive have namings as children, and mine was Little Girl from Where the Tulies Grow. And that was gifted to me by my grandfather because in Round Valley, it was known to have been full of tulies. Today, you won't find any tulies in Round Valley, but in Lake County, where I'm at, I've had the opportunity to work on some seed propagating and transferring of tulies, which is a staple throughout the continent. You know, it's not only in California, but of all Indigenous people. And so for the first time when I was on with my fire crew and training with Carla's sons, I got to eat tule for the first time. And it was a beautiful, beautiful thing that her son was able to show me how his ancestors gathered and ate and what places to eat. But the sad part about that story, you know, me being so connected and wanting to learn more about the Tulia, the name that I had been gifted, was that we both stood there after he was like so excited to share that with me. We both stood there in Clear Lake and we were both like, had to think, is it safe? Is this indigenous staple food safe? Should we? And we looked at each other at the same time and we're like, and you know, we're looking at our relatives from Middletown and from around the lake, like, you know, he's looking at them like, can I feed this to her? And they're like, look at me like, are you willing to do it? And I was like, well, I really wanted to try it and I was excited to learn, but I did eat it. It was delicious. But those are the things that we are sacrificing is our food staples and our food sovereignty when our waterways are destroyed and damaged. You know, this is a picture of my father. And, you know, we've talked, it's not only, you know, him and the elders out on the Abalone Point or West Point area, surf fishing. And so when we talk about, you know, the connections, again, the waterways, the reason why I connected so deeply with Karina Gold was because I got to interview her in my work with Save California Salmon, and she talked about how the smelt used to run like it was, you can walk on it and you could just see silver smelt all over. And it was like, you know, I feel the same way because we grew up eating surffish and now we're struggling on our coast to even get some of the surffish. The plate there is food offered by Marva Jones, who is, you know, one of the only families in her nation, in her area, who are, you know, passing on that food sovereignty of how to prepare these small fish, which are equally as important to as any of our other salmon and indigenous foods. But, you know, it just really want to keep reiterating how important it is that we be included in the understanding of the wellness and the health of our people is dependent on indigenous food sovereignty and food staples that are, you know, tied to our entire continent, our entire world, and the indicator species. You know, we have acorns, elderberry, all of these different things that we are in need of. Next slide.
I really do appreciate that you mentioned how we're all unique and individual, no matter how similar our tribes are. Every single tribe has its own distinct individual needs, and so I really appreciate that you did point that out, and I believe you had a question for them.
Sorry, not so much a question, but I just kind of wanted to respond to Board Member Firestone's comments earlier about, you know, to fully evaluate and create a regulatory framework to move forward in good faith with all the tribes that respect us as tribal citizens and tribal communities. You know, the tribes that are here today, we're here because we want to advocate to be able to keep our tribal pathways alive and invite members of this board to come out into our communities to see how our relationship with the land, with the water, with our food sources, and how important that is to us as tribes, and to be able to, you know, maintain a healthy environment and feel included in your guys' regulatory framework process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next slide. I'm sorry, we're going to go ahead and go through these slides, this was more, we have plenty of executive orders. We have the Fish and Game Code that all include are not, everybody's fairly familiar with. I really appreciate Regina pointing out that, all of our tribal people, when we were moved and forced onto reservations, or some of us taken from our reservations, are not being recognized today. None of us gave up our water rights. And that, Mr. On the tribal board yesterday, we heard how important from Calusa and from our far north relatives that, it needs to be understood and told over and over again that, it may be your job and your duty today to oversee the water rights, which we understand is a struggle. But just to be clear and to be frank, none of us gave any of our water rights away. And so we really want to be here side by side as, taking, I have to reiterate, we're tired of consultation, and we're tired of, and, I really appreciate your comment as well as being on the other side. It's like, it's no different for our sovereign governments. I really, really, truly admire and appreciate my tribal government, because I know that there are some tribal governments who feel obligated to only allowing their elected officials to speak and to be present. And while I depend upon my tribal officials to make our decisions, they depend upon us to be making public comments and being out in the speaking on the needs of our people. And so I appreciate your comments as well, Ms. Firestone, of being on both sides and recognizing that we do have a dual citizenship when it comes to being constituents of the state as well as tribal members. Next slide. I'm going to go ahead and let Morningstar speak next on, what she wants to share. But, again, I just want to say, Yakwi Kekanema, thank you in our Northern Pomo language to my relatives. And, in our language, we, it has been taught to me by some of our linguists that, we are all one people. We are all here together, and that we don't have friends. We are all relatives. And so that's why I use Kekanema. You are my relatives. We are in this work together. And I want to express, sincere gratitude and thank you to our women advocates, again, our matriarchs, and our the practice of our traditional ways in leading and fighting for our waterways. Together we are one people. Poinom Poyom is Yuki, one people, one fire. And Kariwirim, walk well.
Thank you so much to you and to the women leaders here. Again, your voices are so critical to us, and what we need to continue to keep an eye on is how we continue to move forward, so we have progress in the discussions we're having here. So thank you for your just incredible leadership collectively here and individually. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Ms. Galley, so good to see you.
Chimisanwi, Morningstar Galley, Ilik Atake Chi'i, Ma'ajumawi is Chi'i. My name is Morningstar Galley, and I am a member of the Ajumawi Band of the Pitt River Tribe. And am here today again on behalf of Save California Salmon. Have been here since 2017, providing public comments. I also work for the International Indian Treaty Council since 2008. I have served as the California Tribal and Community Liaison, and in 2022, formed an organization called Indigenous Justice. And so happy to be here today, and apologies that I missed the last panel. We're doing double duty with the City and County of San Francisco. And so I was there, and thank you for the time being extended to talk about tribal rights, beneficial uses, and consultation. If we can go to the next slide, please.
No apologies in the least, and thank you for the flexibility as well.
Thank you so much. And so I want to start in the right to water to talk about what rights-based approaches are in an international Indigenous rights framework. And so our rights as Indigenous peoples, our rights for all peoples in terms of human rights, they are inalienable and inherent. They are passed down to us from the Creator. No one can take them from us. No one can grant them to us, but they are violated. And as we see, in what's happening with tribal beneficial uses, and we see what's happening with these voluntary agreements, the violations are happening on an everyday basis. Indigenous peoples' rights to water are those human rights under an international law, according to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which was adopted by my tribe, by Pit River Tribe, in 2012. Indigenous peoples have inherent rights to their traditionally owned or used lands, territories, and waters. This includes rivers, aquifers, wetlands, and coastal waters, as cited in Articles 25 and 26. Next slide, please. Water is not a commodity. It is a sacred, cultural, and intergenerational. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recognizes that Indigenous peoples' spiritual relationship to water and our responsibility to protect it for future generations, that Indigenous peoples have the right to govern and protect our water systems. This includes the right to own, use, develop, control, conserve, and restore waters and water ecosystems. That any projects impacting Indigenous waters requires free, prior, and informed consent. As we're all aware, that did not take place in the state of California, as California was founded on the genocide and erasure of California Indian peoples. Dams, diversions, and groundwater extraction, hydropower, mining, and water privatization cannot proceed without Indigenous consent. That states must recognize Indigenous law and water tenure systems, as UNDRIP requires fair processes that respect Indigenous customs, governance, and decision-making, not unilateral state allocation. That water protection is inseparable from health, food systems, and survival. The UNDRIP affirms that Indigenous peoples' rights to subsistence, health, sanitation, and culturally appropriate living conditions, that each are dependent on clean water. We can go to the next slide, please. I think that's a picture of us from 2017. The voluntary agreements and consultation, that voluntary agreements cannot replace Indigenous rights. Agreements that exclude tribes or pressure them into compromise do not meet UNDRIP standards unless they are entered freely with full information and without coercion. Consultation is not consent. UNDRIP makes it clear that consultation alone is insufficient, that free, prior, informed, and informed consent is the legal and ethical threshold for water-related decisions, that agreements must be Indigenous-led, enforceable, and rights-based. Anything less risks legitimizing continued water extraction, ecological collapse, and treaty violations. How does this impact our Northern California rivers? These are the real-world impacts that we are seeing, that Northern California rivers are at the center of this crisis. Rivers such as the Klamath, Sacramento, San Joaquin, Trinity, Pit River, Eel, and McCloud are Indigenous lifelines. Culturally, spiritually, and economically, that water diversions and over-allocation have caused real harm. We have seen the salmon collapse, toxic algae blooms, mercury contamination, and dry riverbeds directly impacting tribal food systems, ceremony, and health. As Ms. Whipple was mentioning about eating the tule from the Clear Lake area, my youngest daughter is here. Her family is Elam Pomo, and every time she goes to visit her grandparents, every time she's brushing her teeth, we know that there is 100 times the standard of safe mercury that our children are using to, for everyday washing their face and brushing their teeth. Our children are navigating challenges such as being legally blind and legally deaf, and they think that it's a connectivity issue in terms of the connectivity of their tissue and denigration of that. Indigenous peoples are being asked to absorb the consequences of systems that we did not design. And while corporations and agribusiness benefit, tribes are left defending rivers for everyone. That protecting rivers is our treaty responsibilities. This is not charity. That treaties under Article 6, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution, treaties are the supreme law of the land, and so that these are constitutional violations that are taking place. And UNDRIP reinforces those states' obligations to uphold Indigenous water rights. In closing, Indigenous peoples are not stakeholders. We are rights holders. Any water policy, voluntary agreement, or climate solution that ignores the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is incomplete and unjust. That protecting rivers is protecting our lives. And when Indigenous water rights are upheld, ecosystems recover, communities survive, and future generations inherit something worth protecting. Indigenous peoples' right to their traditional territories, lands, and waters. That is recognized that Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinctive spiritual and material relationship with our sacred lands, territories, waters, coastal seas, and other resources which we have traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used. And that this underscores Indigenous stewardship and cultural rights related to water systems in terms of protection of resources and the environment as part of Indigenous rights. The Declaration states that Indigenous peoples have the right not only to their territories, but also to conserve, restore, and protect total environment and productive capacity of our lands, territories, and resources, which include the waters and water ecosystems. This provision supports Indigenous authority over water quality, conservation, and natural resources decision-making. Can we go to the next slide, please? And so this is information on tribal engagement. I can provide my comments in writing if that is helpful. And I believe, do we have one more slide after this? This speaks to some of the working group and the challenges that we have had in navigating these plans. You know, we come here and provide public comment, but as it was stated earlier, you know, there is an expectation that we are here on behalf of speaking as tribal members, that we have a responsibility to be here. We have a responsibility to continue to provide information such as this, as the violations of continued violations when it comes to Indigenous peoples' rights and international Indigenous rights-based frameworks. And I think is there one more here? There might be one or two more slides. So here are our recommendations. Once again, the Water Board should incorporate specific TK policy, traditional ecological knowledge, policies and guidelines in protection of tribal fishing and water rights under guidance from tribes, inclusion, meaningful engagement, and decision-making capabilities to tribes, again, consultation, and coordination, and that the voluntary agreements are exclusionary and directly harmful to tribes and should only be used to meet regulatory goals, and tribes should be consulted and their input should be incorporated into voluntary agreements, and that, you know, our Indigenous science-based flows are best to protect those tribal beneficial uses. So I know that was a little lengthy. Thank you so much for your time, and it's an honor to be here with these water protectors.
It's an incredible honor to have you all here, and that wasn't lengthy and really appropriate. And especially at the end, you know, your summary of requests. I'd love to follow up one-on-one with you on how we can make sure we fulfill as much we can, all of that. I think especially incredibly committed to figuring out how we continue to bridge here on the Bay Delta plan. But to your point, the scope and scale of the need and the engagement here with tribal communities is far broader. And so committed there as well. You know, I often remark we're fortunate at the State Water Resources Control Board here in California because we are a bit of a unique institution when you look at the way other states manage water quality, water rights, drinking water regulations. Oftentimes those are split off into different agencies and making, you know, folks have to go to different agencies to get different aspects of what is really important to have holistic management around. But we oversee all three of those regulatory spaces. And so there's a lot of other surface area, including progressing on tribal beneficial uses, that completely committed to making sure and understanding and protecting tribal water rights and expanding those. My time on the federal side, understand when it comes to federally reserved rights and tribes needing to have a land base in order to even tie those two, that means that there are a number of tribes out there that don't have that as a pathway to tribal water rights. And I think there is an opportunity to figure out how we continue to do better here. And again, across this board's authorities, you have my commitment in making sure we do that. And here in the Bay Delta Plan is then as well, in figuring out what best we can make sure we do here and how we more comprehensively ensure that we have the right relationship. This has been incredibly meaningful and helpful to me to hear your voices, your powerful voices, and just thank you for that time. And I know it takes a lot of time to travel here, to participate in person. All of the sacrifice and your own time and family and resources is just seen and really appreciated in this space.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
I just
And
wanted to, follow up with, I really appreciate Morningstar pointing out, when we talk about the Clear Lake Basin is that, the amount of mercury, the loads that are being poured into the Cache Creek, when we talk about a lifeline, it's like, how do you not observe and be considerate of the people in Lake County who are suffering from the water there, and then want to continue to take it and put it into another river system, and the permitting process and that is not very adequate as well. So
Appreciate that flag. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I'm further reminded is this institution was created because of crisis and urgency. There were no effective statewide programs to reduce pollution, to start to get a handle on what has been an incredible, to your well articulation, degradation of what historically, for millennia, time immemorial, this land had seen. And so reminded here of the current and ongoing crisis we're part of, and the fact that we as an institution are doing our best to wrap our arms around that. But just thank you. It means a lot.
Thank you.
thank you.
Anything further from fellow board colleagues before we let folks get to lunch? And seeing none, just thank you again. Look forward to the continued discussion here. Let's get to lunch, and then we will come back here then at, oh gosh, at this point, let's just say 1:30. We'll just call it at 1:30. Come back to lunch after lunch, and we'll move into individual commenters. Thank you again for just an incredible morning and a lot to continue to listen to. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're at 1:35. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Appreciate everyone returning here. What we'll now do is move into our individual commenters. We've finished with our panels for here this last day. I'm going to prioritize people that are here in person. I want to thank everyone that's joined us virtually as well. And I will assume you have a bit more flexibility than folks that have been able to join us here in person. So I appreciate you all hanging on as we try to get through folks that have joined us here. With that, again, I have a general list of in-person individuals that signed up, and I imagine that not all of them are here. So what I'll do is, again, if you are looking to provide individual comment, just kind of come up closer to the mic, and we'll just take each person as they come up. And please do remember to introduce yourself and any affiliation you might have, just so that we can, the court recorder can make sure and take folks' names and attribute your comments accordingly. With that, look to the room to see if anyone would like to pop up and provide individual. Please come up. Oh, how many minutes? 3 minutes will be provided each person. Yeah, I think we have somewhere around 120 individuals signed up for the day. We'll see how many of them all are both, and that's both virtual and in person. We'll see how many we have and how many we get through. But 3 minutes for now, I think should be good. Good to see you.
My name is Jan Warren. I'm a person of faith who lives in Contra Costa County. I've been supporting Save the Delta since 2009. Our nation seems to be going through a period of time when the sanctity of all living things has been diminished, and where so many things are commodified, even water. Many have highlighted the substantial evidence that demonstrates that from 50 to 60% of unimpaired water flow is necessary for juvenile fall run Chinook salmon. We know that they need cold water and a consistent flow to be healthy and ultimately to survive. Habitat is an important part of the story. Chinook salmon spend their developmental stages first when newly hatched, living in gravel with a large yolk sac for nutrients. That first spring, they are in freshwater rivers before adapting to saltwater and moving to estuaries like the Delta and then the ocean. They spend 1 to 6 years in the ocean before returning to rivers and large tributaries to spawn and die in freshwater. Once they spawn, the adults die. Their carcasses provide vital nutrients for the river ecosystem and may feed juvenile salmon from the previous year still living in the fresh water. They can migrate up to 2,000 miles to reach their native spawning grounds. A lot of them don't make it to the ocean, and a lot of them don't make it back to spawn because somewhere along the way, their habitat is not healthy. In 1994, the Sacramento River winter run Chinook were officially listed on the endangered species list. The Delta smelt went from threatened in 1993 to endangered to extinct in the wild. Salmon like the Delta smelt are telling us we're diverting too much water. Our ecosystem is in danger. No VAs, no tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here in person with us and providing your comments. Looking to the room again, if there is anyone else that would like to provide individual comment currently. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Molly Colton. I'm speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club California and our 500,000 members and supporters statewide when I say please reject the VA pathway and implement a regulatory pathway based on the best available science. The best available science tells us unimpaired flows of 55% or more in the Sacramento River and its tributaries, no matter the precipitation level and dryness of the water year, is the bare minimum needed to sustain the system. Anything less will further degrade the Delta ecosystem and increase proliferation of harmful algal blooms and warm water temperatures. Habitat restoration is not a substitute for science-based flow standards. We urge the board to adopt a science-backed, enforceable regulatory pathway that does not rely on faulty and inadequate voluntary agreements. You've heard a lot of comments this week. the vast majority of which have been critical of the voluntary agreements and skew heavily in favor of adopting a regulatory pathway for management of the Bay Delta. In fact, there has not been a single member of the public who has commented in support of the VAs that wasn't on a water agency's payroll. The question I have for you now is, who are you going to listen to? You will be taking a side with this decision, and you will either side with corporate agriculture and big business water interests, or be on the side of the environment, tribal nations, and normal everyday people who live, recreate, and depend on not only the Delta, but all of California's river and land systems. The second question I have for you is, who do you answer to? We know the voluntary agreements have been a priority of the Newsom administration, and I understand the pressure that you've been under, but that is not an excuse to abdicate your responsibility to preserve and protect this critical ecosystem, the heart of California's water system, from unsustainable water diversions. California has the opportunity to become a leader for sustainable and equitable water management that benefits all users, not just the ones who fund electoral campaigns or have the power to appoint water board officials. This is an opportunity to right historical wrongs. Current and future generations will be affected by the decision you make for decades to come. Please make the right decision. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
And thank you for those comments, Ms. Colton. Thank you for being here with us. Next, if anyone would like to come up, yes, please.
Sorry. Mahim, Nadia Ana, Chrot Haik A Ana, Ami A, Juan Soria na, Mishmakan Ke Mona, Nicole Whipple na, Chrot Haik A Mana. Hello, my name's Nadia Whipple. I am from Round Valley, and my dad is Juan Soria from Mishmakan. My mom is Nicole Whipple, and she's from Round Valley as well. And what is voluntary and who? Voluntary for who? If frontline communities, tribes, and fishermen aren't meaningfully consulted, is it voluntary? Is it imposed? The Bay Delta Plan prioritizes water exports over people, salmon, and the river itself. Our rights are not optional. Healthy rivers meaning living fish, protected culture, and real consent. Protect our river, protect our fish, protect our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whipple. Really appreciate your voice here. Anyone else here in person would like to comment?
Thank you. My name is Ron Skaggs, and I live in the city of Stockton. I've lived there for a little over 20 years. I was born and raised in the Fresno area. My first relationship with the Bay Delta was when I was young, but I didn't know it. I was fishing with my grandfather and great-grandfather out of Eureka. My great-grandfather told the stories of when he started fishing, he could catch as many fish, salmon, as he wanted inside the bay. And then later it was outside of the bay. And then it was 3 salmon per day. And then it was 3 per week. And then it was none eventually. I've not had the chance to fish with relatives for a long time. When I moved to Stockton, I got more familiar with the Bay Delta issues because of living there. Some of our tap water comes from there. I've taken my own boys canoeing in the sloughs in the area. I watched the vegetation as it's taken over some of our waterways. I watched the water quality go down. I watched the salmon season shrink and shrink to nothing. So today I'm asking you to reject the voluntary agreements, go back to a minimum flow of between 55 and 65%, and take the health of the Bay Delta seriously for all Californians, and we believe it can be a balanced approach. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you for yours as well, and for being here in person and contributing to today's discussion. Welcome, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosie Whipple. I'm a Round Valley tribal member and a descendant of Scotts Valley, of the Scotts Valley tribe. I am a cultural firelighter and stand steward I am only 11 and I know VAs are wrong. Healthy rivers mean healthy plants. VAs create fire fuels by killing the plants. I want all our rivers to be safe and healthy for our people, animals, and plants. VAs will ruin our rivers and water, and I'm here to help stop.
Thank you so much, Rosie. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you for those words. All right, looking to others here in person that would like to provide individual comment. Please step right up, Dr. Conrad.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the board. It's really been an honor to be here the last few days and today, and I appreciate a lot of gratitude for the way that you run these proceedings and honor all the public comment. My name is Louise Conrad. I am with the California Department of Water Resources, and I have the honor of serving as a lead scientist. A focus area for my work is co-leadership of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Science Committee. And what a big charge we will have if the revised plan as drafted is adopted. It's no secret or that it is going to be a huge challenge to evaluate the ability of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes assets to provide benefits for native fishes. And I wanted to just say a few remarks that get to some of the points that have been coming up that regard the science over the last few days. One of them just came from actually day one. There was a lot of discussion about the need, and I think it's been continuing over the last few days, the need for enforceability. And I think others have commented that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes parties, including Department of Water Resources, are very willing to engage in this really important aspect. We do agree this is a critical part that the measures are enforceable, and part of that gets to the science because we do need to develop targets that we can track effectively. Board Member Firestone, you mentioned the importance of performance tracking metrics for habitat projects. We agree this is really, really important, and the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Plan, as we presented previously to this board, contains a draft metrics that would be submitted to the board for habitat as well as flow metrics, flow measures. And this does adopt a tiered structure so that we can get to kind of disentangle some of the complexity around evaluating this. We are grateful for the revised plan does mention the need and requires these targets to be developed, and we are grateful for the additional time that's been added for us to do this in collaboration with others. That's a really important part of the revision, and we welcome the chance to work collaboratively to do this. And hearkening back to your remarks at the beginning of today, Chair Esquivel, the need to build bridges. And I see in the revised plan a number of places where there are vehicles to do this. And I am grateful and very willing to work collaboratively with opposing parties to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program to do this, and hope that science can be a venue for us to work together. This could be about developing the targets. It can be about how we evaluate the metrics, and I'm just very grateful for the work that you've done to put those pieces in place for us, and I wanted to express a commitment to following through with that. So thank you for your work, and thanks for the chance to comment.
Thank you as well, Dr. Conrad, for those words and that commitment. I think there is an opportunity here. You know, my concern, I'll say, and I think I said this at previous workshops, is that if you look at work in the Delta and the Accords and the CalFed program prior, it hasn't necessarily, and I feel it here, provided us the ability to with certain, and the certainty that Mother Nature will provide, but some certainty that we are really improving, those conditions. And I think that my concern here is that potentially the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes kind of program, the science, the governance, the monitoring would be somehow kind of separate or outside of what the board is doing. and want to ensure that through the Bay Delta plan update, we really are wrapping our arms around all this. As you well know, the Interagency Ecological Program and some of the old mechanisms by which a lot of this collaborative science was done previously have kind of fallen down the wayside, and really feel this is our opportunity to have a robust Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, but that it be nested in a larger oversight that this board continues to have an engagement, and not have it kind of siloed out in kind of a space. And so I think to the extent that there is opportunity to take a look at that, make sure the structure is one that gives confidence to tribes, water users, everyone, that we are moving in unison, and it won't just kind of be a separate project outside of the board's scope and role, I think will be really important. And so just thank you for the commitment to work further with tribes to bridge. For me, again, I think part of that bridging is just ensuring that if this board moves forward with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, it isn't just kind of this separate outside other process that kind of reports to the board, but instead is a holistic approach with the board in its totality when you look at the update of the Bay Delta plan and the Bay Delta kind of monitoring program that has been, the BD map, I think it's called, that's been referenced. So just making sure that all those things work together so that we are here in the future in a better place to be making more definitive decisions, I think is going to be really important.
Agree. If I may,
Please,
not
yeah,
to take too
thank
much
you.
time.
No, this is, thank you. I
I-
appreciate the back and forth.
I completely agree that, and the way that it is coming together in the draft allows for that collaboration and that it to be really done in a transparent public space with the board. We do have written comments that we will be submitting with some suggestions for how to further improve it. That includes clear development of a roadmap for how the revision and review of monitoring programs would be developed, and having that as a product in the early years of implementation, so that there is a very transparent and collaboratively developed agreement on how we're going to move forward with those reviews. I think that's really important. I did have another thought, about regarding the Interagency Ecological Program. You may know that this is one of the ways that I've professionally grown up in my career, is by interacting with and being part of the science that has occurred as part of the Interagency Ecological Program. So I have watched changes occur. I also see that the Interagency Ecological Program is still very much alive. And in terms of the collaborative science that happens at project work teams and at the annual workshop, which is again occurring this year, I believe in April, or maybe March, sorry, should know. I will be there. Those fundamental pieces, while the governance there's been a lot of discussions about that, those fundamental pieces of the active work of scientists and coming from different agencies to work together is still very much alive, and DWR invests in that every day.
Really appreciate that. Thank you for those comments and leadership here. Looking to fellow board colleagues, Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and I've seen you all 3 days the whole time, and the many other days for workshops and processes before here. And I just really appreciate your commitment and openness and listening, which you always bring. I also just appreciate your kind of acknowledgement of, in this newest proposal, that there's clearer requirements, and that was, I think, developed with input from you and others as part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, to be seeking tribal or traditional ecological knowledge within habitat development and restoration projects, within the science program, within governance. And so I appreciate that that is something that we've added. I look forward to comments about ways we can continue to strengthen that. But I appreciate your efforts to try to help us develop something that that you all really embrace as well. my question is, and it's sort of maybe a request as you all are thinking about comments and as we're trying to continue to hone down in finalizing what we ultimately adopt. And that is when we look at healthy rivers and landscapes, one of the really important non-flow assets is the science, is the monitoring and the evaluation and the various special studies and things that you all that you are leading, frankly, and many other people are part of. I've said this the first day, and I just since I have you, I want to emphasize. My concern is that is even just ensuring that there's performance. And I know that wouldn't be, I know that everyone right now is very committed, but if there aren't if there aren't funding or, we've seen on the federal side real concerns around threats to monitoring programs that are critical for being able to do a science program, frankly, right? And do that work. And so as you all are, as we're moving forward, both in this and then in thinking about implementation, it's really important that we have some milestones for non-flow measures that we can say, look, if the science isn't happening, then that's non-performance as well. And we need to toggle, and I think that's trickier maybe, but maybe not. Maybe it's something that you're already developing, but I think we need to figure out how we build that into the plan more and just get, and have some more clarity for future boards on our end to be able to step in if critical pieces aren't happening that are critical for the success of the program to be beneficial.
Yeah, agree. This area actually is one of the places where we've been doing a lot of thinking as we look to revise our science plan in response to the peer review that was facilitated by the Delta Science Program. We are developing guidance for system-specific plans that would be for individual tributaries, for example, on how they should design their monitoring to robustly evaluate non-flow measure projects, whether it's in channel rearing or tributary floodplain projects, and how much monitoring they need to do in order to have enough ability to really measure those effects and whether they are bearing out the desired benefits. So I completely agree, and it was really helpful for us to do that independent peer review to get some feedback on exactly how we should be structuring this. And we look forward to, over the coming months, working with the leads of individual systems, their science leads in developing these programs consistent with a revised science plan that has been peer reviewed.
Thank you so much for that response, Dr. Conrad, and thank you for those comments, Board Member McGuire, and then Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Completely concur. And just to add a little bit of my own perspective and thoughts on this, as you're developing the science plan, and I'm thinking about the Bay Delta plan broadly, we talked this morning about flexibility and how flexible many aspects of the plan are, whether you're in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, whether you're in the regulatory pathway, there's a lot just sort of intrinsically opportunities to modify approaches to address goals. And that's because the science is ongoing. We really don't have all the answers sitting here today. So I look forward to the Healthy Rivers program continuing to develop that, and also just the commitment to be nested within the broader Bay Delta science program. And what I wanted to emphasize was that I think part of the benefit of that is will be the development of biological goals and objectives. So it's not just performance triggers. Did you complete the science program? Did you implement the flow? Did you do the habitat projects? All of that is what then is the biological output and response. And I realize that Healthy Rivers has a certain responsibility and commitment that they're making, but we also have a responsibility and commitment to look at the entire Bay Delta watershed and see how that's going. And so biological goals and objectives they're not water quality objectives, they're not enforceable objectives per se, but they do help inform the science, the work, and that flexibility as we go forward in the years to come in implementation. So I just wanted to bring that up again. It's something that's very important to me. I'm glad it's in this version of the plan. I hope that it stays there and that there's a commitment from Healthy Rivers parties, DWR, and others to help us establish the most informative goals that we can in that respect.
I appreciate that comment and acknowledge the complexity that underlies it. I think that with the time that is in the revised plan, which is 6 months after adoption to provide targets, our goal is to, not to overuse a word, but our goal is to make them consistent with developing biological goals for the overall plan. It's really important. And I also see that in the revised plan, there's acknowledgement that we need to move towards kind of a unified science plan for the whole system. It's super ambitious, but honestly, it's one system, and we need to bring the science towards it in a cohesive way. And that is meant as an inclusive statement, because it is, I agree with many of the comments we've heard today. There needs to be, and in our science charter, we have acknowledged Indigenous knowledge as a form of best available science on par with other forms of science. And it needs to be a seat at the table and not an occasional request for input. And we do look forward to hopefully setting up a framework where it works that way.
Thank you very much for that agreement, Dr. Conrad. Much agreement, board member. Appreciate your points. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for taking a moment here today to get a little more focused on moving forward and more details about what we should expect to see. I think we could probably spend a whole day just on this topic. And so I think what I'll be looking at is more specifics, especially with respect to timeframes. We want, if we move forward, we want this program to be successful. And if you look at the calendar, there's only 2 opportunities for triennial reviews. And so that time goes very quickly. I followed the San Joaquin biological goals process. It took a lot of time just even to pull together the structure for the committee. And so really am anxious to see timelines and how that fits in as to the points that have already been made by the chair about it being within our process. What we don't want to see is at the first triennial review that this committee is still forming and that there's, ongoing, we want there to be a robust engagement, public engagement. And as you say, you're committed to the transparency as well, but that takes additional time. And so building that in upfront.
Agreed. Yes. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
that comment. I think that the HRL Science Committee is actively working now to get as much detail down as possible. And I take your comment that the timeframe piece, like when will there be available data? When will there be available reports? And if there's an opportunity for even early reporting, yes, we would like to do that. And the triennial synthesis reports being meaningful. And I think the formation of the Science Committee, with the acknowledgement that it is not yet complete until we have all parties at the table, I think that's work that we have needed to do, because there is no way on day one we could be ready for a triennial synthesis report if we hadn't been working since 2022 with this group and with a governance committee overseeing it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Conrad, for entertaining our comments, questions, and your responses and commitments here. It does mean a lot. And yeah, to the Vice Chair's point, I think it's, and I know we all sense it, there's just a lot of urgency. And I think we need to, the benefit we are to adopt here of this dual path is that we can move with great urgency together. So thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Much
Thank you for
appreciation.
the comments and questions.
Look forward to so much further discussion. So thank you, Doctor. All right, looking here to the room again, if there are individual commenters, please come step up to the mic. Please, again, introduce yourself.
Thank you.
excuse me, for this opportunity, and also for the the virtual options and the YouTube. Honestly, it's been a very busy week. You guys know that, but the ability to make up time and hear comments at 1.5 or 2 times the speed is actually very convenient. So my name is Josh Watkins. I'm the water utility manager for the city of Reading, and I just heard a comment. Obviously I work for a water agency, but I also represent 90,000 individuals, and I need to do everything I can to ensure their water security and affordability for for my customers. So this is while yes it's my job, I'm a civil engineer and all, but there's much more personal connection to to all of our you know, all of the work that we do. So in saying that, Reading, we're not a small disadvantage, but we are a disadvantaged community. And so there are concerns that any reduction in the ability for us to take surface water, while maybe we could make up for it with groundwater, although you have the Sigma and GSA, kind of restrictions or calculations to consider, it could potentially have an impact on our customers. And then I also have been hearing some comments about the habitat, habitat restoration. Not that it doesn't do anything, or maybe it's not enough. We just need more cold water. But in our experience, especially in such a highly engineered, modified system, we flush cold water down the river, especially up in Reading, and we just end up with these small kind of anorexic fish that are migrating downstream. What we've found in the past 10 or 15 years in doing side channel restorations and habitat restorations, even more than just gravel augmentation, is that we provide habitat, and as soon as we open up a side channel that's been closed off from for decades, we open it up, we get it to the right depth and flow velocities and things like that, and we end up with fish in there immediately. And so I would like to just reiterate that habitat is very important. We know there's no one silver bullet for any of this, right? So let's we have a healthy rivers and landscape approach that is ready to go. The details are there. I think the plan is good. And in a quote that's somewhat related to Voltaire, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? So we're ready to go. The time to act is now. This has been studied, the history. It's whether you look back into years, decades, or multi-decades. The time to act is now. We need to make a decision. We need to go forward. There's a collaborative plan that's put together, and let's work together. We really do. Even people on different sides, we do have the same goals, and I think we can work together and just push the ball forward. Right? We got to do something. We all recognize that. Let's do it.
Thank you. Really appreciate you being here, and really good points and comments. Thank you. All right. Anyone else here in the room? Yes, please. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here with us.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm Zar. I'm from Bombay Beach, which is on the part of the Colorado River Delta, Salton Sea area. So I've been in your water board meetings digitally because I didn't think this would ever be possible, and I'm just really happy to be here and see you guys. Nice to meet you. And I noticed some similarities between the Colorado River Delta, Bombay Beach, and the Salton Sea and this predicament. And one, obviously, the salmon and the correlation between the corvina that are obviously not existing at the Salton Sea anymore because of the agricultural runoff and the depletion of the water and all the things, including the dust, which is, I noticed nobody really talked about. What is it called? The Healthy Rivers and Landscaping thing. I didn't read the full thing, but to my knowledge, it doesn't take into account the dust that would be created from the fallowing of the fields. And that is a problem because we know down at the Imperial Valley, they literally have air monitors in the schools because the dust is so bad. And that's not existing in any other part of the country. and I don't want it to happen here. And we also know that the reason why this all happens to the Salton Sea is because it doesn't have rights. But that's not the case here. This water does have rights. And it's really nice that you guys gave the opportunity for all the First Nations to come and talk. I had no idea that this was even happening until like 2 days ago. And my friends were like, let's go. I was like, okay. But there's some correlations between knowing that the water has rights and being able to implement things like the things that are happening further up the Colorado River Delta with people like Bill Zedek, who is partner with the Zuni people to make Zuni bowls and induced meandering, which he coined, which restores aquifers and the Colorado River Delta. And I think it could do the same here. And he's just a phone call away. He works with the Colorado River Delta, up Delta in Colorado and 2 of the neighboring states. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really good to see you in person here. Thank you. And thanks for adding your voice here to this important discussion. It means a lot. Thanks for traveling a long way. Thank you. Looking to folks in person here that would like to provide individual comment. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Escoval. My name is Ricky Heck. I serve on the elected board of directors for the Nevada Irrigation District. I have been there for 8 years. And wait a minute, I just had my notes here. Thank you. I'm here from NID because I really want to express NID's support for the HRL program. We are really proud of the flow and habitat contributions that we've made the last number of years. And we really urge your board to please support the HRL. Unimpaired flows would be catastrophic to our local economies, our agriculture, and would severely increase wildfire risk. Our agriculture just set record amounts of money that they made for our community, over $30 million for just small little Nevada County. And that would likely go away in the event you all voted for the unimpaired flows. So that's it. Thank you for your time. I drove here from Grass Valley.
Thank you
for
for
so
your
much.
time as well. I know it's not a short trip and really appreciate your voice here and being part of our discussion. Thank you. All right, looking further to the room, if there's anyone that would like to pop up that's in person to provide comment, we do have a number of virtual commenters and we can start to get to those if there isn't anyone here in the room. Yes, please come step up. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here with us.
Hello. Yes, thank you for doing this for the people. We are coming from the Salton Sea area, and I thought I would also get up here and say a few words. So we're here with a Balinese priest, and we've been learning about the way that Bali manages their culture and their cosmology and their natural landscape. And some of the things that our friend here, Haidai, has been sharing with us is about the 3 principles within the cosmology, one of which is the calendar, and how important having an energetic calendar that is tied to how nature actually flows and the cycles of nature makes a difference in understanding how to work with nature. So here we are wanting to make a plan for how the water flows are going to be managed. And I know there's many competing interests. However, energetically, we can either roll with how the energy flows or fight against it and then reap what happens. So that in terms of, also hearing, wanting to have timeline and timing, if we have a sense of this kind of, these might be solutions that seem out of scope right now, but just seeding the possibility here is all I'm doing. We might have possibility of connecting in that way through a calendar, through the liveliness of the energy and the nature and the water, like that. There's a living quality to it. something I find interesting just sitting here and observing. Like I just saw maybe like one water bottle there. I know we're made of water, but we're talking about water, and there's hardly like a, water here that we can commune with. There's actually a real energy that we can interact with water living, and, there are cultures that use water for divination, and there's an actual intelligence to it. Here we are having a conversation and making a decision on this thing, and they're not really in the room. Of course, we can consult ourselves. We're 70% water, but and then the other part is how we relate with one another. There's in the Balinese culture, we've been learning there's the Tri Hita Karana, which is people to people, people to nature, and people to the divine or some higher quality. And this kind of frame can ground us in understanding there's a relationality here. We may be polarized in sides because of these different interests, but at the core of it, we're two sides of the same coin because we're all living on a planet. We're all drinking and eating the same food and water. And as you said outside, like we can bless and we can pray to the water, and then at some point we're going to eat it and drink it. So even if we're on different sides of the table, that blessed water will be shared with both of us, and perhaps we'll come to a harmonious and win-win-win-win solution. So thank you.
Thank you as well. I really appreciate you acknowledging our commonality here, traveling up and providing your words as part of our discussion. Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else popping up currently, what I will go ahead and do is move to some of our virtual commenters. And if there is anyone that comes into the room to speak in person or feels moved to speak at some point here, just kind of pop up and I'll be able to kind of see you in the crowd. I know a number of folks have raised their hand on the Zoom platform because earlier there was a moment where we were going to maybe take some virtual commenters in the morning component. I will go ahead and go back to my list here that has everyone who signed up in order of signing up, but also is just who's currently on the platform. To note, virtually, I think we currently have somewhere around 55 or so probably commenters. So it will take us some time to get through everyone. So I appreciate everyone's patience. We'll just start to get through them. And again, I'll take them in order, take you all in order of folks as they requested to speak. So I won't be looking at your hands, apologize, but we will try to move quickly through this. First, and efficiently. First, I'd like to call up then Jason Teramoto, who will be followed by Carol Thornton, then John Buckley.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Jason Teramoto. I'm speaking on behalf of Mayor Christina Fugazi, City of Stockton. Stockton is a Delta city. Our economy, our environment, and our public health are inseparably tied to the San Joaquin Delta and the water that flows through it. Decisions made by this board directly affect the lives of our residents, particularly low-income communities who already bear a disproportionate burden of environmental harm. The City of Stockton is deeply concerned about actions that could further degrade water quality, reduce freshwater flows, or weaken protections for the Delta ecosystem. These impacts are not abstract for us. They translate into higher costs for ratepayers, threats to public drinking water reliability, harm to local fisheries and agriculture, and increased public health risks for our most vulnerable residents. Stockton supports a water management approach that prioritizes science, equity, and climate resilience. We urge the board to fully consider cumulative impacts, climate change realities, and the voices of Delta communities who live with the consequences of these decisions every day, not just the interests of downstream exporters. We're calling for strong, enforceable water quality standards that protect beneficial uses, uphold environmental justice principles, and ensure that Delta communities are not sacrificed in the name of expediency. Stockton stands ready to work collaboratively with the State Water Resources Control Board and other partners to advance solutions that are sustainable, equitable, and protective of our shared water future. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you for those comments and for reflecting the position here of the mayor and the city, Mr. Teramoto. Really appreciate your participation here and hanging on. I know we're already mid-afternoon here, so just thank you. Next, I have to call up Carol Thornton, be followed by John Buckley, then John Hooper, and Jim Brobeck.
Sorry, thank you. It was a little glitchy there with the unmuting. Good afternoon, Chairman Escobar and board members. Thank you so much for your work and taking the time to listen to all of us these past few days. My name is Carol Thornton. I live in Berkeley, but I grew up in Stockton, a Stag High graduate many, many years ago. And I'm also a member of Restore the Delta. I listened today, especially to a lot of this talks from all the very eloquent and well-spoken tribal members, and I couldn't help but think that if they were more litigious and much richer, they might be duking it out with the likes of Mr. Resnick over their rightful water rights, where they should be at the top of all of us, but they're not. And we're working within this very off-kilter framework of water protection and water rights. That said, I'll get into my spiel. I grew up recreating on the Delta, and today I'm glad to be one of those to provide a small dot among the many experience of Delta residents who have testified here this week. I have a fond memory from when I lived in Stockton of taking canoe lessons in the channel. What I remember most of those lessons is experiencing for the first time the amazing pull of the tide as we paddled back to shore. And to my unscientific self, it was like the river was alive, being in the water and feeling that invisible force trying to pull us back out to the channel was amazing. I felt very connected to the water and the channel. But when I went on one of the Restore the Delta boat tours a few years ago, I was so disheartened to learn that folks could no longer have those experiences on a regular basis because of the harmful algal blooms. The river became disconnected from me, dead and inaccessible. It makes me think that if I feel this bad about the loss of the living river, I can't imagine what people who have relied on the river for physical and cultural sustenance for thousands of years must feel about it. And then to know that this didn't have to happen is very disheartening. That it happened because we curtailed the flows necessary to keep the river alive. That some of those diverted flows went to irrigate alfalfa fields whose crops are sent to Saudi Arabia to feed their cattle, or to almond orchards whose crops is exported around the world and who uses way more water than more sustainable and useful crops would use. These crops don't sustain us. My personal experience with the Delta, enjoying it as a youngster and now mourning its demise, has pushed me to learn why it is dying. When I was working, I worked as an environmental planner with the San Francisco Estuary Project, which was housed at the time at Region 9. There, I had a ringside seat to CalFed, that $1 billion plan that was supposed to save the Delta. As a naive newcomer to the field, I was optimistic that it would do what it said it wanted to do. But that failed project has faded into the past, and now along with many more, and now we have this new plan, which appears to be going down the same path. I must say, with all those plans went billions and billions of dollars of our taxpayer money that seem to have done very little to protect our water resources.
Ms. Thornton, thank you. And don't mean to interrupt, but just trying to be mindful on time and making sure we can try to get through folks.
Oh, okay,
If you don't mind
sorry.
trying to wrap, it's okay.
Okay, I will say
yeah.
the one point I wanted to make is the board is the only entity that can negotiate science-based water flows in the state. And I plead with you to be guided by the public trust doctrine and your own mission statement. That is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses, and to ensure proper water resource allocation and efficient use for the benefit of present and future generations. I don't think this current iteration of the Bay Delta Plan comes near to fulfilling that mission. I might suggest that if you were to focus on the efficient use clause in your mission statement, you might look at all the inefficiencies prevalent in many of the Big Ag's water practices in the state. Maybe instead of haggling over scientifically unsupported voluntary agreements, HRLs, and even more limited water flows, might it be more productive and economical in terms of protecting the Delta that you examine more closely and regulate these inefficiencies, rather than putting the burden of protection on proposals that have been shown to be unscientifically unsubstantiated? And thank you
Ms. Thornton.
very much for your time.
Thank you as well. I really appreciate your comments here and contributions, and I don't mean to have to try to cut folks off. I do just want to be fair to everyone else. So folks, there is a timer, so if you don't mind keeping somewhat of an eye on that. If you need to go over a little bit, that's okay, but there are well over now, I think almost 60 people looking to speak. So just thank you. Again, Ms. Thornton, appreciate those comments. Mr. Buckley. You should be invited to unmute, Mr. Buckley, on your screen. There you are.
Okay, good afternoon. John Buckley, Central Sierra Environmental Research Center. For 30 years, I've engaged in sincere efforts to find balanced management strategies for the rivers that flow into the Delta. Some of you know that. I've repeatedly seen influential water interests prevail. That's not a surprise. I understand and respect the board's difficult role, but the board has consistently favored the status quo instead of taking difficult actions that are needed, such as for the Bay Delta. And despite knowing that salmon and other fish species have declined precipitously and water quality objectives are not being yet met, the board is aligned by water interests by failing to adopt and to implement the balanced river flow requirements to make a significant difference for the beneficial uses. And as you know, under the regular pathway, objectives would be implemented by increased flows, cold water habitat, and related strategies that are consistent with broadly accepted science, while objectives under the VA pathway would be implemented by somewhat lower flows, habitat projects with uncertain value, and assorted other commitments. And a key concern is the revised draft documents reveal just how complicated and convoluted the HRL commitments and requirements are. They're full of loopholes and caveats and exceptions and a lack of clear metrics, so that implementation would be administratively difficult, and there would be no assurance that even if there's a compliance, that key objectives will be achieved. And worst of all, despite the Water Board knowing that agricultural and other users are taking unsustainable amounts of water from rivers, adopting the VAs would postpone for at least 8 more years the science-supported minimum flows that should be the beginning point for salmonid recovery and water quality goals. And the proposal to adopt the HRL strategy is not, respectively, middle ground, but it would be a continuation of catering to the water interests who don't want to accept less water and then continuously expand irrigated lands year after year. Staff report assesses that VAs would only cause less than significant impacts from July through December for fish species and Delta outflows, but the dire need for the Delta and for precarious native fish populations is not to have less than significant impacts, but instead shift to a straightforward and implementable regulatory pathway with high assurances for meeting beneficial objectives immediately or as soon as possible. There have already been so many years of this board delaying critical needed actions because they're opposed by water interests. Adopting a plan that mandates leaving more water in the river is the crucial need. Water users can and will adjust. Accordingly, I urge you to adopt the strongest possible version of the regulatory pathway and to at least give it a chance to be assessed for a minimum of 5 years. And in closing, I do sadly note that after listening carefully to comments over the last few days by board members, it seems almost certain that the board is going to select the VA proposal despite all the concerns that have been raised, which is disappointing and deeply disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Appreciate you joining here, being part of our discussion. Next, I'd like to call up John Hooper, be followed by Jim Brobeck, then Judy Irving, and Iris Stewart-Frey. Mr. Hooper, you should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute and/or camera.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can now hear you, Mr. Hooper. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman and members, and particularly for the robust opportunities for public comment, which you are providing during these 3 days. I'm a lifelong San Francisco resident, and my concerns are mostly around the impacts of the Bay Delta Plan on San Francisco itself. By way of background, I'm a former public member and vice chairman of the California Tahoe Conservancy for 30 years. And of course, we dealt with many of the same problems that you grapple with. I also worked in an intimate way with a group on the North Coast to restore the fishery of the Garcia River over a 20-year period, which turns out to be one of the big success stories in anadromous fishery and steelhead and spawning salmon and Chinook in that river. I'm a contributor to Baykeeper and Restore the Delta, so that gives you a little sense of where I'm coming from. Because of your time constraints, Mr. Chairman and members, I don't need to go through everything I was going to say. I'll submit a few comments for the record in the next couple of days in a timely manner. But I do just want to say that I urge you strongly to reject the voluntary agreements and adopt a regulatory pathway with strong enforcement goals. For example, the Delta will never reach its plan to double the Chinook population to 990,000 fish per year with voluntary agreements. In fact, that's an impossibility. And that's just one example of the reason that the voluntary agreements are not going to do the trick. So thanks. I'll keep it short for now, and particularly appreciate the fact that you're paying so much attention to public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Hooper. Really appreciate those comments. Look forward to your more thorough written comments. Thank you for keeping it brief, but and meaningful. So just really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jim Brobeck, be followed by Judy Irving, then Iris Stewart-Frey, and then Cameron Smith.
Okay, finally, I got allowed to unmute.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Brobeck. Just took a moment. Good to see you or hear from you here. Thank you.
And thank you, Chairman Esquivel. As a water policy analyst for Aqua Alliance, I have served on the Butte County Water Advisory Committee and the VINA GSA Stakeholder Committee. Over-allocation of California's water and climate destabilization are the drivers of water shortages stressing the Delta. Agencies are encouraging Sacramento Valley irrigation districts to backstop surface water supplies with groundwater. The 2025 DEIR for the Water Reduction Program Agreement between the Sac River settlement contractors and the Bureau is a prelude to presumed voluntary agreements. This conjunctive use program offers incentives to farmers through funding programs to develop 30 more large diameter wells, allowing farms to pump an extra
167,100 acre-feet of groundwater into irrigation canals, and to engage in experimental groundwater recharge programs. Furthermore, the 2026 and 27 north to south water transfers environmental assessment created by the San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority and the Bureau proposes about 300,000 acre-feet of Sacramento Valley groundwater pumping. Aaron Fulton, the University of California Farm Advisor, in the 2006 pamphlet, Conjunctive Water Management, What Are the Challenges?, explained that, quote, conjunctive management can and typically does cause larger than normal declines in groundwater levels. I don't need to remind the board that groundwater provides base flow to streams and rivers. If irrigators switch from surface water to groundwater, base flow to streams is eliminated and streams will leak. Data engineering in the 2014 NAQUA document, Sac Valley Groundwater Assessment, discussed the duration of streamflow depletions caused by pumping. Quote, the ultimate effects of pumping can occur significantly after pumping starts or even after pumping has ceased. The timescales involved in aquifer responses to pumping and other stresses can be on the order of decades. And finally, in 2014, Dan Wendell, the senior groundwater scientist for the Nature Conservancy, spoke at the California Natural Resources Agency, and he voiced concern about streamflow losses from groundwater pumping and how long it takes. He said the Sacramento Valley still has numerous perennial streams. However, since the 1940s, groundwater discharge to streams in this area has decreased by about 600,000 acre-feet per year, and is going to decrease an additional 600,000 acre-feet in the coming years due to the time it takes the effects of groundwater pumping to reach streams. It takes years to decades. This represents a loss of 1.2 million acre-feet of stream flow, unquote. This is real water, stream flow that would have otherwise ended up in the Delta. Finally, I hope agencies seriously consider the long-lasting hydrological consequences of conjunctive use while creating the Bay Delta Plan update. At a time when we're trying to increase reliable long-term water supplies, we're moving in the opposite direction if we amplify the exploitation of Sac Valley aquifers that historically support delta flow from the north. Thanks a lot for those extra 30 seconds, Chairperson.
You're welcome, Mr. Robick. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate your contributions here. Next, I'd like to call Judy Irving, be followed by Iris Stewart-Frey. Captain Cam, I think you spoke on our first day. If you don't mind, I'd like to be able to get to others who have not had a chance to speak. So I may skip over you and go to Christina Rylands after Ms. Stewart-Frey. But Ms. Irving.
Hi, I'd like to talk to you about swimming in the Bay. I'm a documentary filmmaker. I live in San Francisco. I've been a Bay swimmer year-round for over 40 years. And hang on, this isn't right. Anyway, there are lots of challenges to swimming in the Bay. Sea lions, harbor seals can nip you. There's sewage spills, there's oil spills, there's plastic floating around. But one of the worst things that happened to me in my 40 years of swimming in the Bay was one summer day, I stepped into the water. It looked a little bit golden, sort of golden brown. I had not heard about the toxic algae bloom that had migrated up from the South Bay and was now lapping at the shores of Aquatic Park, where 4,500 of us in the Dolphin Club and the South End Rowing Club take part in water sports and other kinds of sports. So I went in. I didn't know exactly what the problem was, but I'd never seen anything like it before. And after I got out, I didn't feel good. I just want to let you know that swimmers also need protection. The animals who live in the bay and the rivers need protection. And these voluntary agreements will not provide that protection. I've done enough research on all of this, and I've been a Bay proponent for a long time. I've made 5 films about the Bay, the most recent one being Cold Refuge. It's become my church, in a manner of speaking. It provides spiritual renewal as well as bodily renewal. And I urge you not to sort of drop back and punt and take these voluntary agreements that were devised in private with corporate downstream exporters and agribusiness. And it's like allowing the fox to guard the chicken coop. I really hope that you don't do that. It's wrong, it's unfair, it's unethical. Thank you for considering the point of view of the human beings who swim in the bay. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Irving. Really appreciate your words here and contributions. Thank you. Next, I'll call up Iris Stewart-Frey, be followed by Christina Rylands, Dick Powers, and then Tricia Velasquez. Ms. Stewart-Frey, you've been asked to unmute. If you don't pop on quickly now, it's okay. You may be away from your desk, and we'll just put you elsewhere in line. All right. Hearing none, we'll move on to Christina Rylands. Ms. Rylands, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christina Rylands, and I'm a lifelong Californian and a 35-year resident of Mariposa County, where I am the watershed director for the Upper Merced River Watershed Council. We're a small nonprofit organization located just outside of Yosemite National Park, where we lead our community in caring for the 122 miles of the federally protected Merced Wild and Scenic River and its nearly 700,000 acre watershed. Now, you may not know our organization, but you know our river. The world knows our river. It begins in the headwaters of Yosemite National Park and flows from alpine reaches in wilderness over towering waterfalls and through the iconic meadows of Yosemite Valley that you see here that are quite literally the postcard for every California tourism marketing campaign. But the river doesn't end there at the Yosemite Park boundary. It continues through the Sierra foothills and on out through the Great Central Valley, where it meets up with the San Joaquin some 145 miles away, and then flows on out through the Golden Gate. It is quite literally a river that rushes through the very heart of California. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of my organization and the legions of people who care for the Merced River. Yosemite's iconic Merced River is the southernmost and arguably one of the San Joaquin's most famous tributaries. And yet, in recent summers, our river is making headlines for other reasons. In 2022, the New York Times shared a story of how miles of the Merced River ran dry, never even making it to the San Joaquin. Now, can you imagine that? This waterfall behind me that famously plummets over Yosemite Falls, never making it beyond a dry riverbed in the Central Valley. It sent shockwaves throughout the state. It sent shockwaves through my community. And I'm here today not to debate how or why this happened. I'm here to share my voice and that of my organization and our community to urge those of you in charge to save the Merced River by simply keeping it a river. We want to see in-stream flows maintained in a year-round continuous river system that makes it possible for the salmon to return and spawn in their home waters, or for families to enjoy splashing, picnicking, paddling, or fishing along the Merced, whether that's a trip to Yosemite or a trip to a local park in Snelling or Livingston. We're worried that the continued decreased flows from the Merced River will make scenes like 2022 more of the rule and less of the exception. And we know that when something is lost, it's tough for it to ever return. We're losing our connection to a river culture in California. And when people see dry riverbeds, they forget that they are in fact deeply important connectors to our communities. We forget that there's an upstream. And so the full measure of the Merced River's 145 miles should not exist as something relegated to Instagram posts. Never again do we want to see our Merced River run dry. So I'm urging all of you today to please come together for some real solutions that will keep ample water in the Merced and all of our California rivers. And I so appreciate the opportunity today to speak with you and to provide our comments. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Rylands. The appreciation goes back to you as well for your passionate statements here and contributions to the board's decision-making and discussion. It's really valued. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Iris Stewart-Frey, be followed by Dick Powers, Abigail Black, and then Tricia Velasquez.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak at this important hearing here today. My name is Iris Stewart-Frey. I'm a hydrologist, and I'm also a professor of water resources at Santa Clara University. Much of my research centers on the sustainability of California water systems under climate change. My research and that of my colleagues has shown that with climate change, flows in California are already coming earlier and are warmer, leading to more prolonged and frequent drought periods, even before human withdrawals are taken into account. These earlier, lower, and warmer flows are highly likely to increase by the mid and by the end of the century. This means that the flows in the Bay Delta rivers are overextenuated not only by direct human withdrawals, but increasingly by the climatic changes that we have precipitated, and that the effects of these withdrawals will be even more pronounced. I would like to emphasize that science, not politics, must guide the board's decisions here. There is no credible scientific analysis showing the voluntary agreements will meaningfully improve conditions for fish, wildlife, or water quality. In fact, the science shows that 75% for the Sacramento watershed and 60% of the flows for the San Joaquin watershed are needed to support the ecosystems that sustain not only the rivers, but also us humans, the human systems. In that context, the revised plan is a step backward, limiting 55% of the flows only to the wettest third of the years and dropping to 35% in dry years, abandons ecosystems precisely when they are most vulnerable and as they are becoming more vulnerable with climate change. Science shows that habitat is not a substitute for flows and that varied natural flows are what is needed for ecosystems to have a chance to stabilize. Human water use must be managed within ecological limits now, not later. While water demand will ultimately be constrained by hydrologic reality, whether we like that or not, delaying sustainability merely shifts the burden of adjustment to a later time. If we postpone this action, California will still be forced to live within its water means at some point, but only after the native fish populations and aquatic ecosystems have already collapsed. Is that really what we want to be voting for today? Voluntary agreements continue to lock in a failed status quo, massive diversions and exports that are driving salmon and native fish toward extinction, fuel toxic algae blooms, harming delta communities, and causing a collapse in the fishing industry. I urge you to adopt and implement a strong, updated Bay Delta water quality control plan. The board's own science shows that we need at least 55 to 65% of unimpaired flows in most years to protect fish and water quality, Central Valley rivers, and the Bay Delta estuary, which are public trust resources. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today.
And thank you for speaking here before us, Ms. Stewart-Frey. Appreciate your comments here and being part of the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Dick Powers, be followed by Abigail Black, Tricia Velasquez, then Trish Rowe.
Good afternoon, Water Board members, and thanks for this opportunity to present my views. I'm the Conservation Director for San Jose Flycasters Fly Fishing Club, and my involvement in conservation just stems from my deep concern for the health of our local ecosystems, particularly those in our area, in the South Bay area and throughout Northern California watersheds. I've personally witnessed the decline that we've heard about in native fish in the Sacramento River Valley and Delta. The numerous speakers we've heard over the past few days have provided sobering facts underscoring this decline and its drastic effects that impact the fishing industry, tribal culture, and the overall ecosystem. We've heard about the lack of scientific evidence that the VA pathway will improve overall fish populations. There seems to be no evidence showing that habitat restoration alone has meaningful impact on the decline of native fish. The evidence does show that decreasing flows to less than 55% unimpaired flow will continue to the further decline in fish population. We've also heard that the outcomes of the current VA proposals will take 8 years or more to determine success or failure. Do we really have 8 more years of declining fish populations to risk with this experiment? I commend the board for your patience and diligence in reviewing the many proposed updates to the Bay Delta plan and your attempt to provide the most equitable solution to a complicated system with many competing interests. Your actions will have a lasting impact on the populations you serve. I strongly urge you to base your decisions on the scientific data that demonstrates the adverse effects of decreased flows in the VA pathway. With the effects of climate change and a need to balance water usage influenced by urban growth and agricultural demands, please do not make our native fish population and all of us who enjoy and depend on it pay a disproportionate price in achieving the balance. Thanks for allowing me to provide my perspective.
And thank you for sharing those perspectives here in this discussion, Mr. Powers. Appreciate you hanging on here and providing your words. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Abigail Black, be followed by Trisha Velasquez, Trish Rowe, Denise Louie, and then Roger Mammon.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Abigail Black. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you again today. I have lived in San Francisco for 11 years and I care deeply about the Bay and the rivers that sustain it. I'd like to express my concern that the current Bay Delta Plan does not ensure adequate flows, nor the enforceable protections necessary for water quality, salmon survival, as well as the protection of tribal beneficial uses. The Clean Water Act requires that water quality standards protect designated and existing beneficial uses, including fish and wildlife, and that those standards are actually attained. If flows and temperatures do not support spawning and rearing of salmon, the plan is not meeting that mandate. Fish and Game Code also requires dam operators to release enough water to keep fish in good condition, but we have seen repeated salmon fishery closures over the last 3 years. That outcome signals that current protections are not sufficient and extra protective measures are needed. I'm also very concerned about the lack of enforcement via the voluntary agreement pathway. In a time where salmon survival and access to cool, clean water are on the line, we really need stronger enforcement and stricter science-based standards, not voluntary compliance mechanisms. The Clean Water Act requires attainment of water quality standards and not just aspirational progress. Objectives should be backed by clear compliance triggers, monitoring, and consequences in order to protect fish and Bay Delta communities. Voluntary agreements cannot replace binding requirements when the law demands protection of beneficial uses. Tribal beneficial uses must also be fully protected. Both the Clean Water Act and the Port of Cologne Act require protection of all beneficial uses, including tribal, cultural, and subsistence uses. The Endangered Species Act requires agencies to avoid actions that cause take of listed salmon. A plan that allows inadequate flows weak temperature protections, or redirected impacts undermines those obligations and harms tribal communities whose rights depend on clean water and healthy salmon populations. I urge the board to adopt enforceable flow and temperature objectives, strengthen compliance and oversight, and ensure the plan fully protects water quality, salmon survival, and tribal beneficial uses consistent with state and federal law. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours and those great contributions to our discussion here, Ms. Black. Appreciate your points. Next, I'd like to call up Tricia Velasquez, be followed by Trish Rowe, Denise Louie, Roger Mammon, and then Kyle Griffith.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Haku, my name is Tricia Velasquez. I'm the Central Valley organizer at Save California Salmon, and prior to working here, I managed large-scale habitat restoration projects for salmon and other species in the Delta. I'm also a Southern California Indigenous person who has been reconnecting to my culture that I grew up separated from, and my best teachers have been plant and animal relatives, so I feel it is important for me to use my voice wherever I can to speak up for them. I'm here to comment alongside our tribal and NGO partners to be yet another voice saying that the VAs are inequitable, racist, exclusionary, ineffective, and unacceptable. You've already heard powerful testimonies from other commenters and during yesterday and today's tribal panels, including directly from Native youth. And I would like to use my time to again implore you to listen to the real voices of people in this region and reject the voluntary agreements. Nearly all comments from tribal members and representatives, members of the general public, educators, scientists, faith leaders, nature enthusiasts, and communities have been telling you not just during this hearing, but for years that the voluntary agreements will not work to protect fish, will not work to protect clean and safe drinking water, and will only serve to benefit those that seek to further exploit the water. And yet you talk as though you've already made up your mind to ignore these voices and proceed with them anyway. You said this morning that you have heard the same comments for years, and that is because you still have not addressed the many valid concerns that so many people have to keep bringing to you. We do not need the VAs to restore habitat, nor do we need them to manage water in the state. Those are excuses, and there are many other methods to implement these important things. We need a real Bay Delta plan with adequate and enforceable regulations that will actually regulate major water diverters who have shown time and time again that they cannot be trusted to be in charge of regulating themselves. We did not get any of the environmental protections in place today because polluters decided to suddenly limit themselves. We got them because people fought for them, and those environmental laws then provided numerical and enforceable requirements that clearly laid out how impacts to the environment need to be regulated. I also want to point out, since I don't think this has been called out yet, that I've seen these same major water users here today that claim to care about protecting fish also routinely show up at Fish and Game Commission meetings anytime there's a fish species being considered for listing under the California Endangered Species Act to speak against their protection and to seek exemptions from regulations due to their expected impacts to their profits. They do not care about protecting fish or providing water for communities. All they care about is their profits. I know at least some of you recognize the failures of the VAs and know that they will lead to more fish death, more illnesses from polluted water, and more impacts to Indigenous people who have already faced so much violence from this state since its inception. Have the courage to stand by science and what is right and do not adopt the VAs. Listen to the voices of the youth and elders that have spoken to you. The people will remember your decisions and this will become your legacy.
Thank you for your perspectives, Ms. Velasquez. Appreciate you contributing here to our discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Trish Rowe, be followed by Denise Louie, Roger Mammon, Kyle Griffith, and then Gordon Hollingsworth. And Ms. Rowe, you should be, yeah,
Yes.
you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Trish Rowe. As you said, I'm basically a concerned citizen from Sonora, California. I was born in San Francisco. I'm a lifelong citizen of California. The Bay Delta is in crisis, as we all know, and we all know that fish need water, as do humans. Attempts to increase fish populations via non-flow measures, the voluntary agreements such as habitat restoration and invasive predator management are certainly important, but they are not a substitute for higher flows. They also have little impact on critical issues such as water temperature, quality, floodplain inundation, and harmful algae blooms. Voluntary agreements are ineffective, they're flawed, they have failed outright, and are not based on biological goals. They would produce very little new water, would not produce significant new habitat, although proponents falsely claim new habitat is all that's needed. What is needed is for you, the California State Water Board, to wholeheartedly take up what you've been charged to do, which is restore the Bay Delta ecosystem. Do so based on available and legitimate science, not wishful thinking, political expediency, or big ag concerns. I urge you to consider movement on a legacy vote, your legacy vote, that will impact everyone, including disadvantaged communities, Native tribes, the fishing industry, and community, our children, and all future generations. Give our youth hope for the future, an outcome that everyone can be proud of. And I expect the board to represent all of the state's interests, protect all beneficial uses, and follow through with your legal mandate, which is to restore the Bay Delta ecosystem. You are in the position to change this system and again legally mandated to do so. Proudly step forward and do it. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you as well, Ms. Rowe. Appreciate you being here. Next, I'd like to call up Denise Louie, be followed by Roger Mammon, Kyle Griffith, Gordon Hollingsworth, and then Martin McDowell.
Good afternoon. Denise Louie speaking as a member of the Center for Biological Diversity and as a San Francisco native. I would like to thank you for your courage once you've moved forward with the science-based Bay Delta Plan. I would thank you for following your 2025 strategic work plan this year. Of the 4 goals of the work plan, one is to protect and restore watersheds, marine waters, and ecosystems, which includes surface water quality and flow management that protects fish, wildlife, and other beneficial uses. At this point, the imperiled Bay Delta ecosystem warrants our best efforts. That means increasing freshwater flows as originally approved in 2018, in addition to non-flow measures outlined in the voluntary agreements. It doesn't have to be either or, it should be both. So I urge you to implement your goal to protect and restore waters and ecosystems with all due speed. And please tell us if 2026 or 2027 prove to be dry or drought years, will you increase the freshwater flows? You have a huge responsibility to manage California's fresh waters, so please let's get to it. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
And thank you for participating and speaking here before us, Ms. Louie. Appreciate your contributions. Next, I'd like to call up Roger Mammon, be followed by Kyle Griffith, Gordon Hollingsworth, Martin McDowell, and then Michael Kahn.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and the board. My name is Roger Mammon. I'm the president of the West Delta chapter of the California Striped Bass Association, secretary of Restore the Delta, and past president and still a board member of the Lower Sherman Island Duck Hunters Association. I have recreated in the Delta for over 40 years and advocated for the health of the Delta over 30. I was only able to watch yesterday's meeting as I had other obligation on Wednesday. I heard compelling testimony on all the reasons to keep the more water in the system and nix the voluntary agreements. I will not bore you with the things that you already have heard. California has been blessed with a wonderful and unique delta. It is an inverted delta due to the constriction of outflow at the Carquinez Straits. There is only one other delta, inverted delta in the world, and that is on the Tagus River in Portugal, and it is slowly disappearing due to sedimentation. I hope that this doesn't happen to our unique delta. I look at the Delta estuary as a living, breathing ecosystem. It is like a lung, and it inhales and exhales twice a day with the tides. The mixing of that tidal influence in the shallow bays of the delta creates the food chain of life. Sadly, the federal and state water projects starve the natural functions of the delta ecosystem, turning it into a lake where it cannot adequately produce the microorganisms that start the food chain. They have turned our delta from a tidal estuary into a lake. It also operates that way to prevent salinity intrusion into the delta because exports allow saltwater intrusion, which has a longer residency time in the delta, and it is not fleshed out. The only way to breathe life back into the delta is to have the 75% unimpaired flows through the delta and a minimum 55% in dry years. The system needs to be fleshed out to remain healthy. There are so many cuts into the delta and it is bleeding to death. And now there seems to be 2 additional export operations that are in the future, and that's the enlargement of the San Luis Reservoir and the potential reservoir in Calusa, which would all be taken out of the Sacramento River watershed. I often wonder if we would be in this predicament had the State Water Resources Control Board adjusted the flows every 3 years since 1995. It is time for the board to do the right thing, leave more water in the Delta, and throw out the voluntary agreements. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mammon. Appreciate your words here and contributions. Thank you, and for your continued leadership. Next, I'd like to call up Kyle Griffith, be followed by Gordon Hollingsworth, Martin McDonald, Michael Kahn, and then Justin Rideau.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Kyle Griffith, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Californians for Water Security Coalition. We're a statewide coalition representing labor unions, businesses, social justice advocates, family farmers, and others in support of responsible investments in infrastructure to sustain California's water supply. I wanted to start out by recognizing the huge amount of work that has gone into the draft proposal. California's water policies are famously complex, so thank you to your team and all the participating agencies who've contributed. Everybody wants to see the Delta thrive, and ensuring that we protect this important resource while also ensuring the reliability of California's water supply is a delicate dance, and balance is tough to achieve. Unfortunately, we know that California's hydrology is shifting, and the snowpack that we relied upon to refill our reservoirs during the spring is becoming increasingly rare. In fact, earlier today, we found out that we'll need another major storm in order to help this year's snowpack catch up. As more of our precipitation arrives as rain, we need to ensure that the rules that govern how and when we can move water reflect our new reality. The proposal before us today uses the best available science to help us address that balance. As mentioned by others earlier this week during presentations, independent review by UC Berkeley and the Delta Independent Science Panel have found the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is a viable option to help us ensure the beneficial uses of the Delta are maintained while also restoring fish populations. It's really easy to fall into the same dichotomies of north versus south, urban versus rural, farms versus the environment. And we need to come together as a state to put forward real solutions to help the environment and protect other beneficial uses. The staff proposal manages to do that, and we urge the board to adopt the proposed Bay Delta Plan and Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. Before I wrap up, Chair, it's been a long couple of days, and I really appreciate the grace and the patience that you've shown with all of us. And I appreciate everybody who's taken the time to hang tough and wait for public comment. So thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Griffith. Appreciate that acknowledgement, but also here being part of the discussion and providing your comments. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Gordon Hollingsworth, followed by Martin McDonald, Michael Kahn, Justin Rideau, and then Michael Frost.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good. I'm Gordon Hollingsworth. I hail from Modesto, California. I would like to add my voice to the chorus in opposition to the proposed voluntary agreements. I am not a scientist, and I approach this as a fisherman, and over the course of, let's say, about 40 years, I have noticed that the fish returns for salmon and steelhead, but mostly salmon, in the Tuolumne River and the Stanislaus River are much better 3 years following a wet fall. And correspondingly, 3 years after a drought year, the fish returns drop precipitously. Simply put, you can't raise fish without water. And no matter how well intended the voluntary agreements are about habitat restoration and protection, that alone is not enough. I strongly urge you folks to go down the regulatory path because I think that's the only future that will bear success. And thank you for my opportunity to make these comments.
And thank you for those comments, Mr. Hollingsworth. Thanks for being part of today's discussion and holding on. I know it has been a long 3 days here, and just appreciate everyone's patience. Next, I'd like to call up Martin McDonald, followed by Michael Kahn, Justin Rideau, Michael Frost, and then Sonia DeMayer.
Hi, I'm Marty McDonnell. I've been a river person for all my life. I'm 75 years old. I have a whitewater rafting business called CRMAC River Trips, and we host people on whitewater rapids on the Tuolumne River. And I've been boating and swimming in the water from the Yosemite all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge. And I really appreciate what you guys are doing to look forward into the future and come up with a solution to a problem that is really monumental. I have been following river politics since the construction of New Melones Dam on the Stanislaus. And I think part of the problem is the incentive to do drip irrigation versus flood irrigation is flood irrigation is only feasible because water is relatively cheap. And the dichotomy between the feds and the state dispersing different water to different commercial users is not an equitable solution. It's extremely valuable to have access to cheap water. If a large agribusiness is getting water to grow nuts and sell nuts and rice and cotton to other countries, those profits should be mitigated with something like tariffs, perhaps, or taxes, export tax. And if agriculture industry uses 85% of the water, industry 12%, and the domestic use is only 3%, really the ag business needs to step up to the plate and be a better consumer. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your solution.
Thank you. I do as well, Mr. McDonnell. But truly, thank you for your comments here. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Kahn, Justin Rideau, Michael Frost, and then Sonia DeMayer.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Mike Kahn. I was born and raised in the Bay Area, and it's the environmental beauty of this place that shaped who I am and directed my career. My life's work has been dedicated to a simple mission: connecting people to nature. I'm the founder of a startup called Explore Local Nature, and we're creating a one-stop shop platform for all the amazing outdoor recreation events and organizations available. I'm working on this because I believe people protect what they connect to. When someone experiences a thriving river or sees a salmon run, they don't just like it, they love it, they vote for it, they pay for it, and they start to think more about sustainability of their actions. But today, I'm here because I'm deeply concerned that the connection between the people of California and our public trust waters is being severed by short-term economic special interests. For too long, bottom-line profits have been allowed to destroy the habitats that sustain us. We're currently looking at a Bay Delta plan that has been watered down to the point of failure. The voluntary agreements currently on the table are a rubber stamp for the status quo. They were negotiated behind closed doors, excluding the very tribes, conservationists, and local communities who rely on these waters most. If you let these voluntary agreements stand, you are letting the fox run the henhouse. Not the only one who said that. You are prioritizing big ag over the beneficial uses that belong to all Californians: the salmon, the recreation spaces, fishing industry, tribal communities, and their heritage. So my ask to you today is clear. Reject the voluntary agreements. Voluntary is not control. VAs lack enforcement and rely on habitat restoration that is useless without the water to actually flood it. Adopt a plan based on science, not politics. We need sufficient flows at least 55 to 65%. We've seen the salmon seasons canceled for years. We've seen the toxic algae blooms. We know that 80% of our water goes to agriculture, often used inefficiently, while our ecosystems starve. This isn't just a policy failure, it's a failure of courage. I know the political pressure from the governor's office is immense, but you have a job to do. You are the stewards of our public trust. Please do not let politics get in the way of doing what is right. Choose a legacy you can be proud of. Stand up for the fish, the tribes, and the people of California. Protect our flows, reject the VAs, and do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Next, I'd like to call up Justin Ridido, be followed by Michael Frost, Sonia DeMayer, and then Greg Dieguez.
Hi, can you see me?
Yeah, we can. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Justin from the Bay Area, and this is my first civic engagement in the form of public comment. And I'm not sure I would want to ever do this again. Watching this has just filled me with dread and left a pit in my stomach. It's like watching a disaster unfold in slow motion. All the experts, everybody's came up and has painted a picture that we can see what's going to happen. We know what the outcome will be, and it's ecosystem collapse and people's ways of life is going to be lost. When the tribes speak and they tell us that they were not part of the discussions from the start and how this is going to impact their future, you can see that the process is broken fundamentally. And I would also like to mention to Firestone that your comments of being on both sides and how our words matter, but you support the VAs, it's just a bit tone deaf in the midst of a number of indigenous and tribal people telling and begging for a future in their lives. That was just a little bit hard to swallow. And so I just want to leave this with you're not only failing us, but you're failing yourselves if you vote for the VAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ridio. I do appreciate you engaging and heard that this is your first engagement and appreciate you providing your perspectives here. Although try to refrain from, anyway, I will go on to Mr. Michael Frost, be followed by Sonia DeMayer and then Greg Dieguez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, we can hear you.
Fantastic. I'm going to start with who I am. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a citizen, and I love the Delta. And some of these truths I'm going to share with you. These matter to me, and I've done a lot of research. These matter to me, and I want to let you know. Water is life. Rivers are ribbons of life. And the Delta is a great big bow of life and energy. Biodiversity is the real wealth of this planet, and we are going broke spiritually and biologically. There is no substitute for flow if life and biodiversity matter. Over-engineering of the hydrology of California is a significant, if not the only culprit of this current calamity that we're facing. Another very important truth that I hold is the California Water Board consists of leaders with authority to speak truth to power, establish priorities, recognize needs versus wants, and communicate values. One of those values would be maybe water flowing to the ocean is not wasted. And here's why, people of California. That's one example. We do not exist separately and distinctly from the environment. The illusion of separation of humanity versus the environment is another reason we're in this calamity. Okay. We'll take a deep breath. Let's all close our eyes and floating up into space. And we're looking down on what's now known as California. There's no borders. There's no cities. There's no counties. We can just see the energy flow. And if we go back in time, hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, this was the most densely populated place in the entire North American continent. There's gold in the ground. 6 million salmon swim through the bay every year. Mega flora, mega fauna, rich biodiversity. And this environment was also shaped by fire and flood in significant extremes, 20-year droughts, 100-year droughts, massive fires. It still supported all those people and all that biodiversity through the rhythms of nature. These are self-healing systems that live on the ebb and the flow. That abundance had sanctity and sacredness with the native peoples who have spoken today. If we fast forward today, 2026, every unit of water is converted to a unit of money. The markets are insatiable. Governments have to deal with taxes and deal with markets. And this financial market creates misaligned incentives and conflicts of interest galore. At the end of the day, we all will die on the path that we're on right now. If we look at the last 300 years and look how radically we've altered everything, we're at the end of the line. There is no more faking it at this point in time. The VAs are asking you to legislate a drought, a permanent drought. We and biodiversity cannot survive without those flow times. It cannot be a constant ebb. We're in real trouble.
Thank you. Not to interrupt you, but you have gone a bit beyond your 3 minutes, and so want to just be respectful of others that are looking to speak as well. There's a final thought you want to provide? That'd be
the monetary costs, the environmental cost, and the opportunity cost of accepting these VAs far exceed the benefits, and we will all lose if the VAs are accepted. We cannot study this thing to death.
Thank you. Really appreciate you providing your perspectives here to the board. Next, I'd like to call up Sonia DeMayer, be followed by Greg Diegas, then Janet Hayes, and then Mark Shanahan.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views. I'm Sonia Diermeyer, a supporter of Yosemite Rivers Alliance and a lifelong Sierra Club member. Like so many others in the past 2 days, I have addressed you before about the same water quality control plan update. Excuse me. It's been almost 30 years now. We need decisive action now. I'm a skier of the Mokelumne River and American River backcountry, and am painfully aware that we need more snow. As always, the coming weeks will make the critical difference between a normal water year and a terrible one. As I ride Amtrak trains, excuse me again, as I ride Amtrak trains along the shoreline of the bay and the Delta, the enormous masses of water moving downriver through the Carquinez Straits and the vast expanse of water in San Pablo Bay and San Francisco Bay can look deceptively limitless. But that monolithic surface obscures the accumulation of multiple slow motion catastrophes that previous speakers have spoken eloquently and authoritatively about. Warm water, no smelt to be found, toxic algae poisoning, salmon searching for the smell of their natal streams as they seek to spawn, economic and cultural losses, smolts being trucked around the water bodies to give their species a sliver of a chance to survive. So many ecosystem, economic, and cultural losses, mainly due to insufficient cold freshwater flows in the rivers. You and your staff were presented Your staff presented you with strong science-based flow requirements in 2010 and 2017. In 2024, you proposed a reasonable draft standard between 45 and 65% of an unimpaired flows. It's extremely discouraging to see that now, with conditions steadily worsening, the backstop flow standards in your current iteration of the update have been weakened, and that those won't even apply to most of the large water users who are signing on to the VAs. Asking those users to voluntarily limit themselves with no real enforceability seems like an abdication of your fundamental responsibility. The non-flow measures proposed in the VAs can never effectively compensate for missing water. More tweaking and more compromise always leaves the ecosystem with more losses. I implore you to please exercise the regulatory power you have. Find the courage to do what's right, to give our San Francisco Bay Delta communities, tribal communities, fishing communities, and the ecosystem a chance. Reject the voluntary agreements and the proposed water supply adjustments. Please adopt a strong 55 to 65% of unimpaired flows regulatory standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate your contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Greg Diegas, followed by Janet Hayes, Mark Shahinian, and then Jeffrey Hook.
This is Greg Diegas. I want to commend the staff and the board for their efforts in holding 3 days of hearings, and I invite you all to relax while I speak. I know from my time as an unpaid elected official attending midnight meetings of town councils and water and sewer boards how much focus is required. So I invite the board and staff to stretch, wiggle their toes, and roll their shoulders as I provide comments tangential to the barrage of science which has formed the content of much of these sessions. Tangential, but relevant. I'm not a subject matter expert like many of the panelists you've heard from, but in 2003, I did co-found the award-winning clean technology program at the MIT Club of Northern California, and I am the Director of Sustainability for SHIFT Bay Area, which stands for Sustainability in Housing, Infrastructure, Finance, and Transportation. I have long familiarity with water issues, but I suggest a major issue before this body is not the science. Some of you are familiar with the game of Russian roulette. Perhaps you've even seen it in the movie The Deer Hunter. Human civilization is playing a game of Russian roulette with our environment. Every year that goes by is another spin of the climate crisis cylinder containing the bullets, and another click of the trigger as we hold our breath to see what the damage is. Your role in the decision before you is to decide whether to load more bullets into the revolver. The survival of the river ecosystem is at risk, and you are deciding how much risk to take. I've observed many pressures on state officials, both elected and appointed. Certainly the governor's wishes are one. Another pressure comes from smooth-talking, well-paid lobbyists. Considerations of one's future employment and political careers can also bear on decision-making. But the factor about which I worry the most is NIM 2, not in my term of office. Far too often, I observe government officials making decisions whose effects will be felt long after they're out of office because they don't want to get yelled at by the people who elected them, or disappoint the people who appointed them, or take a position in the face of vocal opposition. My request of this board and staff is that you not let NIM 2 affect your decision-making. In the words of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leaves to its children. So I ask that you not put more bullets into the revolver of our environmental Russian roulette. Let the Delta plan stand without voluntary agreements. Let the waters flow, and our descendants remember your wisdom for generations to come. Or not, if the risks you allow go the wrong way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diegas. Next, I'd like to call up Janet Hayes, be followed by Jeffrey Hook, Thad Bentner, and then Timothy Hutchins.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Can you see me?
We can as well.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Janet Hayes. I live in Placerville, California, on a ridge overlooking the South Fork of the American River, where I kayak all year long. Being able to look out the window and see the river down at my feet, it's constantly on my mind. This is my community's playground, and both people and wildlife like it best when it has plenty of water. As a retiree, I volunteer for a nonprofit organization called the American River Conservancy. We conduct environmental education field trips for school kids. Because we've been talking about salmon so much, I thought I'd share with you one of the programs that we offer. It's called Sockeye Sense. Prior to the kids arriving, we set up a course with string on the ground that represents a watershed and its network of connected rivers. When the kids arrive, we show them a map of the American River watershed and teach them about the life cycle of salmon. Then they get to pretend they're salmon, swimming upstream to their spawning grounds. And since salmon migrate using their sense of smell, the kids start by sniffing a cotton ball with a unique scent that identifies their native river. They follow the string path leading them to their home, and each time they come to a branch in the river, they take another sniff and follow their noses upstream until they reach their spawning grounds. Afterwards, we talk about some of the obstacles the salmon could encounter on their journey. I love this program because someday these kids will become the guardians of our planet. And it's important that they learn about how all life is connected and what they can do to protect it and the water resources upon which we all depend. The deep connection to my backyard river and the watershed is what brings me here today to speak to you all. The stories told by the virtual commenters over the past 2 days have just been so inspiring. I've appreciated having listened to many of them and will briefly summarize what I feel are some of the important takeaways. The San Francisco Bay Delta is the largest estuary on the west coast of the Americas. It provides habitat for more than 500 species of fish, birds, and other wildlife. It serves as a major stopover on the Pacific Flyway, where millions of birds stop to eat and rest as they migrate. It is always also a migration route for salmon, steelhead, and sturgeon, traveling to and from their natal streams to the Pacific Ocean. My message today to the Water Board is quite simple. As other people have said, water is life. We need ample water flowing in the tributaries through the Delta into the Pacific Ocean. For this reason, I urge the State Water Board to reject the proposed VAs because they would maintain the failed status quo. Massive diversions and water exports are driving species to extinction, causing toxic algal blooms, destroying the fishing industry, and impacting tribal and cultural uses of water. Instead, the board should proceed expeditiously with adoption and implementation of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, including
Thank you.
strong.
Apologies, Ms. Hayes. Yeah, you've gone over for a bit now. Just if you don't mind quickly wrapping. Apologies.
Yes. So I want to remind us of the Colorado River, an important water source for 7 Western states, including California. And I just want to remind everyone that once you give away the water, it's very hard to take it back. And board, this is your moment to set an example and to make a decision to protect the Delta ecosystem and all life that depends upon it. Today, tomorrow, and for the future. And for the kids pretending to be salmon swimming home. This could be your legacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, incredibly, Ms. Hayes. Really appreciate your perspectives and voice here as part of our discussion. Thank you for hanging in and providing your comment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, I'd like to call up Jeffrey Hook, be followed by Thad Bentner, then Timothy Hutchins, and Bill Woodridge.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Adamo, Member McGuire, Member Firestone, and Member Morgan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the proposed voluntary agreements and the revised Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. My name is Jeffrey Hook. I'm a lifelong resident of California. I am, and I assume you are too, enchanted by our natural environment and have a persistent curiosity to learn how nature works. I want to tell you a story. A middle school student was assigned a class project to plant a tree in a schoolyard and care for it. Water was available, but required carrying buckets filled across the yard from a spigot. The student didn't want to do the work. Instead, he found a nearby pile of bluish rocks that kind of looked like water and placed them around the base of the tree. He thought it might fool the teacher. To the surprise of none of us, the young sapling started to wilt. The boy's father, wanting his son to get a good grade, made a financial donation to the school. He arranged a private meeting with the principal behind closed doors. Soon after, the principal met with the teacher and said, "The student's approach was very creative. Give him an A." You all know exactly what's wrong with this story. The tree's fate depends on water, not money, politics, and wishful thinking. But influence and money distorted the outcome. Everyone involved was now expected to pretend that rocks are water and that failure is success. That's what the voluntary agreements are. They're bluish rocks pretending to be water. The VAs were negotiated behind closed doors with a few powerful lobbying groups. But the salmon river's health depends on conditions we have learned through sciencing, not on money, politics, and wishful thinking. The real science has already been done and ignored. The rivers need real flows, not simulated ones. All of you on this board know the truth, and the public knows it too. Recently, a wealthy donor to USC was prosecuted for paying to fake a child's athletic record, and people were rightly outraged. If such behavior is unacceptable in education, why should it be acceptable in public water policy? You have been appointed to this board to uphold science, protect public trust resources, and act in service of the common good, not to ratify special interest deals made behind closed doors. So I ask you, when it comes time to vote, will you be Jerome Powell or Lindsey Graham? Will you be Elizabeth Warren or Carolyn Levitt? Will you stand with science and a healthy future, or cave to influencers whose wishes can be legislated, but the outcome will be the destruction of the natural resource we all depend on? You cannot nourish a tree or salmon on bluish rocks, no matter how much someone has pressured you to pretend otherwise. Have the courage to vote against the VAs, and you'll sleep better at night knowing you made the correct choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hook. Appreciate your perspectives here and voice. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Thad Bentner, be followed by Timothy Hutchins, Bill Woodbridge, and then Joseph Highland. Mr. Bentner.
Good afternoon, Chair. Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Escobar. Thank you so much to you and board members for your hearings. Thanks to staff. You all this work. I know it's been pretty monumentous, and really thank you for the last couple of days. And apologize not to be there in person. We did have a water users conference this week, but it was a good opportunity to check with some of our federal partners, particularly as it relates to healthy rivers and landscape. So really appreciate that opportunity as well. I have three main points today. One, I did want to just talk maybe about a few successes. I know just given this challenge hearing and just the decisions you have to make, there are some good things happening that will continue to happen. I thought it'd be good to report on those just to let you know that these will happen even as we go forward. We've been working with our bridge group, which is members of our water community, our fishing community, both inland and ocean, reclamation, others. We've been working on a couple restoration projects. Just recently, we put 1.8 million juveniles from Coleman Hatchery out on floodplains to continue to test and work on our healthy rivers and landscape proposals around floodplain rearing. And these also included doing parentage-based tagging, which is a new form of tracking fish and where they come from, who their adults were, whether they're hatchery or natural fish. So continuing to just do science and project as we go forward. We're also working on a imprinting program where we're putting 500,000 fish and rearing them within the Sacramento River, not on Battle Creek, not in hatcheries, but on the river, to make sure we can test a hypothesis of whether these fish successfully migrate out of the Sacramento River and whether they return back and not stray. So just a lot of science that we're doing and monitoring as we go forward, and programs we'll continue to do as you work through adopting this program. This year, as you know, we saw historic returns on the Sacramento River, both on winter run and fall run. And recall, these fish were fish that out-migrated during 2022 and 2023, 2022 being the worst, one of the worst records in terms of hydrologies, but yeah, we saw a successful fish leave the system. And then this year we saw over 14,000 adults of winter run return back to the Sacramento River. Unfortunately, we only saw about 12% of those survive as they migrated out. Our models for the fishery suggest that there should have been 30%, but we only saw 12%. So obviously our models are not right, and we really need to spend some time working on improving our biological models to better understand how fish and how many fish should be leaving our system. So good news on that in terms of fish. I do want to say thank you to my friend Gary Mulcahy, who was on one of your panels earlier. And I know even though he and I may have some differences of opinion on your plan, we continue to work together on ways to reintroduce fish to the McCloud River and above Shasta, both on a reintroduction program and also working on volitional passage. And I think regardless of how we move forward on Healthy Rivers landscape, that continues to be our commitment to work with the Winnemucca tribe. And then we also can do a lot of work on Battle Creek. And even though it's not part of our Healthy Rivers landscape proposal specifically, we see a lot of hope in what Battle Creek can do for winter run and other species. And then lastly, just want to report that Reclamation has released a new model for the Sacramento River Shasta Trinity Complex. And this is a model was developed in an open, transparent manner, was peer reviewed, and it's a model that Reclamation will be using this year. And that's basically, that started all from funding that the Sacramento River settlement contractors provided, and was some feedback that you as a board and your staff provided about the need for Reclamation to improve its temperature tools. And Reclamation responded and did that. And we hope that we can do the same through our biological models and tools to better understand how fish migrate through the system. And again, one of our goals of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. So again, just some successes, good news that are happening. I think it's always good to make sure, again, in light of some of these tough decisions, that you're hearing good things that are happening out in the community as well. Regarding our Healthy Rivers and Landscape.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Bentner, you're a bit past your 3 minutes, if you don't mind trying to wrap here as well. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Just on our proposal, I just wanted to say that we continue to make a commitment to our 100,000 acre feet as part of our proposal. As we looked at your document, we just wanted to note that you did not accurately describe the 500,000 acre feet that we're making available in critical years. And that was part of the 2024 biological opinion. And if you had that in there, we think there'd be a better improvement in terms of modeling for fishery benefit, both for winter run and fall run. And also we will be working on a CEQA document regarding our action. And we want to make sure that as you develop your document, we need to make sure that we see a correct description of our Healthy Rivers landscape proposal, since we'll be needed to take that and actually doing a CEQA evaluation of our alternative. Your document is currently more programmatic in nature and not action specific. And so we want to make sure that we do a proper CEQA evaluation for our proposal. And then lastly, just going back to our Healthy River program as a whole, obviously we've heard a lot of the concerns during the hearing today. In the last couple of days, we understand some of the concern raised by you as a board and other commenters, and we want to make sure as we look at our HL program holistically, we're being responsive to those concerns and comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Bentner. I'm a little confused on some of those last points. I think some of our staff maybe as well, but we'll follow up with you. Look forward to your written comments, but we'll follow up specifically to understand what your points were there on the modeling. Thank you.
Yeah, those would be on our comments. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you too. Next, I'd like to call up Timothy Hutchins, be followed by Bill Woodbridge, then Joseph Highland, and then Joe Kruva.
Okay. My name's Tim Hutchins. I'm a member of the Yosemite Rivers Alliance and a retired fly fishing guide. In the course of my profession, I've spent hundreds of days on the San Joaquin River tributaries, but no more. The entire ecosystem is so badly damaged by chronic low flows that it's collapsed. The continued further destruction of the Bay Delta ecosystem is a foregone conclusion if this board fails to reject the proposed flows in the VAs. After 30 years of non-compliance with state and federal laws, wild salmon are on the brink of extinction. Salmon return numbers have gone from 30,000 wild fish returning to the Tuolumne River to as few as 200 in some years. That's a decline of more than 99%. This year's return numbered 3,000 fish, but those fish were almost entirely stray hatchery fish. The unique genetics of the Tuolumne River's wild salmon has already been lost. The number of steelhead returning count at the Tuolumne River Weir in the last 8 years is a total of 1 fish. That's one as in O-N-E. This is what extinction looks like. Salmon and steelhead are iconic species, but the other native fish in California that all depend on adequate flows are also on the same path to extinction. The Tuolumne is the only river in the entire southern San Joaquin Basin that is currently actually connected 12 months of the year to the Bay Delta estuary. The Merced, San Joaquin, Kings, Tule, and Quail rivers are already 100% diverted in all but the very wettest years. This violates the California law that requires dam operators to maintain adequate flows for fish populations below dams. Currently, these rivers are just miles of Dust Bowl dry river beds for years on end. Nor in the Healthy River and Landscapes Plan is this violation of California law addressed. The board needs to categorically reject the VA flow proposals. There is no scientific basis for the VA flows. If you fail the act, the violations of both state and federal law will continue. Corporate agriculture will continue to act with impunity. Diverters will be unconstrained by any restrictions, except those written by themselves and their lawyers, with a total lack of science-based knowledge or evidence. So what's next? State approval for similar VAs for other extractive industries? I'm sure the oil, gas, mining, and timber industries would certainly welcome similar self-regulation. Every member of this board knows that the VAs are unacceptable and corrupt. Rejecting them is the only way forward. Reject all non-science-based flow proposals, and we just might be able to have a future with a functioning Bay Delta system, because extinction is forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins, for your comments. Next up, we have Bill Woodridge, followed by Joseph Highland, Joe Cravoza, and then Vivian Hellewell.
Did I do okay?
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Woodridge from.
A few.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bill Woodbridge from Santa Barbara. Good afternoon. The San Francisco Bay Delta is the largest estuary on the West Coast and arguably the most endangered ecosystem. The Bay Delta provides habitat for more than 500 species of fish and wildlife. It serves as a major stopover on the Pacific Flyway and as a migration pathway for salmon, steelhead, and sturgeon. In California, water is a public trust resource, meaning it belongs to the people of California. The state can determine which beneficial uses have priority. Agricultural exports, such as non-essential pistachios and almonds, benefit a few farming corporations at the expense of beneficial uses valued by Californians. The benefits are being privatized while the costs are being socialized. I suspect the largest, richest, most greedy water user, the Resnick family of Beverly Hills, wants even more water at our expense to grow their pistachios and almonds to ship to China. There is a new documentary titled Pistachio Wars online about this subject. You all should watch it to see the truth about the greed for and the theft of our water before you make your decision. Voluntary agreements will do nothing virtually. The VAs were negotiated behind closed doors by the Newsom administration, which was seeking campaign donations, and major water users, Big Ag and the city of LA, tribes, conservation, and fishing groups, and impacted Delta communities were excluded from the process. In dry years, about 2/3 of the fresh water that would naturally flow through the Delta is diverted for agriculture and urban uses. Reduced freshwater inflows into the Bay Delta shift the size and location of the ecologically important salinity mixing zone, affecting everything from plankton to marine mammals. Between 1975 and 2014, upstream diversions captured so much of the runoff that the bay experienced supercritically dry conditions in 19 years. The delta is in a state of perennial drought. Reduced flows harm salmon, steelhead, and other native fish by raising water temperatures, limiting habitat extent and quality for spawning, restricting fish passage, and reducing food production. Salmon are a keystone species, providing food for other animals and transporting nutrients from the ocean to upland habitats. More than 100 species depend on salmon. Low freshwater flows cause toxic algae blooms in the delta that can kill pets and wildlife and make people sick. Underserved delta communities suffer the most. 80% of the water used in California goes to agriculture. There are tremendous opportunities to deliver irrigation water more efficiently. The State Water Board should reject the proposed VAs because they would maintain the failed status quo. Massive diversions and water exports are driving species to extinction, causing toxic algae blooms, destroying the fishing industry, and impacting tribal and cultural uses of water. The board should proceed expeditiously with adoption and implementation of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, including strong new science-based protections that require increased flows of at least 55% in Central Valley rivers in the most years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you as well, Mr. Woodbridge. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Joseph Hyland, be followed by Joe Crovaza, then Vivian Helwell, and Cheris Guerzo. Apologies for the last name mispronunciation. Mr. Hyland. Oh, apologies, Mr. Hyland. You are off on mute, but we cannot hear you. Would help sometimes. A weird microphone might get selected. We'll unmute you again here. You're muted. But if you don't mind clicking the little caret next to your microphone, you might want to select a different microphone because we weren't able to hear you, even though you're off mute. You're off mute again now. And yeah, if you're able to select a different microphone, sometimes, yeah, I'm not able to hear you still.
Hello, hello, hello.
There, we can hear you now.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here as someone who depends on the Tuolumne River for drinking water, and as a Californian who cares about the future of our rivers. Nearly a decade ago, this board adopted the Bay Delta Plan, which is based on science and designed to protect water quality, support farming, and prevent the collapse of native fish like salmon. Unfortunately, that plan has still not been implemented. Instead, the proposed voluntary agreements offer little to no real flow improvements, lack scientific support, and largely exempt major water users from enforceable standards, while at the same time shifting costs to taxpayers. They preserve the status quo at a time when salmon fisheries are closed, harmful algal blooms are increasing, and communities and tribes are bearing the consequences of degraded water quality. The board's responsibility is to uphold the public trust and base decisions on science, not political pressure. I urge you to reject the voluntary agreements and fully implement strong, enforceable, science-based flow standards in the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you for your service and your courage in protecting California's waters.
Thank you, Mr. Hyland. Appreciate you participating here, providing your perspectives, and being part of our discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Joe Crovoza, followed by Vivian Helwell and Cherise Guerzo.
Let's see, can you hear me? Am I on?
We can. You are. Good afternoon.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Joe Crovoza. I'm in Davis, California. I've been following the Bay Delta hearings and back and forth for quite a while, since law school in the early 1990s. I practiced law. I was chair of the Poudre Creek Council here in Davis. I was central to negotiating the Poudre Creek Accord in 2000, which restored the salmon run on Poudre Creek. As you know, Lake Berryessa is the third largest reservoir north of the Delta. There was plenty of water there, and we've done an incredible job to bring the fish back. I also served as the mayor of the city of Davis for 4 years. I led the period in which we added the Woodland Davis Clean Water Project to the city. So I've been on both sides, the environmental side. I'm also one of the 4 authors of the main paper on Section 5937 in the UC Davis Law Review, that was published in 2012. The point I'd like to make to you as the board, as the policymakers here, is to challenge you to think about the balancing that goes on and on and on. And in the late 1930s, the legislature said fish below dams must be kept in good condition. That was a response to Shasta Dam going in and the city of Reading being worried that their river, the Sacramento River, was going to be dried up. So that was a balance then, that fish was supposed to be kept in good condition below dams in the Central Valley and throughout the state. But then we balance a little bit more and we say 75% of unimpaired flow would be right. And then we say 55% of unimpaired flow would be correct. And now we're going even further below that. And what I want to challenge you to do is set a baseline. Set a baseline that once municipalities and ag and everybody knows that they can't go below it, that will then drive the price signals. It'll drive restoration. It'll drive conjunctive use and groundwater. And I've seen that happening. In Davis, we adopted water rates when we put together our new water project to make sure that conservation was paramount, and it's had a dramatic effect. We also built a project knowing that conjunctive use would be coming so that we could store water in good years in our groundwater. So you've got to set a baseline. And certainly the restoration programs are a tremendous baseline, but that's only the first baseline. There has to be a baseline for water. The other thing I challenge you to think about is how difficult enforcing these voluntary agreements are going to be. If you have a baseline plus voluntary things above that, or voluntary things that make sure compliance happens, that's okay. But there has to be a firm baseline, quite frankly, just as a thank you to your staff that's going to have such a challenge managing so many different agreements and situations. Please set a baseline, make it a baseline that's regulatory, make it a baseline that's clear to be followed, and make it a baseline that recognizes the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you very much for all you're doing. Your names are on this decision, and I hope it'll be a great legacy for you. And I'm great. Hopefully this is the beginning of healing the Delta and healing the tremendous, great Central Valley ecosystem that is now merely a shadow of its former self. Thank you all very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Cruz. I really appreciate you joining us here, providing those perspectives, your leadership across the years here, and the support. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Vivian Hillwell, be followed by Charisse Guerzo, then Lawrence Abbott, and Mark Gonzalez. You should be invited to unmute, Ms. Hillwell. There's, you'll see a little, there you are, and you are unmuted, but we still can't hear you, I think, if you don't mind saying something. Yeah, we can't hear you currently. So if you look on your Zoom platform, where the mute button is, there's a little like caret, a little kind of triangle. If you click on that, you'll be able to, it's next to the mute button. We'll unmute you here again. But if you click on that, you should be able to select another microphone. And that usually is the problem. It's like some random microphone selected. So here, we'll invite you to unmute, so you'll be able to unmute again. And if you can change your microphone by clicking the small button next to the mute button, we'll be able to get you. Ms. Hollowell, we can't hear you again still. Apologies for the technical difficulties there. Again, if you're able to click not the mute button itself, but next to it, you should be able to perhaps select another microphone. If we don't hear from you in a moment, we'll get back to you. We'll just try to work through your technical issue. All right, Ms. Howell, we will come back to you, but we'll first go to Charis Guerzo.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Apologies for mispronunciation. Good to see you.
No worries. It happens a lot. Good afternoon. My name is Charisse Guerzo. I am here to reject the voluntary agreements. To share a bit about myself, I was born and raised in Stockton, California, a community which resides along the Delta. I grew up in one of the wealthy neighborhoods of Stockton with access to well-maintained green spaces and tree-lined sidewalks. Neighborhoods similar to mine have this, in addition to privatized access to the Delta. My memories of growing up with our local waterway involved walks on our levees and once swimming in the Delta. I don't recall a whole lot more than that, apart from being hesitant to swim in it because of the shared narrative that the Delta was gross. I share this because after graduating from college in Santa Barbara, I thought environmental justice meant buying more sustainably, not using plastic straws, and using reusable water bottles. But when I returned home, and became a youth advocate for environmental justice, I quickly learned that EJ was much deeper than that, particularly for communities like Stockton. It was also during this time that I admitted to my fellow youth that it was a privilege to have grown up in a neighborhood with a lot of trees, to which one of them quickly responded, "It's not a privilege, it's a right." Since then, I've been engaged with EJ work in Stockton, particularly South Stockton, which continually faces disproportionate environmental, social, educational, and health impacts. I also recently took a position focused on urban greening. Prior to this, however, I worked with Stockton youth for 3 years, and a part of my role included taking them on recreational and educational trips on and along the California coast, mostly in the Bay, to reconnect them to our Bay Delta estuary. Ultimately, we wanted them to return to Stockton with ideas and visions for our relationship with our local environment. These trips also included taking pre-surveys, and when asked about whether they had visited the Stockton Delta, of the 76 youth who completed our pre-surveys, 8 had gone more than 5 times, 9 had gone once, and an overwhelming 49 had never gone to the Delta. To further speak on this disconnection, I once asked one of the youth who regularly attended our after-school program if he knew what the Delta was, and he said no. So I ask you all, what does it mean when almost 65% of your youth have never gone to the Delta despite living on it? When nearly 64% of youth respond no to whether they feel connected to our local environment, and when all youth ask for is full access to recreate with our waterway. Per the name of your program, is this really a reflection of a healthy river? We don't want to have to travel 1 to 2 hours to touch the same water that touches our communities. We deserve a healthy delta with regular water flows needed for the health of the entire ecosystem. We deserve to have full access to a delta we can swim in on 110-degree days. We deserve to be able to fish, and our local tribes need to be able to feed their communities and hold their ceremonies. It's not a privilege to have a healthy delta, it's a right. Please reject the voluntary agreements and do not approve the Bay Delta Plan until you co-govern with California tribes and meaningfully partner with EJ communities and fishing groups. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment.
And thank you for those great comments, Ms. Guerrero. Appreciate your contributions here and the work that you're doing, and go Gauchos. I'd like to call up Vivian Helwell.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can. Ms. Helwell, thank you.
Okay, good.
Thanks for hanging in with us.
Let me bring up my comments, sorry.
No rush. Thank you.
That's not it. Here we go. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Vivian Helwell. My family has owned and operated a commercial fishing boat for 50 years, fishing vessel Corregidor out of Eureka, California. Harvesting high-quality seafood for your table has been our main source of income, especially king salmon and Dungeness crab. The Sacramento-San Joaquin River system has been a major source of salmon for much of that time, but that resource is no longer available to the economic and cultural benefit of California's coastal communities. As you know, we've had no salmon fishing for 3 consecutive years, and that's not voluntary. The voluntary agreements proposed in the Bay Delta Plan update would allow participating water users to substitute habitat projects for the already less than adequate water supply adjusted flows proposed as standards, as detailed in comments by Friends of the River and others. Salmon cannot swim in habitats without adequate cold water. Taking flows away from salmon in dry years is the opposite of a balanced approach on the backs of the salmon, the delta, and the communities and tribes that rely on them. The State Water Board has an affirmative duty to protect public trust resources such as fish and wildlife below federal dams. Enforceable temperatures and salinity requirements must be lower, with science-based flows sufficient for salmon life cycles to function, and a 53-degree temperature that doesn't kill juvenile salmon, including on the Trinity River below Lewiston Dam. The board has no legal authority to delegate these duties to the Bureau of Reclamation. Adopting the plan as proposed without clear enforcement mechanisms or funding to ensure flow and temperature goals are met will likely mean the end of the critically depleted run of salmon that supported coastal and river communities for decades. Additionally, the proposed plan does not comply with legal protections for the Trinity River and the Lower Klamath River, as detailed in comments by Save California Salmon, degrading massive state, federal, and community efforts to recover coastal fall run Chinook and Southern Oregon, California coastal coho. Such recovery being required before a harvestable surplus can be reached. Yes. Besides being a fabulous food source for people, salmon are an essential part of the natural ecosystem and an indicator species of the health of California rivers. The Water Board cannot continue to compromise the needs of salmon or indeed risk losing them entirely. So we are counting on you to take courage and exercise your authority as an independent board to do the right thing. Not voluntary agreements, but enforceable standards. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours as well, and patience here, Ms. Hallowell. I know it's been a long 3 days. Appreciate your comments. We're going to go to one more commenter and then give ourselves a 10-minute break. Just note, we still have about 35 to 40 commenters to try to get through at 3 minutes apiece. It's at least about an hour and a half to 2 hours, so just for everyone's planning purposes. We'll go to Lawrence Abbott, and then we'll give ourselves a 10-minute break. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you very much. It's been a long 3 days. My name is Lawrence. I'm one of the founders of the City of Lathrop, and I'm also a retired wildlife biologist with an emphasis in fisheries management. And because I live in that part of the San Joaquin Valley at the edge of the Delta, I'm also a member of the Yosemite Rivers. I just wanted to say that I don't envy you guys because you're right in the middle of California's water wars. Everyone's seen shows and learned about the water wars in California. And I don't envy you because as the population keeps growing and
Oh, Mr. Abbott, looks like you may have gotten booted from the platform.
agriculture keeps expanding
there you are.
horrifically
Apologies.
and seeing miles and miles of nothing. Hear me? Okay.
Now
I
we
guess
can.
you can.
You're back. You're back now.
Okay,
Sorry, you were
so
just gone for a few moments.
so the needs that you're balancing are, agriculture and cities. Well, agriculture is a special interest group. And it's not that they're really pretty for agriculture. Cities, they can conserve, they can also use less water. Most of California has access to the ocean, and that might have to happen if they keep growing at their current rate. But eventually,
Apologies, Mr. Abbott.
eventually, that a gentleman just spoke of a few callers ago, where, oh, it's coming in and out, huh? My apologies.
You are coming in and out, yeah, but it's okay. We can. I think we're still making out most of what you have, so we'll keep going.
Okay, well, I just want to say that as a biologist of years, and it's in balance. It was in a really good balance. And when the Native Americans discovered this place, they kept that balance going, and an abundance that supported life that was unseen and unheard of by Europeans. That already destroyed everything. It's going to be a line that we have to draw. Absolutely has. We're almost done taking. There's almost nothing left of natural systems. The other gentleman talking about, rearing salmon and putting them in rice fields. a ridiculous situation. It's kind of like trying to design cities for saying we want resilient cities to deal with global warming, but keep using fossil fuels because it makes money, right? It's the same exact thing going on with water. So your legacy absolutely will be there. We need to get rid of the voluntary agreements and make sure that we never use less than 55 to 65% runoff, that we always have at least 55 to 65% runoff during drought years and 75% during, that really has to be your line in the sand, because where are you going to stop? 5%, why stop doing it after the ecosystem's ruined? You can't bring back millions of years worth of evolution. Please, please be logical and fight the power, because I know the power on you is enormous. Fight the power. Create a legacy that will make you proud, not one where you say you helped kill the planet. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you as well, Mr. Abbott. You did cut out here and there, but please do submit written comments but we got, I think, the majority of your comments, so really appreciate
Will
it.
do. Will
Thank
do.
you. All right, let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break so that we can keep our minds fresh and open. Let's go ahead and come back here at 4:20. All right, everyone. Much appreciation for the break. We will get back now to our virtual commenters. And again, taking a quick look at our list. Yeah, about 35 individuals still to get through. So just appreciate everyone's patience and hanging on. It has been a long 3 days, but a very productive one, and just really impressed again by the quality of the comments we're receiving and the engagement from everyone. It means a lot to us as a board. It's critical for us as a board that we see this, and it's very heartening to see how many passionate people we have as part of our discussion. All right, let's move now to then Mark Gonzalez, be followed by Michelle Spring Faju, Hillary Hugg, and then Sarah Palmer. Okay, yeah, you are unmuted, Mr. Gonzalez, but since you are on the phone, to come off unmute on your side, I believe you need to hit *6. We can't currently still hear you, Mr. Gonzalez. You may have just remuted. Try *6 again, perhaps. And if we can't hear you after that, there may be something going on with your phone. Apologies. Yeah, if you're speaking, Mr. Gonzalez, we still can't hear you. Clerk, does it look like he's unmuted at least? No. Okay. Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, we will circle back to you. Apologies for the challenges here. I know you're calling in. We will again come to you. We'll try to unmute you. I think it's *6 for you to unmute. Oh, there you are, Mr. Gonzalez. I can see you on video at least. We'll see if we can unmute. Looks like your internet connection may be a bit sporadic because your video is not coming in clearly, or it's a little jittery. So you may just want to do audio if you're able to. But it looks like you're still muted. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, apologies. I think there's some connection issues. We will circle back to you, though. Let's go ahead and move to Michelle Spring Faju and then Hillary Hugg for now. All right, Ms. Spring Faju, I believe we have invited you to unmute. Don't see you coming off of unmute. You may be away from your desk, so we will then come back to you as well. Let's then move to Hillary Hugg, be followed by Sarah Palmer, and then Katie Bramlett.
Thank you for your attention. I spoke to you on November 5th and smile now, recalling acknowledgement from the chair as a fellow Ranger Rick alum. In November, I was uplifted by the many who voiced support of the plan, and then dismayed when after hearing us, you were still considering scientifically unsupported alternatives. When I thought about what I wanted to say today, I wondered if there was anything that will influence you to dismiss unscientific alternatives and implement phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan. I decided to ask you to join me in grieving, and more importantly, in contemplating how each of us might be adversely affecting others' well-being by relying on pathological defense mechanisms. A dear friend who spoke to you in at the November hearing is no longer with us. He was intelligent and compassionate, a high school valedictorian with a Stanford mechanical engineering degree who pivoted to ecology shortly after graduating by volunteering with Earth Day 1990 to launch a 36-year public service career. Near the end, I sensed his growing sadness as he watched humans continue to destroy the natural environment. I share his sadness and imagine you feel it too. Pollsters find it rampant in today's youth, whose future we continue to steal, and widespread in other age groups. In such situations, we sometimes turn to pathological defense mechanisms. I see evidence for that here. For salmon, flow is habitat. Without sufficient water, floodplains cannot inundate, temperatures cannot stay cool, and fish cannot navigate. Adding floodplain that is dry 90% of the year and calling it habitat is denial of physical reality, a pathological defense mechanism. We have no empirical evidence that habitat projects can offset loss of 40% of a river's natural flow. The Tuolumne has seen a 90% decline in key species over the last decade. By creating a complex governance committee and using adaptive management as a buzzword, that Bay Delta Plan opponents create a psychological buffer. They can believe they're solving the problem without reducing water diversions. This is delusion, another pathological defense mechanism. The Bay Delta system is in a state of collapse. In a healthy psychological state, a person sees collapse and changes behavior. By doubling down on business as usual, that has produced this collapse. Proponents of alternatives enter a loop of denial and delusion, where the process of planning becomes a substitute for the action of protecting. We are in this process. We can cease our denying delusional behavior and call it out in others. We can provide reason for optimism, reason to live to those who care about protecting nature now so that all may enjoy it in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Hug. It's good to see you and appreciate your perspectives here and contribution. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sarah Palmer, be followed by Katie Bramlett, and then we'll circle back with our two speakers that were having technical issues. Ms. Palmer.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm on the board of directors of Zone 7 Water Agency. It's in the East Bay. I'm also an avid kayaker and an open water swimmer. So one of the things that I share with many of the folks here that they're saddened. I'm saddened by the decline of the Delta and the fish populations. However, due to climate change and population growth, we will never be able to go back to former days. And there's no matter what the level of nostalgia might be. So I am here to speak in support of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. In the adoption of the State Water Board's Water Quality Control Plan, a flow-only approach would only be litigated for years, whereas the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program could be implemented immediately. The proposed flow-only approach proposes a 55%, more or less, unimpaired flows for the Sacramento River and Delta tributaries, and the concept of unimpaired flows does not take into account need for dam storage or diversions. The flow-only proposal would result in an average 28% decrease in state water project supplies for us at Zone 7. The reduction in state water supply of water project water would be greater in dry and below normal years for about 40 to 45%. During drought conditions, my agency, Zone 7, obtains about half of its water from previously stored wet year water. With unimpaired flows and the reductions in state water project water supply, Zone 7 would not be able to store enough wet year water to use during the dry years. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes will provide substantial new flows for the environment to help recover salmon and other native fish. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes will create new and restored habitat for fish and wildlife. And funding for the Healthy Rivers and Landscape will provide significant funds for habitat improvements and water purchase. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes will include a governance and habitat monitoring framework. I know people are not believing in this, but it with clear metrics and goals to analyze progress and manage adaptively using a collaborative science program that relies upon the latest scientific information from the University of California, USGS, NGOs, and other leading institutions and agencies. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program would provide a comprehensive suite of actions to restore and enhance the Delta ecosystem and provide more reliable water supplies for the 25 million people and 8 million acres of farmland dependent on the Delta watershed and its water supply. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Palmer. Appreciate your contributions and perspectives here. Thank you.
Okay.
Now we'll go back to Mark Gonzalez just to see if we're able to receive his comment. Yeah, Mr. Gonzalez, apologies. I think we're definitely having some technical challenges getting you unmuted here. We will, you know what might, and I don't know if this will help, but hopefully it does. Mr. Gonzalez, if you don't mind, it looks like you don't have an audio connected to what is just your video at this point, but it might be worthwhile popping off and just signing back into the platform. Let's go ahead and go to Michelle Spring-Faju. I'll circle back to Ms. Faju in case she's able to. Hello, good afternoon. Oh, apologies, Ms. Faju. You are unmuted, but we cannot actually hear you. Next to the mute button, don't hit the mute button, but next to it, there's a little caret that'll bring up a menu. You should be able to select another microphone. See if that works.
Does that work now?
It does. We can hear you. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Fantastic. Thanks for coming back to me. I don't have a script. I am a resident of Brentwood, and so literally the Delta is in my backyard. I also grew up in Los Angeles, and so I have a heart for all things California and all things water. My family is many generations of DWP, water and power workers. But I do have a very big concern about just the state of, what we were talking about today, and this notion that, this notion that we're going to rely on these voluntary agreements. And we've heard many people that are far more eloquent, far more educated than I am speak today. And I think that it's just really important that folks who are citizens, folks who are neighbors, this is in our backyards, are also show up to say that we feel very strongly that we guarantee these impaired flows at 55% or more, irregardless of whether it's a great season with lots of rain or it's a season where we're experiencing a drought. So I don't really have much more to say, but just wanted to join you and share my voice as a regular citizen. So thank you.
Thank you for joining us and for sharing that voice. I really appreciate your time here, Ms. Faju, and contributing to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Let's circle back to Mr. Mark Gonzalez one more time. I did see him pop on to the platform for a moment. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Gonzalez, it looks like you don't have an audio option connected to the account. We'll try to come back to you further, and apologies for the technical challenges. Next, let's get to Katie Bramlett, be followed by Shannon Avila, then Mary Elizabeth.
Good afternoon. I'm Katie Bramlett. I am a longtime Bay Area resident who has retired up at the American River confluence in Cool. The American River, as you know, feeds the Sacramento. It feeds our precious Bay Delta. I want to thank you for the time you've put into this work and for the chance to speak today. And I want to start by saying this plainly: the Bay Delta Plan needs an update that actually matches what the science has been telling us for years. The rivers and the estuary simply aren't getting enough water to function as living systems. Strong science-based protections mean increased flows, no less than 55 to 65% of natural runoff in most years for Central Valley rivers and the Delta. This is not a radical number, guys. It's what's needed for fish to migrate, for water quality to improve, and for the estuary to have a fighting chance to recover. Right now, the system is stuck in an unacceptable status quo. Massive diversions and exports are pushing species toward extinction. We're seeing toxic conditions in the Delta, a fishing industry on the brink, and real harm to tribal, cultural, and community uses of water that have existed, as we've heard today and in recent days, for generations. This isn't abstract. It's happening now, and it's happening because flows are too low. That's why I'm urging the board to reject the proposed voluntary agreements. They don't fix the problem, they lock it in. They preserve the same imbalance that got us here in the first place while calling it progress. From the outside, it looks less like a solution and more like permission to keep doing what isn't working. I also want to be clear about the proposed water supply adjustments to the percent of runoff standard. If those adjustments mean increased flows almost never happen, then the standard doesn't mean much at all. We can't protect rivers on paper while draining them in practice. This board has a real opportunity and responsibility to set a baseline that puts ecosystem health, clean water, and long-term resilience first. Updating the Bay Delta Plan with meaningful flow requirements isn't anti-agriculture. It isn't anti-community. It's pro-future. It's about making sure there's still a delta, still fisheries, still rivers that work for people and wildlife alike. So I'm asking you to lead. Update the Bay Delta Plan using the best available science. Require flows that actually protect rivers and the estuary. Say no to proposals that maintain the status quo while our ecosystems continue to collapse. Voluntary agreements equal voluntary extinction. Not on our watch, please. Thank you for listening and for the work you do.
Thank you as well for your perspectives and your voice here, Ms. Bramlett. Thank you for contributing to our discussion. Mr. Gonzalez, it looks like you did have audio for a moment. It looked like it dropped off again. What I recommend is the email that we sent you also has a call-in number. If you don't mind just calling in to this, we may be able to more quickly be able to hear your comment. I will now go to Shannon Avila, be followed by Mary Elizabeth, then John Amodio.
Hi, I'm not sure if I can see you because I'm in my.
Oh, apologies. Miss Avila, did we lose Miss Avila completely, or is it just, did she just accidentally mute? Okay, you should be invited to unmute again, Miss Avila. Apologies.
All right.
Oh, you're back.
Hi.
We got you.
Hi. I'm just glad I'm not on the freeway. Hi. My name is
Please
Shannon.
be safe.
Yeah, no, I didn't make it to the freeway, so I'm really glad about that. Okay. Hi, my name is Shannon Avila. I'm your neighbor. I'm everyone's neighbor there. I'm also an advisory board member with the Yosemite Rivers Alliance. I'm a nonprofit worker, grant writer, and fund development specialist. So I'm a big time community collaborator. And most importantly, I'm a mother to Indigenous children who are of the Tuolumne Miwok tribe. And I'm here because I love them. I love the Delta, the rivers, and the future that depends on them. I grew up and was born in the Bay Area and moved to the mountains, and then I settled in the Central Valley. So I'm really familiar with all of the rivers and their access. So I want to start with something very simple. Stories don't just describe systems, they move through them. For more than 30 years, the story we have told the Bay Delta is one of compromise and delay. But what that story has produced is not balance, it's loss. Loss of species, loss of cultural practices, loss of clean water, loss of trust, guys. Massive diversions and exports have driven fish toward extinction, fueled toxic algae blooms, collapsed the salmon fishing industry, and harmed tribal and cultural uses of water. These are not unintended side effects. They are predictable outcomes of decisions that prioritize short-term profit over long-term sustainability responsibility. Science has been clear for years. In 2010, this board's own Delta Flow Criteria report found that 75% of unimpaired flow was needed to protect the ecosystem. Even the 2024 proposal of 55% flows was already a compromise. Yet the current plan steps backward again, 35% in dry years, while proposing voluntary agreements that lack enforcement, accountability, or scientific justification. There is no credible analysis showing these agreements will protect fish, wildlife, or public trust resources. There is no clear mechanism for accountability. And I know accountability when goals are missed. And habitat restoration without sufficient flows is not restoration. It's an empty promise. As a grant writer, you all know that I'm not supposed to make empty promises, right? I want to name something that often goes unspoken. Historically, we have seen this pattern before. In the 19th century, railroad expansion was justified as a necessary progress. Financial risk was offloaded to corporations, while long-term costs, land loss, displacement, and environmental damage was borne by the public and by indigenous communities. Speed and profit were prioritized over equity and stewardship. We are repeating that story now with water. And repetition matters because the stories institutions choose to tell determine who is protected and who is erased. Water is a public trust resource. It belongs to the people of California, including the children who will inherit the consequences of today's decisions. When 80% of our water goes to agriculture, often exported by large corporate interests, while ecosystems collapse and undeserved communities suffer, we must ask, who benefits, who pays? As a mother, I know that stability is what makes possibility visible. As a community member, I know that dignity depends on access to clean water, to culture, to a living river. I urge the board to reject the voluntary agreements and adopt a strong enforceable Bay Delta water quality control plan with science-based flow protections and at the least 55%. This is a legacy decision.
Thank you, Ms. Avila.
Please choose the story that protects life, honors tribal heritage, and leaves our rivers alive for those who come next. Thank you for letting me finish.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Much
Thank you.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call Mary Elizabeth, be followed by John Amodio, then David Schramm.
Hi, my name is Mary Elizabeth, the Stocktonian, and I'd like to first thank the following organizations for elevating the need for science-based solutions and advocacy for affected communities. Sierra Club, California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance, Restore the Delta, Center for Biological Diversity, Natural Resources Defense Council, Earth Justice, Save California Salmon, San Francisco Baykeeper, and many more. But these have worked in Stockton or have taught me about problems with business as usual. Climate change is now, and we need to think about the big picture, not just maximizing profits. I live in Stockton and within a mile of the Deepwater Channel near the confluence of the San Joaquin River and the beginning of the Delta. I have provided comments previously, am a registered environmental health specialist, and am currently working on Stockton environmental justice, education, and advocacy. I know when conditions change that the water quality in Stockton is affected. Legacy pollution sources continue, and without adequate flows, poor water quality can predominate, resulting in fish advisories, hyacinths, and cyanobacteria blooms, which create toxic conditions and are harmful. Even to consider allowing 35% flows to maintain upstream diversions is unimaginable and should not be approved. The intense political economic pressures that have been applied to consider voluntary agreements as a solution are evident. I'm not sure how I was selected to work with the group on the concept of water portfolios back in 2019, and conflicts were evident then that remain today. These voluntary agreements remind me of the third-party agreements in the CV Salt Irrigated Lands Program that have allowed continued groundwater pollution without full characterization of the extent of polluted domestic wells. Targeted enforcement to reduce the source is difficult and not at all transparent. Hiding behind weak voluntary agreements that are less than full standard implementation is a mistake, and the people feel the harms. We cannot depend on the regulated community to regulate their own standards. It's an inherent conflict of interest. Please do not accept the preferred alternative, voluntary agreements with the backstop for those not participating, which will end up being users without the legal and technical resources to develop voluntary agreements. Please begin the process of evaluating and adjusting water rights to allow for adequate flows to reduce cumulative impacts. Do not allow flow requirements below 45% in dry years, which will harm downstream users like those in Stockton. Baseline flows must be maintained that are enforceable. Thank you for the opportunity to provide verbal comments remotely and for your efforts to consider the needs of tribal fishing and disadvantaged communities in the Delta. And I appreciate the honor that you have given to each speaker thus far. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Miss Elizabeth. Appreciate those contributions and your comments. Again, I know for everyone it's been a long day, long 3 days, and so really appreciate you holding on, providing your perspectives to us. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, let's go back to Mr. Gonzalez. I see you there, and let's see if we'll invite you to unmute. You're unmuted, and see if we can hear you.
Well, thank you for your patience.
We can hear you. Good afternoon. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for being patient as well.
Yeah, I was at the Hoodman Slough today, which will not be affected by your choices. But I also look at the history of all these agreements, and nothing has happened. My great-great-great-grandmother was a Ohlone Indian, married one of the generals or lieutenants from one of the lieutenants with the history of the Spanish conquisition of the country. Her name was lost. His name is Manuel Butron. So they were married by Unificera in 1879. Think about what the country was like that. Okay, the other mentions I have is you were talking about the Bay Delta Quality Control Plan and compromise. You already compromised from going from 65% to 45%. My third statement is voluntary agreements. Voluntary means you can get out of them anytime you want to. The Turlock State Park has been closed for 4 years. The Turlock Water District should be maintaining that district, so it's lost boating access and camping along the Tuolumne River. I used to camp there, but now it's no longer accessible. And to do a boat trip has become extremely difficult. So beneficial uses should include boating access and river access, which is not really going on right now. And then when all the districts of the water companies, they use 20% of the water that is used. And they keep complaining about, well, we don't have enough. But obviously the big consumer is the agricultural uses. And I know you can't control uses of water, but beneficial flows through the rivers is essential to the health of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Really appreciate your perspective here and your words, and thanks for hanging in and providing us and being part of this discussion. It means a lot. Thank you. All right, next I'd like to call up John Amodio, be followed by David Schrum, then Meg Giberson, and Diana Suarez.
Oh, hang on a second. Yes, Mr. Chairman, you have been exceedingly patient and gracious. I appreciate that. Briefly, over 50 years, I've had the privilege of working to protect and restore some of California's most iconic natural resources, all of which centers on the health of streams and rivers. It began with a string of early successes, including 1970s grassroots leader and expansion of Redwood National Park, early 1980s managed successful wild and scenic quality campaign, late 1980s managed successful campaign to create 350,000 acre Smith River National Recreation Area. Like all of you, I went into state service as the gubernatorial appointee in 1991. Most relevant was serving as Governor Wilson's lead on the Bay Delta Oversight Council, trying to reconcile the differences of ag, urban, and enviros on the dilemma of the Bay Delta. My winning streak came to a very humbling end. We failed big time. Allow me to suggest 3 lessons for your consideration from that and subsequent continuous failures on restoring the ecological health of the Bay Delta and its tributary rivers. First, since the Racconelli decision in 1986 gave hope and seemingly legal requirements to improve the ecological health of the Bay Delta and its 2 major river sources, despite billions of dollars and endless studies, its ecological health has continued to worsen. Public resources are overall more in peril than ever. Second, a sobering perspective on following the science, or more pointedly, failing to act on the science where it can make a difference. In Redwood National Park expansion effort, there was a similar refrain from those profiting from more and more studies, while the national park was being ecologically and aesthetically destroyed. Profile encouraged Dr. Richard Janda of USGS pointedly rebutted the timber industry's seemingly rational argument for taking more time to study before taking action. Dr. Janda noted the science can most definitively document cause and effect only in a postmortem, when it is too late to make a difference. Other government profiles encouraged took this to heart and boldly acted to protect the park through a politically contentious and expensive expansion. Third, and most importantly, while Pogo was right, we have met the enemy and the enemy is us. Let me respectfully suggest the difference between all who have testified and you on the dais, which is a simple and profound difference. You have the legal authority and responsibility to act on the fact that water, fish, and wildlife are publicly owned resources. Before you make your decision, please have the courage to do the mirror test. Visualize yourselves 20 years from now explaining your decision to the next generation, including if you have grandchildren, whether you took the needed bold action to do what the science as well as common sense has more than documented. Our publicly owned rivers and Bay Delta need more water now. Finally, I asked ChatGPT to compare the health of Montana and California rivers. Unequivocally, deep red Montana is doing environmentally better than California. This saddens and sickens me, as I hope it does you. On water resources, California does not live up to its self-proclaimed global leadership on environmental protection. Please act boldly to live up to that claim. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony and words here, Mr. Amadio, and for your public service. I really appreciate your perspective here and your thoughts. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up David Schrum, be followed by Meg Giberson, Diana Suarez, and then Liz Olertz.
Okay.
So tell them that you can't put the videos.
Okay. Am I
Good evening, Mr. Schrum. We can hear you. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is David Schrum. I live in Palo Alto. I'm a value scientist, someone who applies scientific methods, principles, and findings to questions about what we want and how we can get it, the ends and means of our lives. I've spoken and written to you on several prior occasions about the Bay Delta Plan. I'm here again today to advocate immediate, uncompromised implementation of Phase 1. I have 3 thoughts to offer. The first is about what we mean and understand by reasonable in sections 13,000 and 13,241. Some use this term to justify the dilution of environmental protections for economic convenience. However, reasonable is synonymous with consistent with applicable science. We violate the mandate of reasonable if we ignore the 2010 scientific consensus that salmon require 60 to 75% of natural unimpaired flow to thrive. To afford them less, we sacrifice the primary interest of the people of California in protecting public trust resources. Unless a policy is scientifically sufficient to prevent extinction, it is, by definition, unreasonable. My second thought is about demography. A primary argument for continuing recent levels of water diversions is to support a booming population. Today, our population is less than 40 million, barely 80% of 1990 projections, and is flat or shrinking. To plan diversions to satisfy a growing population is anything but reasonable. My third thought is about agriculture. Current intensive agriculture in the San Joaquin Valley is biophysically unsustainable. To grow walnuts, almonds, and pistachios for the world, effectively exporting 95% of the public trust water we divert to irrigate them, we're permanently degrading the natural resources that make their cultivation possible. Overpumping has caused the ground to sink by 30 feet in some areas, forever diminishing aquifer storage capacity. With soil salinization, we've made 250,000 acres unusable and put another 1.5 million acres at risk. To continue diverting 80% of the state's managed water to sustain an industry actively depleting and degrading the aquifers and soil it relies upon is the height of unreasonableness. Implementing phase 1 is scientifically sound and eminently reasonable. I urge you to prioritize Section 13,000's total values, tangible and intangible, over the unreasonable claims being made by supporters of narrow interests. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you as well, Mr. Schramm. It's good to hear you again, and thank you for your perspectives here as part of our discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Meg Giberson, be followed by Diana Suarez, Liz Olertz, and then Gary Bailey.
I had blocked you, but I think what happened.
Good evening. This is Meg Giberson, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I have followed California water policy for years, including some years I spent serving as a resource conservation district director here in the San Jose area. I'm concerned about the overdiversion of water from an estuary that is in crisis. I'm concerned about substandard water conditions that may continue or worsen under the proposed plan and VAs. This water plan will not stop the toxic algae conditions in the state's northern waterways. It will not improve the health of native and Delta communities. It will not recover the billions of fishery and community dollars lost because of fish and people left without adequate, clean, fresh water. The plan will not help California to meet its highest clean water goals. Our state does have solutions based on valid science and technology that can provide adequate water for our needs without sacrificing the health of the Bay Delta. I urge you to adopt water quality standards for the Bay Delta that include adequate, regulatory, minimum science and flow-based temperature and HABs prevention criteria with adequate monitoring and enforceability. Again, it's been a long day. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and your patience.
Easily. Thank you, Ms. Giberson. Appreciate those comments, and equally for you hanging on after a long day here. Next, I'd like to call up Diana Suarez, Liz Olertz, Gary Bailey, and then Barbara Williamson.
Good evening to the Water Board and everyone. I am Diana Suarez, representing Friends of Bear River. I recently sent a letter of complaint directly to the Water Board regarding this process and the Nevada Irrigation District voluntary agreement. I wrote to you because I have found the Delta Water Quality Update process to be unresponsive to my previous 7 written comments and 2 verbal comments. It's incredibly frustrating to find that well-documented factual statements are completely ignored and not addressed in the documents at all. I have submitted a total of 23 pages of written assertions and evidence and a 41-page slideshow describing the formation of a restored floodplain and wetland habitat directly related to peak and pulse flows on the Bear River when the dams spill. These documents contain a whole lot of information, enough information that should have had some impact on the Bear River, Yuba River, and Auburn Ravine NID voluntary agreement. Unfortunately, this is not the case, and upon reading the latest December 2025 revision, the problem with the, quote, redirection of Bear River spillwater remains. I feel disappointed, disheartened, and cynical about this process and the validity of the outcome. There are myriad problems with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes voluntary agreements, which I have documented in my written and verbal comments. There is one especially egregious component in the B.1.16 Bear River, Yuba River, and Auburn Ravine NID Voluntary Agreement Component 1 that appears to violate flow accounting protocols, delegated authority for water diversion, water rights law, and science-based analysis. Despite substantial information to the contrary, the seemingly unilateral decision to, quote, redirect Bear River spillwater remains a component of the agreement. California water law does not recognize redirection as a category distinct from diversion and interbasin transfer. I wrote to you directly because I am convinced that the process is flawed and all my work has been completely disregarded or likely not read at all. I hope you read my letter. The first I heard of this VA was from the NID lawyer telling the NID board about the VA plan. He never said where it came from. There was no transparency or opportunity to comment. In response to my first verbal comment back in December of 2024, you said, quote, there is a lack of trust, unquote. Here is one reason and an opportunity. Please initiate removal of component 1 from the VA B.1.16 Bear River, Yuba River, and Auburn Ravine NID voluntary agreement. Thank you.
Heard. Thank you, Ms. Suarez. Appreciate your comments here. You have board members taking notes. So just thank you for sticking with us and hear your frustration. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Liz Olertz, be followed by Gary Bailey, Barbara Williamson, and then Keith Bennett.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I might be a little bit repetitive, but bear with me. Thank you. I know it has been a very long couple of days. My name is Liz. I'm here today because the Bay Delta and the rivers that fed it are not strangers to me. There are places I know, working and care for. I live and work in the Sierra Nevada, where snowmelt becomes rivers and rivers eventually become the Delta. Before working the Sierra, I work in the San Joaquin Valley on groundwater sustainability. My background is in environmental engineering, and I have spent the past 8 years working with communities, tribes, and conservation groups on water issues across California. The Bay Delta Plan has not been fully updated in over 30 years. In that time, we have watched salmon populations collapse, toxic algae blooms increase, fishing seasons shut down, and tribal and cultural uses of water pushed to the margins. These are not unintended or unexpected consequences. They're the predictable outcome of taking too much water out of the system. The science has been clear for more than a decade. In 2010, this board found that roughly 75% of flow would be needed to protect the Bay Delta. More recently, the board proposed 55 as a minimum protective standard. But the current proposal steps backward, allowing flows as low as 35 in dry years and relying on voluntary agreements that lack enforceable standards, accountability, or scientific analysis showing they will actually improve conditions. We cannot repeat with our rivers the mistakes made in groundwater management, where unchecked pumping caused habitat loss, permanent land subsidence, and communities to be left without safe drinking water. Habitat restoration is important, But without water, habitat is just dirt. Flow is the foundation that everything else depends on. The voluntary agreements were negotiated behind closed doors, excluding tribes and the people most impacted by declining water quality. They would largely preserve the status quo, massive diversions, weak enforcement, and public dollars subsidizing private water use, only for taxpayers to later pay again to address the damage left behind. Why did we even pass a 10 billion climate bond if we continue to avoid the water protections needed to make those investments work? That is not consistent with the principle of beneficiary pays, and is not consistent with the state duty as trustee of California waters. I want to emphasize this. Healthy rivers are not a luxury. They are the lifeblood of this state. I urge the board to reject the proposed voluntary agreements and move forward with a science-based plan that requires meaningful flow protections and real accountability. Please protect the water, and thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Easily. Thank you for your time as well, Ms. Olertz. Appreciate your comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Gary Bailey, be followed by Barbara Williamson, Keith Bennett, and then Kine Fall L.
Hello there, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I assume you're hearing me now. And
we can. Thank you.
Okay. And my name is Gary Bailey. I'm a longtime resident of Sunnyvale, California, a retired electronic engineer with a career designing high-tech electronic products. So science is important to me, as it should be to everybody. But also, I was co-founder and longtime board chairman of a nonprofit called the Stevens and Permanente Creeks Watershed Council, with thousands of volunteer hours per year, monitoring water quality, implementing restoration projects. We even examined the critters and bugs under the rocks in the streams, because as you might know, that the kinds of critters there is a measure of water, not a measure, but an indication of water quality. And so the health of rivers, streams, and bodies of water is important to me, especially here in Northern California, including the Delta. And as we've heard time and again, including from some experts, that these voluntary agreements will not improve or even maintain the quality of the Delta, but will degrade it and damage the quality. So the voluntary agreements must be rejected, as you've heard time and time again, including from some other scientific experts. And in your quest to provide beneficial uses of the waters of the Delta, among other places, let's remember that those beneficial uses should be for everyone, not just for some. And I'm afraid that we might be heading toward just for some. So they should be for all the residents around the Delta, also the human residents with economic benefits from recreation and the like, for the fish and wildlife. And as you've heard from experts, scientists show that anything less than the compromised 55% flow all the way through the Delta into the bay is just not acceptable. Not acceptable. So I'm hoping that you will leave a lasting legacy of a healthier and healthier Delta and bay, with a strong plan, with strong regulations and strong enforcement provisions, and that those enforcement provisions will be used when necessary. And as we know, sea level is going to continue to rise. We know that. And so there's going to be more and more threat of salinity moving in. And if the flow from the Delta to the bay is not enough, the salinity will move farther and farther in. So thank you for listening, and good luck.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bailey. I appreciate it. Thanks for your words and perspectives here. Next, I'd like to call up Barbara Williamson, be followed by Keith Bennett, Kine Fall L, and then Connor Everts and Charlie Wilson.
Hello, I'm Barbara Williamson. I live in Albany, California. I want to talk about several different groups that I participate in that are very much involved with the water. Bay Area Sea Kayakers has 800 members, and with that group, which I've belonged to for about 20 years, we've gotten involved with completing the Bay Water Trail. We participate in getting Point Molita to be a park. We got kayak access at Point Pinole, and we've gone down and testified at the Coastal Commission when they were planning for the Albany Bowl. Another organization is Environmental Traveling Companions. I do that on a weekly basis for 10 years now when it's goes from the spring through the late fall. It's we provide kayak experiences for the handicapped, urban children, people living in shelters and like living in the Palo Alto VA rehab program. All these people, we get them out on the water. The other one is the Seashore Nature Center at the Berkeley Marina, where we provide school children from Berkeley and everywhere with programs about fish, about birds, about the marine environment and the tidal environment. We teach them how to use microscopes and binoculars and all of these things. During the course of my activities with all these places, I have seen that the birds have greatly decreased. I understand that last year's bird count was 30% of the prior year's bird count. I see more frequent algae blooms, which means you certainly don't want to have contact with the water. You don't want to fall in the water. You don't want to be around that water. And then these limited amount of flow coming through the rivers and streams that I have paddled in has caused those to become inaccessible to kayaks. Lots of programs that have had water activities, like the one at the San Pablo Reservoir, which I used to go to weekly, have eliminated paddling due to the invasion of the orange mussels. Basically, I see in the near future no birds and no fish where I go. I think it's a disheartening thing to think that the current level of water going through to the bay is so low that it cannot maintain the biodiversity that it rely on. I have been recently going paddling in the Delta at a big break with the East Bay Regional Parks has a kayak program about 5 times a month. I've been going out there and it got me interested in the Delta, which led me to this program. And my concern and interest, I will try to do what I can to activate all the people I know to send you further comments. And I know environmental engineers. I hope to mobilize quite a bunch of people to provide further voices in this issue. Certainly, the voluntary agreements sound like a nightmare and that it should be rejected out of hand. We're killing the bay now. We have to stop that and move in the other direction. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well. Appreciate that, Ms. Williamson. Next, I'd like to call up Keith Bennett, be followed by Kine Fall L, Connor Everts, Charlie Wilson, and then Robert Chang.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, I'm Keith Bennett, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. My interest in the Bay Delta Plan comes from my belief that a healthy environment is a prerequisite for a healthy society and individual health. I don't need a scientific study to know that the Bay Delta health has precipitously declined. 20 years ago, I bought fresh California salmon every summer at the local supermarket for $2.99 a pound. For the last 3 years, it hasn't even been available at any price. That's the proverbial canary in the coal mine. Now that you have some insight into my motivation for speaking, let me pivot to another topic: voluntary agreements. About 10 years ago, during that extended drought in California, contractors were pumping millions of gallons of water per house for the construction of basements in residential homes. It was obvious to me that in addition to wasting the groundwater, this caused the ground to subside, causing homes, including mine, to be damaged, amongst other impacts. Of course, the contractors claimed it wasn't their fault or responsibility, and simply asking contractors to voluntarily use other construction methods, such as best practices, to construct basements didn't work. So I organized Save Palo Alto's groundwater to effect city regulations. After several years, we had some success. While some of the regulations are prescriptive, some are voluntary recommendations to use best practices. While some contractors do follow these recommendations, Others do whatever is most convenient or profitable to them. Voluntary agreements are just that, voluntary, unless they have clear, enforceable performance metrics. All of the studies show that minimum flows, especially at critical times, are required to maintain the health of the environment, and I request the board's actions to fully embrace and reflect this. The California Water Board has an important role in managing one of California's most important and valuable and critical resources, and it's also a big responsibility for the members. I'm sure it's difficult for you. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bennett. Much appreciation. Thanks for providing your perspectives here. Next, I'd like to call up Kine Fall L, be followed by Connor Everts, Charlie Wilson, Robert Chang, and then Brian Jobson.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kine Fall L. I'm a resident of the west side of LA. This is my first time making a public comment like this, so please bear with me through my statement. I am a myth dreamed up by my ancestors, as Sun Ra would say. And today I am speaking as a future ancestor of this planet for the water, the wildlife, indigenous communities, and the children who will inherit the consequence of what we decide now. I grew up near the Bayona wetlands in Playa del Rey, where protecting water and wildlife was a lived responsibility. And as an artist, I have drawn lifelong inspiration from estuary ecosystems. Estuaries teach symbiosis. They teach balance and interdependence between land, water, animals, and people. And that is why I urge the board to reject the proposed voluntary agreements. They maintain a failed status quo of massive diversions that are driving salmon toward extinction and harming tribal, cultural, and ecological systems without any scientific analysis showing that they will meaningfully protect fish or public resource. Decisions must be based on science and not pressure, political pressure, which means moving forward with the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and enforceable protections. Without sufficient water, habitat restoration becomes an empty promise. It has taken 100 years for the Bay Delta to be depleted to what it is today. 100 years from now, people will look back at this moment and ask whether we chose short-term convenience or long-term sustainability. And I just want to say thank you in advance from the future for doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly for your words here. Thank you for participating in this process. It sounds like your first public comment, and you did very well, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Connor Everts, be followed by Charlie Wilson, Robert Chang, Brian Jobson, and then Miguel Miguel.
Thank you very much, Connor Everts. This is not my first, but it may be my last time speaking. It's been actually kind of a wonderful day hearing all of the speakers. And I was so impressed by hearing the tribal indigenous members, especially the youth. But I mean, we have to realize a lot of things here. There's a lot of assumptions that have gone on. And we've heard from people all over the state, which I'm really impressed with, because I represent the Environmental Water Caucus, which is a statewide group that has come up with solutions on the Bay Delta, many of which have been enacted, which has allowed urban California to decrease water use with greater population. That's one of the myths. The other myth is that voluntary works. We seem to have a voluntary disagreement from hearing the number of people that have challenged the speculative at best process. I know from years of doing water conservation work that when we have mandatory regulations, the water agencies offer incentives, people listen, and we continue on a downward trend of being more efficient and doing more with less. Also, living in Southern California, It's often thought that we are one in a desert. We're not. We're a semi-arid area. We've had a lot of rain this year. We capture a lot of rain. We're capturing more rain on larger scales. Our library catches 200,000 gallons. The Tree People's parking lot costs 250,000 gallons underneath their parking lot. There are a lot of things that are going on smaller and larger scales to make us more self-sufficient locally. Our city actually has a plan to be self-sufficient of imported water. That is the future with the extremes of climate change we are experiencing, from both extreme wet, as we've had 2 great deluges, to no rain at all in January. We should be planning for the driest day plus fire. We should not expect fisheries, which have been in great decline since 1971, or an estuary to work better with less water. We have to maintain flows for all the fish and the ecosystems and not rely on terrestrial habitat changes after the fact. I think that's been made clear. I want to thank you for the opportunity, your patience, and for all the panels you had that have spoken over this time. It seems now like a long time ago when we came prepared to discuss this, and we were kind of caught by surprise with the idea of these so-called voluntary agreements. The job is to regulate. Regulations make things happen. There's a reason for them. We're seeing an undoing in this country of so many successful regulations like the Clean Water Act and endangered species. We should not add ourselves to that list. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Everts. Really appreciate that. Good to hear from you again, and look forward to what I know will be further discussion with folks here. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Charlie Wilson, be followed by Robert Chang, Brian Jobson, Miguel, and then Claire Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Charlie Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern California Water Coalition. And on behalf of the more than 24 million of California's 40 million residents and water consumers, we are participating today to support the completion of the updated Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, including the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal. I also, like you pointed out earlier in the day, want to acknowledge and thank the board staff for the extensive scientific analysis, stakeholder outreach, and community engagement that shaped the recommendations under consideration. In addition to being science-based, recent events in the last couple of years, as Connor actually just pointed out, make it clear to us that California's water quality and water management framework must be highly flexible. Extreme hydrologic swings, climate-driven impacts, and real-world operational challenges require policies that need to adapt quickly to rapidly changing conditions on the ground. Healthy rivers and landscapes are essential, and achieving those goals must be balanced with drinking water reliability, groundwater recharge, flood protection, agriculture, and the affordability for the communities that we serve. Flexibility, regional implementation, and coordination with local and regional agencies has demonstrated to be successful, and we think is the key to the future. Real world, Chairman, you pointed out earlier, real world problems and balancing is hard. The fact that California is big and diverse is both a blessing and a curse, and you're finding out that over 3 days of these hearings. We encourage the board to move forward with a final plan that both balances, protects ecosystems while also ensuring California's water system remains resilient, reliable, and adaptable for the future. Thank you very much for your leadership, and thank you for the opportunity to comment this afternoon.
Thank you for those comments and your time, Mr. Wilson. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for hanging on here and providing us your perspectives. It's appreciated. Thank you. Next, we'll call up Robert Chang, be followed by Brian Jobson, Miguel, and then Claire Elliott. And for everyone's just timing purposes, we are rounding on the last 15 or so commenters. So thanks for holding on here. Mr. Chang.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and rest of the board. Thank you very much for hearing my comments. My name is Robert Chang. I'm the Assistant General Manager for the Coachella Valley Water District out in Coachella Valley, California. And we would like to thank the state board's hard work and your incredible resolve in trying to carefully craft the best path forward for the future Bay Delta plan. And we strongly urge the adoption of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program as revised by state water contractors' comments in the very near future to provide certainty for the varying interests that rely on this critical resource. Water in the West always been a central focus of public attention, and rightfully so, due to imbalance between supply and demand, which has been exacerbated by the climate change. We're not really able to impact supply side in any significant way. And we believe that the most rational way to resolve this imbalance issue is find a balance between human and environmental needs. Many peer-reviewed scientific studies have been conducted since the current plan was implemented that offers alternatives to flow-based only actions for enhancing the survival of vulnerable species, which we're all very concerned about. The HRL incorporates this knowledge into the updated plan, including habitat creation and strategic flow releases as alternative management methods to purely flow actions. Our agency is one of only 2 California agencies that have access to both Colorado River and the State Water Project. The impacts of unimpaired flow alternative will cause additional significant State Water Project supply reductions on top of existing reductions that we're already experiencing due to other restrictions. We have the very likelihood of significant reductions on Colorado River supply for the next 20 years. And this total reduction could impact us to the tune of about 1/6 of our total water supplies. We certainly are big advocates of conservation, but these are volumes way too large for Coachella Valley Water District to conserve our way out of. In order to comply with SGMA standards, we would have to secure other more costly replacement water, which will also compound affordability issues in the valley for some customers, especially ones in disadvantaged communities in our service area. The HRL program provides a balanced approach to 21st century water management is ready to be implemented. We firmly support the HRL program because it aligns with the multiple goals that we've heard of today and over the course of the last 2 days. And for these reasons, we need this program to be implemented as soon as possible, and we respectfully request that your board considers this your upcoming deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Brian Jobson, be followed by Miguel, Claire Elliott, then Andy Colonna.
My name is Brian Jobson. I represent the Foothill Conservancy, a small nonprofit group protecting our watersheds of the Macaulay and Cosumnes River. I'm concerned about the degradation of the Bay Delta, its tributaries, and their water quality and fisheries. My career in the water and power field includes employment for the State Water Resources Control Board Division of Water Rights, Environmental Analysis and Adjudication Sections, and for the Bureau of Reclamation and Environmental Analysis of CBP Operation and Maintenance. I also completed my graduate work in water science at UC Davis. The proposed voluntary agreements described in the staff report appear to be a temporary, unenforceable collection of sporadic habitat measures and speculative water purchases. They are proposed largely to substitute for the more difficult but mandated board duty to promulgate comprehensive water quality standards for the Bay Delta and science-based conditions on diversions from its tributary rivers. These are needed to protect in-stream beneficial uses and recover their degraded fisheries. The board has delayed its duty for years. The current governor and his political operations have complicated this process significantly. But the board should not further delay its obligation to protect these public trust resources of the state of California with clear, durable, enforceable water quality standards, diversion conditions, and release requirements. It may well be that applying one uniform percentage of unimpaired flow to all reaches of all tributaries may be problematic. These rivers have different existing geomorphology, riparian habitat, human disturbances, places and purposes of use for existing water rights, and many other constraints and opportunities. Each major river should have required flows and limits on diversion established based on science and on balancing of beneficial uses. That's been the board's job for decades since I worked there. Please do it. Another point I want to make is that the Friant Dam and its diversion should not be treated like a third-party east side stream with a voluntary agreement. Friant is an integrated facility of the Central Valley Project owned by the Bureau of Reclamation. This diversion of San Joaquin River to storage and thence to the Friant, Kern, and Madera canals drive the need for pumping at Tracy, deliveries to Mendota Pool, reverse flows in the Old and Middle River, and ultimately releases to the Sacramento River and the Delta from Lake Shasta. Friant's diversion and releases impact not just the lower San Joaquin River, but the entire Delta dramatically. Friant diversion should be reviewed and conditions considered in this proceeding to better reduce its impact on the Delta and its fisheries. Finally, I'm concerned that we are facing a third and fatal blow to our Delta. First being the Central Valley Project construction in the 40s and 50s. The second being the State Water Project constructed in the 60s. And now the proposed Delta Conveyance Project, revised Delta Plan, and Sites Reservoir, all culminating at the same time. Cumulative environmental impacts of these actions is required by law. The Delta Conveyance Project is also a state proposed action affecting the same geographical area over the same period of time, affecting the same environmental resources. Please do that cumulative analysis to comply with the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jobson. Appreciate those comments. Thanks for sticking with us. Next, I'd like to call up Miguel, be followed by Claire Elliott, Andy Colonna, and then Rose Jackson.
Oh, perfect. Sorry. Is that working?
It is. No sorry in the least. Thanks for joining us.
Perfect. No, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Miguel. I'm a leader in urban planning and environmental policy. I'm actually calling today from the city of Los Angeles, where I myself grew up in a disadvantaged community right next to urban waterways of the Los Angeles River. For us, those waterways were places of play. They were places where kids and families gathered and where we learned to love being outdoors. But unfortunately, also learned firsthand what pollution does to your health. We saw warning signs go up. We saw people get sick. We learned very quickly that when water is treated as disposable, communities like mine unfortunately pay the price. So when I speak today about water policy, I'm speaking from lived experience and not theory. I speak with urgency as this conversation has put eyes on you all the way down from Southern California, as recently shown by the coverage in the LA Times. Growing up, we were taught that being a good neighbor means putting self-interest aside so the whole community can thrive. It means making choices that protect people, even though we have never met. We heard lots about balance, but ask yourselves who has been paying the price of unbalanced policies in the name of large profit interest. We depend on the Bay Delta, but not in the way that you think. We depend on it for the value it provides to its communities and its biology, to tribal nations, to families, and to the ecosystems that sustain this entire system. The Bay Delta should not be mistreated just to make up for water demands in large urban areas like the ones many of us live in, because sacrificing the Delta does nothing to improve affordability or access for our communities. It does not make water cheaper, it does not make it more equitable, and it only shifts the burden onto Northern California communities and fragile ecosystems and rewards irresponsible water users, further pushing demand to the brink. That is not sustainability, nor is it fairness, and it is not being a good neighbor. You have heard countless comments and you hear them with the lens of why should I care if I'm not the one suffering? If we truly care about environmental justice and public health, then our decisions today must ensure that children in Northern California can grow up with safe, healthy waterways and places of play and not places of warning signs. That is why this board must adopt a science-backed enforceable regulatory pathway that does not rely on voluntary agreements and that guarantees unimpaired flows of at least 55% or more in the Sacramento River and its tributaries. Voluntary agreements are not enough. Communities like the one I grew up in cannot depend on uncertainty, and we need clear standards and real protections. I learned growing up that water teaches us how connected we are, and what happens upstream also shows up downstream. So what we decide today will shape who thrives tomorrow. And during COP30, may I remind everyone that California's governor himself has criticized their take on the climate crisis as from the federal government as an abomination. And such, we cannot become what we criticize. So I urge you to choose responsibility over convenience and to choose science over uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miguel. Appreciate those comments and contributions here. Much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Claire Elliott, be followed by Andy Colonna, Rose Jackson, and then Leif Perez.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members for showing such respectful attention to so many speakers over 3 days. Chair Esquivel, I've been really moved by your kindness and patience. It offers me hope that our voices are being heard and also heeded. My name is Claire Elliott. I'm a retired water quality engineer and ecologist on the San Francisco Peninsula, and I've spent over 40 years working to protect and enhance both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. It's often challenging to know what factors limit ecosystem health. However, regardless if a habitat has the right sun exposure, the right type and placement of soil and plants and water of good quality, if there is insufficient water, ecosystem health is impaired, sometimes irreversibly. Aside from working to protect and enhance ecosystems, I've also been an educator and have been so encouraged by the participation of young people at this hearing. One of my favorite environmental education activities is Save the Bay's Watershed in Your Hands curriculum, where students model the watershed of the Bay Delta using their cupped hands with the space between their wrists representing the Delta and their lifelines representing the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, the space between their fingers, the tributaries to these rivers. I have led this activity and even have been told 25 years later by parents involved that they learned a lot about watersheds for the first time and have kept that memory. I myself was surprised to learn during that activity that the Bay Delta watershed represents 40% of the state, the land mass. So it's particularly important to be protecting that area and the drainages. While regulations are being eliminated at the federal level, it's particularly important you use your regulatory authority to enforce adequate flows in the streams and rivers that drain that huge percentage of California and not merely rely on volunteer agreements to support these resources. Thank you very much for your time and efforts working for California Water and the life that it supports.
Thank you as well, Ms. Elliott, for your contributions at the local level and to this discussion. I really appreciate your acknowledgement and words here. Next, I'd like to call up Andy Colonna, be followed by Rose Jackson, Leif Perez, and then Maggie Heatherton. Mr. Colonna, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Good evening.
can you hear me
Thank
okay,
you.
guys? Can you hear me all right?
Thank you. We can.
All right, great. Thanks for sticking around to hear me and the other people who are still left on this list. As you know, my name's Andy Colonna, former commercial fisher, and now a member of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I'm also Vivian Hellerwell's alternate on the California Advisory Committee on Salmon and Steelhead, advising the legislature and the Resources Agency on critical salmon-related issues with the best scientific and commercial information we can bring to the table. So I'd like to start with my observation about this plan and my conclusion about it, and then some recommendations, if you don't mind. Observation, the proposed Bay Delta Plan update, with all its good intentions, has one problem. It is not being updated in a way that meets its legal mandate to protect beneficial uses. Conclusion, unless and until it is updated with protective standards implemented and monitored over time, no one can be sure that it has any chance of accomplishing the goals which it claims to represent in the public and the private interest. In evaluating these concerns, it seems that it's important to bear in mind that each beneficial use of water listed in Article 10, Section 2 of the California Constitution, such as navigation, commerce, fishing, etc., has a public and a private benefit, and that no one value should be sacrificed for short-term private gain by a few at the expense of long-term socioeconomic cohesion and prosperity for the rest of us. Meanwhile, commercial, sport, and subsistence fishing, as well as tribal beneficial use of the water, are heading towards extinction at this point in time, and will get there sooner than later if we don't wake up and do the right things now to prevent further collapse of the ecosystem of the Bay Delta. Whether or not this will be our collective legacy will depend on what happens in the next few years based on what the board requires when it completes its Bay Delta Plan updates. Also, meanwhile, the rug is moving under salmon recovery enemy on California. On June 4th, 2025, Seafood Source News announced, quote, U.S. President Donald Trump has proposed eliminating funds for Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Fund, a program that directs tens of millions of dollars annually towards supporting salmon populations along the West Coast, from Alaska to Mexico. The cut is part of the Trump administration's planned cuts to NOAA's overall budget. Now, additional budget documentation released by the federal government shows which programs will be impacted by that cut, and salmon recovery efforts are one of the major government programs on the chopping block. So, why should anyone believe that the Trump administration will provide funding for the salmon recovery efforts through the voluntary agreements when its efforts to eliminate salmon recovery funding are so obvious and so destructive of the salmon resource? We see it, there's a clear and present danger that in this current political climate, that these efforts may succeed. So, as an antidote, we would be wise to apply CDF Director Jerry Partain's sound advice in his forward to the 1985 edition of the California Forest Practice Rules to managing all of California's natural resources. Quote, the goal of modern forestry is to manage the resource so that its benefits will continue undiminished for all future generations. Wait a minute, one more point, please.
Yes. Quickly, if you don't mind, Mr. Colonna.
Yeah, this requires the consideration not only of forestry in the traditional sense, but also of fisheries and wildlife, watershed protection, aesthetics, and recreation potentials. One final point based on a comment I heard by John Amadeo, and that is the Racanelli decision. If you look under that and look it up, you'll find that it's entitled United States versus the California State Water Board because of its failure at that time in 1986 to do the right thing. And so it seems to me they're at the same place in time of a decision that may end up having another resurgence of Racanelli on your lap. I hope it doesn't have to come to that. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you as well, Mr. Colonna. Next, I'd like to call up Rose Jackson, be followed by Leif Perez, then Maggie Hetherington. And just to note, we are here at the last 10.
Hi, yeah, I was just trying to turn my video on. Oh, thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks, everybody. I just wanted to say, I'll make it quick. I am here to plead with the Water Board and Governor Newsom to support the public trust, the people of California, and to reject the corporate ag interests. I see the corporate ag interests as the 1% here at the expense of 90% of the environment. So we may be the fourth largest economy in the world, but it certainly seems to be a at the expense of Californians and our environment, and that includes exports to the rest of the country in terms of our farm produce. I live in Fair Oaks along the American River. I'm a fifth generation Californian, pioneer on my father's side since 1845. My great-grandmother moved to Los Angeles when it was Pueblo de la Reina de la Portoncola de Los Angeles. In 8,000 people lived there. Then when the LA River flowed freely. And my mom, fourth generation San Franciscan, built the first barn in San Mateo County in 1854. Cow Palace, Schwerin Ranch dairy farm. The family is been rebuilding, recreating, and restoring the ecosystems in California for over 170 years. I'd like to focus on the solutions. First one, remove the voluntary agreements, reject them, restore flows. Couple ideas, restore Hetch Hetchy. We can have that valley return to the Yosemite Miwok. There's plenty of storage at Don Pedro. Let that river flow. Plant drought tolerant crops. Perhaps we can remove water hungry almonds and cotton for things like, maybe more family farms. Pomegranates, much more drought tolerant. I have 3 in my backyard. I never water them. What I'd like to advocate for is perhaps a 1% for the planet model, where if we are doing exports, they pay a tax if they're going to export outside of California. Those exports are going to make them money, and so they can certainly afford to pay a water tax for the water that they use, or perhaps have tiered pricing where the ag producers pay more for their water, like in places like East Bay Mud, where if you use over a certain amount of water, you are in a different sliding scale. You pay more than people who conserve. I guess the last thing I wanted to say is we have a 100-year-old legacy back to the 1930s of these last century agreements that are antiquated, and they're 30 years old, haven't been looked at since 1995. This is the 21st century, and I think we really need to start looking out for Californians and 40 million people. That's where my heart is. I've seen what happens to the American River when we have a flow, and the salmon, what a difference it makes. And this is my first time speaking, and I wanted to let you know that I appreciate everything you're doing. I was there earlier today planning to speak in person, but I had to get back to work, and so I'm still here at home. So thank you. I appreciate us having the right to make our views known, and I really hope that all our comments are going to make a difference. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Leaf, there you are. Thank you.
Oh,
And sorry,
thank
I
you.
think
I'm
we were
sorry.
muted
My
to
name is
ourselves for a
Life
moment.
Perez.
Oh,
I
Life,
live in
thank you.
Chico, California. Thank you so much for taking your time to hear me. This is the first time I've ever spoken in a public forum like this. I would just like to say there's so many people that have spoken before me, scientists, so intelligent that know what they're talking about. I'm a whitewater river guide who worked in the 80s in California, and now I'm a sailor. I'm a lake sailor, and we just need to take care of the water that we have for our future generations, the children. I take children sailing, and we need to protect our water for the salmon, just as everyone is saying. So I trust you all to do the best you can do. Yeah, thank you so much for listening, and I just want to make that point. Yes, the agribusiness takes 80% of our water here in California, and I think that we need to protect our environment, or we will become, as one of the previous speakers said, like the Colorado River. That's it. That's all I need to say. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you as well, Mr. Perez. Really appreciate you contributing here. I'm heartened that this is your first time engaging
Yes.
in a public process.
Yes.
Please continue to do so. Really appreciate your voice. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate your service, and thank you. Let's protect our California water. Thank you so much.
Next, I'd like to call up Maggie Hetherington. She'll be followed by Stacy DiPolo, Ashley Overhouse, Beth Donaldson, and then Lane Paquin.
Hello, Water Board, and Mr. Chairman. I appreciate so much your patience and staying so late, and especially to the chair, that you really seem to hear what people are saying and acknowledge people's voices. I really appreciate that so much. I will be quick. I am just an ordinary citizen. I am not articulate like so many that have spoken before me, but everything that I've heard really resonates with my desires for you to reject the voluntary agreements. It seems very clear from the evidence that's been presented, and I, as an old river guide, as a current volunteer with Team River Runner who teaches whitewater kayaking skills to veterans, and as just an environmentalist, I feel so deeply that we really need to preserve what we do have left, because I'm witnessing species extinction in my lifetime. It's incredible to me when I grew up in a time of such abundance and such delight in the environment. I hope that you will consider the legacy that will be left by doing the correct thing in rejecting these voluntary agreements and adopting the Bay Delta Quality Control Plan. Thank you so much for your time and for staying late.
Thank you for yours as well. It's late for you as well. And thank you for hanging on here and providing your comments. It's really appreciated, Ms. Hetherington. Next, I'd like to call up Daisy DiPolo, then Ashley Overhouse, Beth Delson, Lane Paquin, and then we'll have 2 more commenters thereafter. And I think we may be rounding. Ms. DiPolo.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that everyone is still here today. I am just, I first of all want to say I'm zooming in from San Francisco in unceded territory of the Métis Ohlone Native people. And I think that's quite significant. And I was most impressed with the patience, the grace, and the composure of the Native tribes, especially the youth who have been before this board so many times. This is not my first time speaking in front of you guys, but their ability to stay calm and be kind was really impressive. So I'm going to do my best to do the same. I'm a graduate of Humboldt State University with a degree in natural resource planning and a former director of the California Endangered Species Coalition. And I'm heartbroken. I'm just heartbroken. I know you guys feel like you're between a rock and a hard place, but I was around in the 1990s when a coalition of these very similar environmental groups, some of them the very same groups, believed in working in coalition with voluntary agreements. And we saw back then the disaster that was habitat conservation planning. So it makes it very difficult for folks that have been around for this long to really have patience for this process. And I sure hope that we haven't wasted our time. I know you guys are all doing a great job of being civil, and I think that's important in today's world. It is no accident that this hearing this week is happening at the same time that our democracy is going through a crisis that underscores the need to do exactly what the environmental groups have said and reject the voluntary agreements. They're nothing short of a sham at this point. And quite frankly, it's insulting to even have to take up everyone's time, especially when yesterday I heard board member Laurel Firestone, who I'm sure is very well intentioned, but she let slip the words "we will adopt" when it related to the voluntary agreements, even while you guys have said at the outset of this process that you're considering our comments when it's obvious that that's not really what's happening. If you follow the money, it's pretty obvious what's happening. And I'm not here to represent any sort of environmental group, but I will say this, I'm here to represent water. Water does not have rights in this whole situation, but water is in each of us, and water has power. And ultimately, the power of water will take us out, the same way the power of the environment that is stretched beyond its capacity will. The fact that we've given up 80% of the water rights in this state to one business, and very few people have spoken to the next kid on the block who's about to knock all of us out and take up all the rest of the water that doesn't exist, which is AI. The building of data centers all over this country and this world are sucking dry resources that don't even exist. Obviously, as you've heard from hundreds of us, for hour after hour, speaking to the need for facts and science-based, real enforceable mechanisms. We know that we can't count on the Trump administration to honor anything like the Constitution or anything that is agreed to by prior administrations or this administration. We know
Polo.
that.
Apologies, don't mean to cut you off, but just to flag, you bit over the 3 minutes, and so if you don't mind trying to wrap, it'd
Thank
be
you.
helpful for folks.
I will just wrap up with, it is not enough to have this agreement that cannot be a voluntary, but a real fact science-based agreement with real regulations co-governed by the tribes. The tribes have 15,000 years of wisdom. They should be paid for their expertise and allowed to lead a new process that will actually steward the water, the only humans who have ever proven that they're capable of doing so. I thank you for your time today.
And thank you as well for yours, Mr. Polo. I know it's been a long 3 days, so I appreciate you hanging in here and providing our perspective, your perspective, and importantly, we are listening. And I, again, ask folks to refrain from calling out individual board members. Ms. Overhouse.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel, board members. Thanks so much for your time and patience. I'm sorry I could not be there with you this evening. I'm the Water Policy Advisor for Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you for the opportunity to give public comment once again on the most important water planning process for our state. First, I want to echo and support the comments that have been made by my partners on great tribal, environmental justice, fishing, and conservation panels. I share their deep concerns both with the proposed voluntary agreement pathway as well as the regulatory pathway, modified now by the water supply adjustments. The plan the board released right before the holidays, in my opinion, is not responsive to serious concerns raised over several years by engaged stakeholders, including Defenders of Wildlife. As of today, the proposed draft plan is not only inadequate to protect all uses of California's precious freshwater resources, but deeply and inequitable and flawed for a host of reasons, from promoting the voluntary agreements to incomplete analysis to weakened regulatory requirements. As hundreds of other speakers have now noted over 3 days, over 80% of the individual public comments given so far are not supportive of this plan, and neither am I. While we urgently need updated water quality standards, adopting the plan as drafted is not the best path forward. In fact, in my opinion, it may make the crisis we are facing in the Delta and statewide worse. We are now faced with flawed and deeply inequitable voluntary proposals that capitalize on the board's unwillingness to impose the necessary regulatory guardrails for our species and communities. Second, I want to respond to the voluntary agreement panel that occurred on Wednesday. As they noted, there have been some great restoration projects on Puda Creek and McCallamy and programs to strengthen protections for aquatic species. However, the examples showcased have, again, 1, already been implemented, 2, have not produced the watershed-wide and overall population-level benefits that species and the estuary desperately need, and 3, were spurred originally by existing regulatory requirements and settlements resulting from litigation. The panel's singular focus on good projects that came about due to enforcement, not voluntary actions, felt like a bait and switch. There's a lot of great work that has occurred on tributaries and the Delta, collaboration and progress that is essential. But without enforceable requirements, the true flow needs of our state's rivers and Delta estuary may never be met. Finally, I wanted to raise some concerns about how the board's responding to the changing Central Valley Project and State Water Project operations. I really appreciated Director Namath's presentation at the start of Wednesday's hearing. It was illuminating for a number of reasons, but also disturbing with the attempts to justify less Delta outflow at a time when we are frankly facing a volatile and uncertain water future, both in terms of future precipitation this year, but also potential lack of compliance with bare minimum state laws like Porter Cologne. Action 5 is expected to increase Delta exports and decrease Delta outflows compared to the baseline in 2024 project operations. See the new Chapter 13, page 13-405. Essentially, the two water projects that we depend on right now to adhere to Decision 1641, who control a significant portion of water in the state, will allow less fresh water in and through the Delta, something that the board identified as critical in 2010 for the Bay Delta Plan update. So after this reveal, it is especially troubling that the Water Board is continuing to promote the voluntary agreements instead of sufficient freshwater flows. I was raised on the motto, not words, but deeds. Blame a Catholic upbringing and throw a bit of guilt in there too. I hope you do not approve this draft plan, or at the very least, press pause. Otherwise, the words of these documents will let a critically important estuary and consequently communities and listed species continue to decline. And the board's misguided deeds will speak louder than any words ever could, with the economic and environmental devastation they will bring. Thank you for your work, your time, and your leadership.
Thank you as well, Ms. Overhouse. It's good to see you. I think it's been a while. Do know my door is always open. Would be glad to meet. Next, I have to call up Beth Dulson, be followed by Lane Paquin.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Then thank you very much. I am honored to be here and I appreciate the late hour and I just bringing up my comments. This is my first time speaking and I've really enjoyed listening to all the other very thoughtful comments and for the good listening. My name is Beth Delson, and I do have a Master's of Science in Natural Resource Policy, Behavior, and Management from the School of Natural Resource at the University of Michigan, although I grew up in California. And I did research water rights negotiations and conflict resolution across stakeholder institutions across the nation for my graduate thesis. And so what I learned from that and all the research that I did was that if we don't involve all the stakeholders in resolving some of these very complex water rights issues, then it becomes very costly for not only the stakeholders, the environment, and society, and things become it is just not the right way to resolve things. The proposed voluntary agreements rely on unenforceable promises instead of science-based flow standards needed to restore the environment for the fish and wildlife. And these have already devastated the salmon runs, as been mentioned, forcing cancellation of commercial salmon and in an economic law and cultural loss for many families that rely on it. Low flows, as been mentioned already, fuel toxic algae blooms that also endanger wildlife and people, especially in underserved Delta communities. And protecting the flow is not only good policy, it's our responsibility. As been mentioned, California's water is a public trust resource and it belongs to all of us. And the Bay Delta Plan would spur innovation and make water use more efficient. So policy, again, without hearing the voice of all the stakeholders, ultimately is expensive, not only for everybody fighting, but not only for the fish and the environment, but ultimately for our society. So as I leave this evening, I urge you to take a different approach that encompasses all the stakeholders and not simply those of certain voices with voluntary agreements. So thank you very much and have a good evening. And I look forward to hearing of your good work.
Thank you so much, Ms. Delson. Appreciate those comments and contributions here and for sticking on with what's been a long day, I know. Next, I have to call up Lane Paquin, be followed by Shahzad Atakir, and then our last commenter will be Gail Shridanovic.
Good evening, actually, and thank you, Chair Escobar and Vice Chair Diadmo and board members for hearing all of our comments. My name is Lainey Paquin, and I'm with the City of Roseville Environmental Utilities. We're a full-service public utility, including water, wastewater, and recycled water services for our community. And our goal is that these services are of high quality, reliable, and affordable. And we recognize that working collaboratively and with investment in long-term resilience is at the heart of achieving this goal. For over 20 years, water agencies in the American River region have successfully implemented conjunctive use, meaning we replenish our aquifer in wet times and use groundwater in dry. Doing so, we alleviate pressures on the lower American River by reducing in-stream diversions. And we've actually increased groundwater levels. Preliminary results from modeling shows that these actions are considerably contributing to increased base flows in the American River. And we've also partnered with the Sacramento Water Forum and provided resources for collaboration, constructing spawning and rearing habitat, collecting data, monitoring conditions, and engaging in breakthrough science. The American River region's Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal was developed with an adaptive and impact-oriented mindset. Water contributions for the American River will be provided with an emphasis on ensuring enhanced flows in the driest years. And this will benefit the American River and points downstream in times when the system needs it most. These flow contributions will be provided in balance with upstream reservoir operations and in consideration of continued groundwater sustainability. And they'll also be made in consideration of maintaining cold water for fish and aquatic species when they need it most. The bottom line is that the American River partner water agencies understand the commitments, resources, and cooperation that it takes to achieve success for both a resilient ecosystem and a sustainable water supply. We've been doing it for decades and will continue to because we know it's the right thing to do. So we do urge you to adopt the Healthy Rivers Landscape Program as the preferred approach to reasonably protecting beneficial uses of water. And I thank you all for your leadership and for the opportunity to provide public comment. Thank you and have a great evening.
You have a good evening as well, and thank you for providing that comment here and being part of the discussion this Paquin. Next, I'd like to call up Shahzad Atakir, and again, I believe at that point, our last commenter will be Gail Shridanovic.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing the space. Hi, my name is Shahzad. I work as a youth organizer for Little Manila Rising based in Stockton. I want to first applaud the board for its efforts in including youth voices, so thank you. The reason I'm providing public comment today is because I feel extremely passionate about the issue. Water, as we all know, is a vital resource, and as such, we must do our very, very best to protect it. I have a few minutes, so I'll try to be as clear and concise as possible. I wanted to touch in regards to the proposed quote unquote water supply adjustment in the regulatory backstop approach. As you all know, this would change the requirement from 55% of unimpaired river flow to 55% in the wettest third, 45% in the middle third, and 35% in the driest third when species and water quality are at a higher risk. Although, in my opinion, I believe this is better than the VAs, I don't necessarily believe it's real protection. The board is proposing to weaken the draft standards, and I believe that this approach would do more substantial harm and is ultimately looking in the wrong direction. Under both the VA approach as well as the regulatory backstop approach, there will be significant effects to not only fish, but rivers as well. The reduced flow will harm salmon, steelhead, and other native fish by, number one, raising temperatures, number two, limiting the habitat extent and quality for both spawning and rearing, as well as restricting fish passage and reducing food production. Another subset of impacts that I wanted to touch upon in my public comment today is, and I hope it didn't go unmentioned as I know other people also mentioned it, so it warms my heart to make sure that both the tribal and cultural impacts aren't going overlooked. Flows affect cultural resources, the ability to do ceremonies, cultural traditions, access, and adequate tribal fishing. These are tribal, although there are tribal beneficiary uses outlined in the report right now, which is a fantastic sign and good to see. I just want to reiterate that the protection of rivers also equals the protection of tribal heritage. That is axiomatic. Water quality is also a massive concern of mine. The reduced flows can increase algae blooms and toxins. Low freshwater flows, as we all know, cause toxic algae blooms in the delta, kill pet life, wildlife, and make people really, really sick. Underserved delta communities ultimately suffer the most when it comes to this. This is just an issue of environmental justice. Surface water quality will degrade if we do not have additional freshwater flows in and through the delta. In conclusion, though, I want to urge the board to proceed expeditiously with the adoption and implementation of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, including strong new science-based protections that require increased flows of at least 55% in Central Valley rivers in most years. Decisions should be based on facts and science, not political pressure and wishful thinking. Thank you so much for the board for the time.
Thank you as well for those comments and for the great work I know Little Middle Rising is doing in the communities out there. So just huge shout out and thanks. All right, I believe our last commenter here will be Gail Shridanovic.
Hello, gentlemen, thank you for your time and your patience. I'm Gail Shridanovic, a native San Franciscan who loves California. I'm currently a resident of Menlo Park. You've heard me speak before. I'm co-chair of the Social Justice Task Force of San Mateo County Democracy for America. Both groups have voted consistently to oppose the Delta conveyance and to support the demands of environmental groups such as Restore the Delta. I have been around for a while, and I remember when there was an actual plan to fill in San Francisco Bay, which was stopped by Restore the Bay and their volunteers. And I remember when air pollution was so severe that at times you had trouble seeing down to the end of the street. I remember when Bayshore smelled so bad that it became a synonym for a stench. All those problems have been corrected by wiser heads and good decisions. Now, you stand at a remarkably difficult and important crossroads. You are called to find a solution to the obvious decline of the Delta and the estuary system. The voluntary agreements are clearly not working. The decline of fish stocks and the increase in toxic algae blooms constitute a great environmental injustice to the residents, to the tribes, and to our precious environment. Now, if you have ever read Cadillac Desert, a book which is very well researched, you will know that our usage of water and our pricing of water favors wealthy developers and growers growing products for export to the detriment of everybody else. They cannot be allowed to dictate water policy in our dear state. Please choose to at least begin to correct past flawed decisions, adopt the Bay Delta Plan with the strongest possible scientific standards. Remember that what you decide here will set a standard for future generations and have widespread impacts. Please remember to do the right thing so that you can tell your children and your grandchildren what you did when you were on the commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shridanovic. Thank you for providing your perspective here and hanging on to the end. All right, just looking to my clerk in case there's anyone else that we haven't been able to have a chance to listen to. And it sounds like we've been able to get through everyone. It is late after a long 3 days, and so I will struggle to be eloquent here, but I do want to just start again with a lot of thanks and humility, and also just pride a bit in the number of folks that spoke here, the hundreds of folks that spoke before this board very passionately, very eloquently, from tribes to community members to water managers to agencies to everyday citizens. It's made and continues to make a difference. I know it can seem like it is Groundhog Day, and this board isn't being responsive or listening to the many pleas and perspectives that we continue to hear from folks. But we are, and we are doing our best to balance the many needs and pressures here and move ourselves, as we've said, into the modern regulatory regime that this state deserves when it comes to managing this 40% of the landmass of the state in the Bay Delta watershed. So just, again, really impressed by everyone's contributions here. As I think folks know, the 5 of us each kind of inhabit a seat. I was appointed to the public seat. I often reflect why there's a public seat, what am I here to best contribute. And it's not just to be kind or, to have, nice manners in front of everyone. It really is here my continued attempt to ensure that the values of the transparency of this institution, but also the decision-making and important concepts like the public trust are really kept. And so I just thank everyone. I think, I said some things earlier this morning insofar as, my expectations of trying to do what we can to bridge the differences that we still hear. I think there's a few spaces that, again, I feel we need to try to tighten up when it comes to the Bay Delta Plan and the way the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal interacts within kind of a holistic approach that we're trying to craft here. Especially, continue to hear folks feel that there isn't a place for them if this board so chooses to adopt the proposal that we have before us in implementation. And I think that that's where I think so many of our conversations continue to go to is that implementation. And I want to ensure that, and importantly, there's still a lot of work to be done in the implementation methodology that we need to pivot to. And so what we need to get just right in adoption is something that can be implemented, that is flexible, but importantly, has that right balance between tribal voices, community voices, water managers, fisheries experts, the whole panoply of voices we're going to need into the future if we're going to be successful and not repeat some of the mistakes of past efforts. So I would like, and this is where it's a little difficult, last year at last year's workshop, we, gave direction. We felt there was a lot that we needed to really dig in to try to provide a process. We had a number of workshops with, tribal members, community members, and it was open and invited to have water managers and everyone else work through a number of issues. Those workshops, I think, were helpful. Those staff-led workshops, I think it narrowed, it helped, bridge as much as we could a number of issues to where we are today in our proposal. I don't want to direct a process that's just going to take a bunch of staff time and not necessarily improve the product that is before the board. But I think there is an opportunity. I keep hearing a desire from both the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proponents and tribes and other voices to try to see some meaningful adjustment. I don't think we're going to get to a point here where there is complete consensus. The 5 of us are going to have to make a call and importantly, understand what it is we're adopting and that it is a compromise amongst us. So I think I'll stop there because I'll just keep feeling a bit more ineloquent in all of it and just say that I look forward to what are further discussions coming off of this. Written comments are due on Monday, so look forward to seeing what we receive. But, we will go and provide further refinement before coming to a potential final vote before this board. And I would like to ensure that we use that time to do our best to be responsive, knowing that we are likely unable to completely bridge the differences between folks, but I'm here to do my job and try. Looking to fellow board colleagues for their own wrap or vice chair.
Well, first of all, I just want to I think we're all going to be saying the same thing as far as our thanks to the very civil and productive discussion that we've had over the last 3 days. I've taken a lot of notes and am trying to absorb as much as possible here. But I think, Chair, you set the tone, when you started off today, and that is just a recognition that even though many that would like to see us move forward with a unimpaired only approach continue to be frustrated, seeking out opportunities for bridge. And that has helped guide sort of my closeout comments here today. And so picking up on Dr. Conrad and some of the discussion that we had on next steps with respect to performance, a pathway for the development of the performance targets and metrics and next steps. What I think we need to see, this plan has advanced significantly, but because it's so comprehensive and so massive and trying to take into account the watershed-specific commitments that are on the table and the accounting that's needed for that, it can get overly complicated. And I can understand why there's a sense that these are not enforceable agreements. And they are enforceable agreements, but I think we need a little more meat on the bones. And so really looking forward to an updated document that you all are working on and seeing specific timelines in there. And I think this is where, for me personally, I think we're very close to being able to move forward. I don't think we're going to be able to bridge the gap and get a consensus, but this is where we expect for those that are not happy with the healthy rivers and landscapes to provide these ongoing opportunities, watershed specific and for the comprehensive program. And so I think we need to see more what that would look like for those ongoing opportunities. And it's embedded throughout the document, but it would be helpful, I think, to provide a little bit more of a roadmap on what those specific opportunities are. Also, we've heard a lot about the lack of enforcement, and so I know that the enforceability document, I don't know exactly what it's going to be called, but I know our Office of Chief Counsel is working on this, and just know that from what I have gathered through the years, what we have before us is not what the individual HRL parties initially proposed. I think what they were looking for was, especially on the issue of the regulatory backstop, it wasn't going to be embedded in this plan that we're adopting. So what we do have, we didn't hear much opposition to that component, but I recall that when HRL was first proposed by the HRL parties, that it did not include a regulatory backstop as we see it now. So I think that that's really important to make it clear that the regulatory backstop is embedded within HRL, and then along with the time frame over the 8-year period and the production of results. And so that's where I think, again, kind of bridging that gap with those that really want to see a strong regulatory pathway to make it very clear exactly what is expected over this 8-year period, and cycling that back through our triennial review process. So having been on the board now for 13 plus years, and seeing this Bay Delta plan that's just been out there lingering, what's really driving me is, I think we had a couple of people say, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's time to move forward. The fish need the protection now. And part of my own evaluation of reasonable protection of all beneficial uses also is a plan that can be implemented now. And so with a lot of those restoration activities already underway, we need the flow as well. We need it now. And waiting for implementation for a full unimpaired flow program, it's not going to happen for some time. So I just look back to 2018 when the San Joaquin plan was adopted, and here we are, and it still hasn't been implemented. I wish that government moved that quicker, but it doesn't. I think we are all well-meaning as far as really wanting to move forward with greater enforcement of our water rights system and curtailments and all that, but we have more work to do on that. So in the meantime, let's get the flow going, but really putting additional details on enforcement and on the metrics and on the remaining issues for accounting to make it very clear to the public and also the HRL parties what exactly is expected of them. And I know a lot of this, Ms. Riddle, it's with you and your team just spending so much time going through the detail to make sure that all that information is really clear. And then the other thing, we talked on day one quite a bit about Action 5 and also the ITP amendment. I concur with a lot of what's already been said, and that is we need to know what we need information about what it means in order to make a determination as to whether or not we need to make adjustments. And so I really do look forward to our staff working closely with the department and the Bureau. If we have to come up with our own analysis and they have an analysis, let's just get going on that process so that we can have an evaluation as to whether or not we need to make some further adjustments. And then the other area that I do really appreciate staff coming back with this board's direction on the water supply adjustment. And I think that that has, really helped to alleviate, along with the temperature provisions, help to alleviate, some of the unintended consequences of unimpaired flow. And I know we don't know exactly how it would be implemented, but I think that this is an important commitment of flexibility with respect to some of these other goals that really matter to us as a board, and that is water affordability and providing water to all of Californians. And so I'm really grateful for staff's good work on that. I continue to be concerned, though, about new projects. And I know from, an equity perspective, these are newer projects that are coming online. And so I appreciate that we don't automatically provide for it as an option, but I am interested in seeing how could new projects, whether it's through the water right permit process or through an updated triennial review where maybe we could see some additional assets on the table for a Healthy Rivers partner. And so I am just open to other approaches and would like to, as we noodle on this a little bit more, see if there's not a wide open process for it, but a pathway in the event that the Bay Delta planning process might be a better approach than the permit process. And then the other thing, these are, I would consider just issues that I'd like to follow up with staff on more, and that is on the Bear River, Yuba River, Nevada Irrigation District Agreement. There were some concerns raised there, and so just really want to better understand that. I did read Stockton East's comment letter. That's a basin, that's had issues with overdraft and salinity intrusion. And so this is an area that does provide Stockton with a portion of its drinking water. And so want to better understand the water supply adjustment and whether or not that helps to alleviate some of the concerns raised by Stockton East. And then lastly, the comment that was raised regarding TBUs and insufficient analysis in the SED, and just want to make sure that we're, on solid footing there with respect to the analysis on that. And then I did forget to bring up one other point, and that is on the Delta and sort of the default that we have with respect to the Delta lowlands, and want to make sure that wherever we land on that, that it is not a definitive for all time decision, but what's incorporated in that process is ongoing monitoring and analysis so that through our curtailment methodology, we can make good, sound decisions that are appropriately implementing the water rights system that we have. And so I think on that, we had, some really good reporting that occurred recently from the Delta Water Master, and working in coordination with the good work that the Water Master's office is doing, and teeing that up for future conversation with the triennial review. And I'll stop at that. And again, just thank everybody for all their really good comments.
Very well said and cogent, Vice Chair. Really appreciate all of that, and plus up your requests there, especially around maybe digging in, particularly around enforceability and other aspects of the HRL program that we heard from a lot of folks. See if there's something that can be beefed up there. Really appreciate that. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Also, just want to thank everyone who has participated, especially all of those that are new to providing comments and participating. It was really great to see you all and hope to continue to see you participate in public processes. I want to thank staff for all of your hard work. This is not an easy process, and you've put a lot of time, energy, and effort into this. Also want to thank you for including tribal beneficial cultural use. Thank you for taking the effort and working hard to include it. It has been, it's been 3 days. I've listened and have taken notes. There's Vice Chair has covered several of the items that I've taken notes on. One just particular, just want to make sure just to bring up is just the enforcement. I know you've all been working on that and making sure that the enforceability is there. Having a background enforcement, I know that is always critical, that you're looking at it, and just want to make sure that it is clear to anyone who reads the documents that it is there, is laid out in a clear manner. That is, with any permit, we make sure that, and I spoke on this, earlier, and it's been brought up of the meaning of words and how it can be interpreted, and making sure that when someone else picks up this document, they read it the same as we intend it to be. And so, it is where, I look at it that this is difficult as with anything. We're looking at a system where it has declined over many, many decades, and in my mind, there's not one puzzle piece that is going to be the magic puzzle piece that's going to correct all that has been done that has placed us to where we are today. We're going to need several puzzle pieces, and I believe there's no one who's going to disagree that we need to act now, that we need to do as much as we can, as soon as we can. We need flow, we need habitat, the habitat needs the flow. And so, and we need more. So all these pieces really do need to come together. And so we really do need true collaboration, open minds, listening, and truly hearing each other with respect for differing perspectives, knowing that we're all not going to agree all the time. However, if we all come together, then we bring more of the puzzle pieces together, and we're able to move forward quicker with basically more of those pieces. We're able to really understand all of these unique tributaries and what is really needed in order to right the wrongs that have been done in the past. And so that also involves, indigenous knowledge. And I know that many of the tributaries have stated that whether they have been coordinating locally or they have a commitment to, and I really wanted to see that come to fruition, that where globally it is occurring, to where on each tributary, each segment of our rivers, that we really are coordinating, we understand what is needed as far as our habitat and our flow, to make sure that the projects that are put in, they're successful and they're adapted. Because our climate is adapting. So therefore, we need to adapt to and really understand how to do so in a way that is going to be beneficial for the future, for the children who spoke today and other children that, were not in this room. So I'm just going to leave it at that. It's been 3 days of listening. There's a lot to process, a lot to really, to bring to this process, and just want to thank everyone for coming and contributing. And you really were heard. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Thank you all. It has indeed been a long day, and I'll try not to repeat all of the good input I've already heard from my colleagues today. Actually, over the last 3 days, it's really been helpful for me because this is one of the rare times that we're all together to talk about this really critical issue. And I've been on the board for a little over 7 years now, but I've been dealing and involved with Bay Delta decision-making for also about 13 years. And so this has been a long time coming, and I share the frustration that we heard from so many people about the fact that we have inadequate standards presently, and something needs to change. And that's why I feel strongly that we're narrowing in on that. We're close. That we have always an imperfect plan. But part of the benefit of the plan that's being proposed as it currently stands is it provides flexibility to adapt one way or the other. And core to that is the dual pathway. It's having a voluntary approach to provide an opportunity for 8 years for parties to try and accomplish the goals that we've set forth, but also with the regulatory backstop that I think is critical to ensure its success. I don't think we can proceed without that. We've been clear about that all along. And I know this is an incredibly complex document. It's really hard to piece together exactly how all of this will work. And that's why, Vice Chair, I really appreciate your comments about needing some additional details and fleshing out from the HRL parties in terms of expectations and what we should expect to see from them over the course of the next several months, but also in the first couple of years of implementation. The first day I asked about the expectations, we heard that HRL is ready to go, that everything's up and running, they're ready to hit the ground running. However, I think there's still, the work needs to be shown to prove up on that. I have some hesitation that everything will be ready to go if the board, and I hope we're in a position to adopt this plan before the end of the year. I really do. But I think I would like to see some more information from the HRL parties about how prepared they truly are to proceed. I'm very encouraged by the early implementation projects and all of that, but there's a lot of other pieces that certainly need to come together to make sure that the plan's successful. And the start date, as it's currently proposed, is January 1, 2027, which is going to be here before we know it. I think that I really appreciated hearing all of the voices today. The individuals, the first-time commenters, the tribal representatives over the past 3 days. It's really been remarkable. I think this is the largest number of commenters maybe I've heard, maybe we've ever heard in one hearing. And it's really had an impact on me and in terms of focusing in on what matters most here, which is change and ensuring that there's progress made. And the only way we're going to be able to do that, given where we are now today, is, I believe, is moving forward largely with the plan that we have. That said, there are a couple of areas, Vice Chair Diadama, you highlighted almost an identical list to what I had, but I just wanted to emphasize something I brought up yesterday, I think it was yesterday, about additive flow. We've talked a little bit about the ITP and Action 5. I would include in that new projects as well. because all of these different pieces and parts, the way the system's operated, also the way new projects might come online, have the potential to affect the way the system works. And I certainly am a believer. I think that there are times when there's big storms in the wet season, I think there's water available for projects like groundwater recharge. I think that opportunity exists in this watershed even today. I think there are other times in the season where there's critical deficits to environmentally protective flows and that we need to do better. And that's what these proposals get to. I believe that's the intent of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. But the only way that works is if those flows are indeed additive and new flows to the system. And so I am worried that there's more information coming out, and I agree, Vice Chair, that we need more analysis and a better understanding of what the ITP and the Action 5 initiatives represent. But I am also concerned about getting stuck in a do loop of never-ending analysis and not being able to finish the project that we have in front of us right now. So I think there's some additional balancing that's going to need to happen here as we decide how to proceed and how to do that in a thoughtful way. And then I also wanted to talk just briefly about performance metrics. And that's a fancy word for, what happens if the HRL proceeds and there are some unexpected hiccups along the way, right? What if a party drops out? What if just something doesn't materialize? I think there's some good language in the plan as it stands now that supports that the board has the authority to take a look even before the end of the 8-year term and review the performance of the HRL program broadly if there is a significant effect. I think it's worth looking at that language closely to make sure that that's adequate, that kind of meets the mark, that everybody's clear on that understanding. And I also think that we heard quite a number of comments about concerns about the red, yellow, green light process and the checklist that would help determine how a future board might decide what would happen after year 8. And I would say that area is also something that is worth looking at closely, just to ensure that we hit the right balance on those provisions. I know that comment letters are due in a couple of days here. I'm sure we'll be receiving a lot of feedback. And I look forward to that feedback from everyone who's involved, everyone that we've heard from, and those who haven't spoken up in this hearing. So those are the main thoughts I wanted to share, and just really appreciate the opportunity.
Of course, Board Member, thank you for sharing that. Board Member Firestone, take us home.
Gosh. Okay. Maybe I'll start with, even when I'm getting called out personally, it makes me happy that so many people are participating in this process and pushing for change in the Bay Delta system. I think it just shows a belief in our institution and in government and in the importance of folks all being part of making things work better than they have, and also a reflection of how much at stake. I mean, this is basically what we've heard from literally hundreds of people over the last few days. The vast majority are really against voluntary agreements that they see as unenforceable, and there's a real concern around enforceability. There has been really good input, I think, on just understanding reminding us why we're all doing this and why we've released and worked on so many different technical documents and regulatory documents and meetings is because we are in an ecological crisis. We are looking at whole communities, at livelihoods, at whole lifeways as being at risk and at risk of being lost and decimated. And we've already are seeing many fish species decimated. And so what we need is a drastic change. That said, I think that, and I've said this before, drastic change does not happen overnight. And I think that what we are trying to put together here is a framework of something that can get us on the right track, that can help us change course. But we are wide-eyed and practical about what that means. You know, I'm sort of debating whether to share this. I keep in this process, I keep thinking of this analogy, which is, we hear so many analogies like the Jell-O mold and different things, but so this one may lose people, but I'm just going to share it anyway. So I feel like, you know, the species in the delta and the salmon and other species in these tributaries, like we're on a boat, the boat's hit something, it's starting to leak, and the ship's starting to sink. And I do feel like our delta is sinking right now. And what we have so far are some lifeboats, but we don't have enough lifeboats for everyone. And what I see is really needed is a new boat. We need a new boat that can get everyone onto a better course away from the rocks or the icebergs or whatever it is that it's making us sink. But you don't build a new boat overnight. We can't just like adopt a plan and suddenly there's a new boat and we are all getting to safety and we've got, you know, all of our species back on track. And I see the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program as an attempt by some. It hasn't included everyone, but it is a sincere attempt at looking at, can we add some lifeboats and can we plug some holes? You know, and maybe there's a way that that program can plug enough holes that it stops it from sinking, or can create a way for people to get, for us all to get on a better track. And we should let that try. But we also have to build that boat that really we need to get us on track. And so I do feel like the whole, you know, Chair Esquivel, I'm relatively, compared to most of the people that spoke today, I feel new to the Bay Delta system because I really didn't work on it at all before 7 years ago. And I remember when I first joined the board, you talking about how this isn't an either or, this is a both. And I think that's, you know, this idea of a binary, I think just leads to more stasis. And instead, I'm even more appreciating your vision and the vision of, you know, working in parallel to both build a better system that will get us on track. It's going to take longer than we want, you know, building that new boat, but also, you know, looking at what we can do in the immediate term to improve things, to put more lifeboats, to plug more holes, to slow the sinking that's happening, and maybe that will do what we need it to do, and it's worth giving that a chance. But I do think that even with that, there are some key things that that I think are consistent with what other board members have said and what we heard from as core concerns today, which is, you know, we have to move forward with the regulatory program isn't just a backstop. I think the regulatory program is moving forward, and it needs to. It has so many pieces that have to move forward, even just to make the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program have a chance. So I think we have to sort of rethink how we're understanding and structuring this program to help strengthen that. And so a key way is enforcement. I think that, I think there's two pieces of that to me. One is, and I think other board members have hit on this, but I just want to get a little bit more specific, which is, the HRL flows need to be real. Like if we're plugging leaks in the boat, we can't open up another leak somewhere else at the same time. That won't help. We need to make sure that there are reference conditions and that we're protecting that. And if folks are reducing those, that they're making that water up, or they're plugging that, if there's a new hole opening up, we're plugging that hole so that we're not losing ground. And I don't think we have that closed. I think whatever the modeling shows on Action 5 or the ITP isn't as important as just addressing the structural issue of, we see now that there's ways that parties could indirectly undermine the benefits of that program over these 8 years. And we need to address that. We need to close that loophole or make sure that that's made up. So I think that I kind of agree that, we need to work together to understand Action 5, but in some ways I don't know that we need a lot more modeling and analysis work. I think we need, just as a matter of policy, to say, we have a reference condition, we need folks to make up that water. This is 8 years, it's not a huge amount of water, and we need to give it a chance to work. So that's one thing. The other thing is, when we talk about enforcement, I have to say, this was brought up by a couple parties actually on different sides, and I am really concerned about it, which is there may be a role for enforcement agreements. I know that's something that the VA parties had wanted, but certainly our agency isn't negotiating with parties on the side right now before we've adopted anything. We're not just rubber stamping what's brought to us. And the idea of negotiating with our agency a side agreement with VA parties without public accountability for enforcement is really not something I'm comfortable with. And there may be some role, I don't want to rule that out entirely, but I think when we think about enforceability, the main pieces shouldn't be these side enforceability agreements. It needs to be built into the regulatory process, which is, if you don't perform, we toggle to the regulatory program. That's already in there, but I think we need to strengthen that and make that really clear. There may be also some other enforcement, but we need to make sure that structurally, if the VAs aren't happening, we're able to implement the regulatory program without, a lot of extra work. And the way to do that is to have some clear performance milestones. In addition, that's just for performance at all. Like if you are doing the flows, if you're doing the science program, if you're doing the habitat, or then there's, I think, what other people have talked about, which is, there will be these periodic reviews and then to see if it's working, but really it's the 8 years in terms of whether it's working. To me, that's giving it a chance to work. But enforcement for doing what it's supposed to be doing and actually contributing, that shouldn't rely on outside agreements. We should be able to just, make our regulatory program work. So I want to make sure that is strengthened. I think it's in there, but not as strong and clear as it needs to be. And let's see, I think those were the main two things. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, I think you know, this has been this is really hard. And I think just the last thing I would say is I just want to reiterate some of the discussion around modeling that we've had, because I think that as decision makers, we keep wanting to know, like, well, what are we approving here? What will this mean? But we're also building in so much flexibility, and the system is so complex, and there's so many different ways to operate the system that it's kind of impossible. Like, what I've learned is it's kind of impossible to model like all the different outcomes. And this was what a conversation that, my fellow board members and chair have had. But I just want to emphasize, because this is really learning for me. I think as water users are looking at the modeling that we've done, or really any of the parties are looking at modeling that we've done, I think we need to understand that is, not only is there a ton of uncertainty, it's like assuming either a worst case scenario or a medium case scenario. But what we're trying to do here with this is create enough flexibility that within these constraints, water agencies and users can really optimize to make things, have the least impact, have the most benefits, and really work within the constraints that they have. And we're not going to be able to model that great. And so I think that doesn't put anyone in a great as a great opportunity to like fully understand what it is we're adopting. But what we are doing at this point is creating a framework that then we will need to implement. And in that implementation, we'll be continuing to flesh out how to make this work. But as you look at this, if you can make sure that you're thinking about how to make sure that it provides you enough flexibility to come up with creative local solutions, balance the needs of your system, and really make the implementation work within the regulatory program rather than seeing it as a binary. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Much appreciation for that, board member, and all members here. There was nothing that was said here at the dais between the board members that I don't agree with and support here. So I do feel we're slowly coming to our consensus, and just really appreciative of everyone's patience through these last 3 days. And again, as was said to all the first commenters that we got to hear from, that it was incredibly rewarding, and just come back. And you will have that opportunity, because although I'm closing out this workshop, this 3-day workshop, we will be back in this room on Tuesday with our regularly scheduled board meeting. Just thank you. This closes out these 3 days. Look forward to what I know will be a lot further discussion and follow-up, but much appreciation. Have a great weekend, everyone. Have a good evening. Friday at 7 o'clock on a Friday here. I will just quick shout out to those that stayed here throughout this 3 days in person. I see you, we see you, and the leadership means a lot. So thanks for being present. It goes beyond what is expected and means a lot to us here. Thank you, everyone. Be safe, be well. This hearing is concluded, and we'll see you in our regularly scheduled meetings. Thank you.